cries. What cries do you mean? Chairs to mend? No, I mean screeches. Now I'll tell you, Mr. Jasper wait a bit till I put the bottle right. Here the cork is evidently taken out again, and replaced again there. Now it's right. This time last year, only a few days later, I happened to have been domed what was correct by the season, in the way of giving it the welcome it had a right to expect, when them town boys set on me at their worst. At Lengal I gave 'em the slip, and tummed in here. And here I fell asleep. And what woke me? The ghost of one terrific shriek, which shriek was followed by the ghost of the howl of a dog, a long, dismal, howl, such as a dog gives when a person's dead. That was my last Christmas Eve. What do you mean, is the very abrupt, and, one might say, fierce retort. I mean that I made inquiries evitulare about, and, that no living ears but mine heard either that cry or that howl. So I say they was both ghosts, though they came to me. I've never made I thought you were another kind of man, says Jasper, scornfully. So I thought myself, answers Durdles with his usual composure, and yet I was picked out for it. Jasper had risen suddenly, when he asked him what he meant, and he now says, "Come, we shall freeze here, lead the way." Durdles complies, not over steadily, opens the door at the top of the steps with the key he has already used, and so emerges on Die Cathedral level, in a passage at the side of the chancel. Here, the is so very bright again that the colors of the nearest stained glass window are thrown upon their noses underscore the appearance of the unconscious Durdles, holding the door open for his companion to follow, as if from the grave, is ghastly Enola with a purple hand across his face, and a yellow splash upon his brow, but he bears the close scrutiny of his companion in an insensible way, although it is prolonged while the latter fumbles among his for a key confided to him that will open an iron gate, so to enable them to pass to the staircase of the grate. That and the bottle are enough for you to carry, he says. Give it to Durdles, hand your bundle to me, I am younger and longer winded than you. Durdles hesitates for a moment between bundle and bottle, but gives the preference to the bottle as being by far the better company, and consigns the dry weight to his explorer. Then they go up the winding staircase of the great tower, toilsomely, tumming and tumg, and lowering their heads to avoid the stairs above, or the rough stone pivot around which they twist underscore Durdles has lighted his lantern, by drawing from the cold, hard wall a spark of that mysterious fire which lurks in everything, and, guided by this speck, they clamber up among the cobwebs and the dust. Their way lies through strange places. Twice or thrice they emerge into level, low-arched galleries, whence they can look down into the moonlit nave, and where Durdles, waving his lantern, waves the dim angels' heads upon the corbels of the roof, seeming to watch their progress. Anon they tum into narrower and steeper staircases, and the night air begins to blow upon them, and the chirp of some startled jackdaw or frightened rook precedes the heavy beating of wings in a confined space, and the beating dovm of dust and straws upon their heads. At last, leaving their light behind a stair, for it blows fresh up here, they look down on Cloelsterham, fair to see in the moonlight, its new habitations and sanctuaries oft dead, at the tower's base, its moss-softened red-tiled roofs and red brick houses of the living, clustered beyond, its river winding down from the mist on the as though that were its source, and already heaving with a restless knowledge of its approach towards the sea. Once an unaccountable expedition this. Jasper, always moving softly with no visible reason, contemplates the scene, and especially that stillest part of it which the cathedral overshadows. But he contemplates Durdles quite as curiously, and Durdles is by times conscious of his watch flies underscore only by times, because Durdles is growing drowsy. As aeronauts lighten the load they carry, when they wish to rise, similarly Durdles has lightened the wicker bottle coming up. Snatches of sleep surprise him on his legs, and stop him in his talk. A mild fit of calenture seizes him, in which he deems that the ground so far below, is on a level with the tower, and would as lief walk off the tower mto the air as not. Such is his state when they begin to come down. And as aeronauts make themselves heavier when they wish to descend, similarly Durdles charges himself with more liquid from the wicker bottle, that he may come down the better. The iron gate attained and locked, but not before Durdles has tumbled twice, and cut an eyebrow open once. They descend into the crypt again, with the intent of isum as they entered. But while returning on along those lanes of light, Durdles becomes so very uncertain, both of foot and speech, that he half drops, half throws himself to by one of the heavy pillars, scarcely less heavy than itself, and indistinctly appeals to his companion for 40 winks of a second each. "If I will have it so, or must have it so," replies Jasper, "I'll not leave you here. Take them, while I walk to and fro." Durdles is asleep at once, and in his sleep he dreams a dream. It is not much of a dream, considering the vast extent of the domains of Dreamland, and their wonderful productions. It is only remarkable for being unusually restless and unusually real. He dreams of lying there, asleep, and yet counting his companion's footsteps as he walks to and fro. He dreams that they die away into distance of time and of space, and flat something touches him, and that something falls from his hand. Then something clinks and gropes about, and he dreams that he is alone for so long a time, that the lanes of light take new directions as the moon advances in her course. From succeeding unconsciousness he passes into a dream of slow uneasiness from cold, and painfully awakes to a perception of the lanes of light, really changed, much as he had dreamed, and Jasper walking among them, beating his hands and feet hollowa. Durdles cries out, unmeaningly alarmed. "Awake at last," says Jasper, coming up to him. "Do you know that your 40s have stretched into thousands? They have, though ivy hats the time. Hark! The bells are going in the tower. They strike 4 quarters, and then the great bell strikes 2, cries Durdles, scrambling up. "Didn't you I to wake me, Mr. Jasper?" "I did. I might as well have tried to wake the dead, your own family of dead. Up in the comer did you touch me?" "Touch you? Yes. Shook you." As Durdles recalls that touching something in his dream, he looks down on the pavement, and sees the key of the crypt door lying close to where he himself lay. "I dropped you, did I?" he says, picking it up, and recalling that pan of his dream. As he gathers himself up again into an upright or into a position as nearly upright as he ever maintains, he is again conscious of being watched by his companion. "Well," says Jasper, smiling, "are you quite ready? Pray don't hurry. Let me get my bundle right, Mr. Jasper, and I'm with you." As he ties it afresh, he is once more conscious that he is very narrowly observed. "What do you suspect me of, Mr. Jasper?" he asks, with drunken displeasure. "Any suspicions of Durdles' name m? Let them as has te've no suspicions of you, my Mr. Durdles, but I have suspicions that my bottle was filled with something stiffer than either of us supposed. And I also have suspicions," Jasper adds, taking it from the pavement and turning it bottom upwards, "that it's empty." Durdles condescends to laugh at this. Continuing to chuckle when his laugh is over, as though remonstrant with himself on his drinking powers, he rolls to the door and unlocks it. They both pass out and Durdles relocks it, and pockets his key. "A thousand thanks for a curious and interesting night," says Jasper, giving him his hand. "You can make your own way home." "I should think so," answers Durdles _home, "he wouldn't go home. If you was to offer Durdles the affront to show him his way, Durdles wouldn't go home till morning, and then Durdles wouldn't go home, Durdles wouldn't." This with the utmost defiance. "Good night, then." "Good night, Mr. Jasper." Each is tumming his own way, when a sharp whistle rends the silence, and the jargon is yell #D out, witty witty when. I, ket, CHES-1M, out, AR, ter, 10. Witty witty WY. Then, don't, go then, I shy witty woody wake cock warning. Instantly afterwards, a rapid fire of stones rattles at the cathedral wall, and the hideous small is beheld dancing in die moonlight ivy hat. Is that baby devil on the watch there, cries JAS #RNAFTRY, so quickly roused, and so violent, that he senels an older devil himself. I shall shed the blood of that impish WRTCH. I know I shall do it. Regardless of the fire, though it hits him more than once, he rushes at Deputy, collars him, and tries to bring him across. But Deputy is not to be so easily brought across. With a diabolical insight into die strongest part of his position, he is no sooner taken by the throat than he curls up his legs, forces his assailant to hang him, as it were, and gurgles in his throat, and screws his body, and twists, as already undergoing the first agonies of strangulation. There is nothing for it but to drop him. He instantly gets himself together, backs over to Durdles, and cries to his assailant, gnashing the great gap in front offal's mouth, whitey rage and malice, t blind yer, help me. I'll stone your eyes out, help me. If I don't have your eyesight, bellows me. At the sannel time behind Durdles, and snarling at Jasper, now from this side of him, and now from that, prepared, if pounced upon, to dalt away in all manner of curvilinear directions, and, if run down after all, to grovel in the dust, and cor, now, hit me when I'm down. Do it. Don't hurt the boy, Mr. Jars #R, urges Durdles, shielding him. Recollect yourself, he followed us tonight. When we first came here, yer lie, I didn't, replies Deputy, in his one form of polite contradiction. He has been prowling near us ever since. Yer lie, I haven't, returns Deputy. TD only just come out for my elf when I see you two a coming out of the kinfrederal _ if I, ket, CHES-1M, out, AR, ter, 10. With the usual rhythm and dance, though behind Durdles, it amt any fault, is it? Take him home, then, retorts Jasper, though witla strong check upon himself, and let my eyes be rid of the sight of you. Deputy, with another sharp whistle, at once expressing his relief, and his commencement of a milder stonomy of Mr. Durdles, begins stoning that respectable gentleman home, as if he were a reluctant ox. Mr. Jasper goes to his gatehouse, brooding. And thus, as everything comes to an end, the unaccountable expedition comes to an end, for the time. Chapter 13. Both at their best, Miss Thistleton's establishment was about to undergo a serene hush. The Christmas recess was at hand. What had once, and at no remote period, been called, even by the erudite Miss Twinkleton herself, the half, what was now called, as being more elegant, and more strictly collegiate, the term would expire tomorrow. A noticeable relaxation of discipline had for some few days pervaded the nuns' house. Club suppers had occurred in the bedrooms, and a dressed tongue had been carved with a pair of scissors, and handed round with the curling tongs. Portions of marmalade had likewise been distributed on a service of plates constructed of curl paper, and cowslipum had been quaffed from the small squat measuring glass in which little Rollkits, a junior of weakly constitution, took her steel drops daily. The housemaids had been bribed with various fragments of riband, and sundry pairs of shoes more or less down at heel, to make no mention of crumbs in the beds. The airiest costumes had been worn on these festive, and the daring Miss Ferdinand had even surprised die company with a sprightly solo on the Coman curl paper, until suffocated in her own pillow by flowing haired executioners. Nor were these the only tokens of dispersal. Boxes #ard in the bedrooms, where they were capital at other times, and a surprising amount of packing took place, out of all proportion to the amount packed. Largesse, in the form of odds and ends of cold cream and pomatum, and also of hairpins, was freely distributed among the attendants. On charges of inviolable secrecy, confidences were interchanged respecting golden youth of England expected to call, at home, on the first opportunity. Miss Giggles, deficient in sentiment, did indeed profess that she, for her part, acknowledged such homage by making faces at the golden youth, but this young lady was outvoted by an immense majority. On the last night before a recess, it was always expressly made of honour that nobody should go to sleep, and that ghosts should be encouraged by all means. This compact invariably broke through, and all the young ladies went to sleep and got up very early. The concluding ceremony came off at 12 o'clock on the day of departure, when Miss Twinkleton, supported by Mrs. Tisha, held in her own apartment, the globes already covered with Brougham Holland, where glasses of white wine and plates of cut pound cake were discovered on the table. Miss Twinkleton then said, "Ladies, another revolving year had brought us round to that festive riot at which the first feelings of our nature bounded in our." Miss Twinkleton was annually going to add bosoms, but annually stopped on the brink of that expression, and substituted hearts. "Hearts, our hearts. Hem. Again a revolving year, ladies, had brought us to a pause in our studies, let us our greatly advanced studies, and, like the mariner in his bark, the warrior in his tent, the captive in his dungeon, and the traveller in his various conveyances, we yearned for home. Did we say, on such an occasion in the opening words of Mr. Addison's impressive tragedy, the dawn is overcast, the moaning lowers, and heavily in clouds brings on the day, the great, important day, not so. From horizon to zenith all was couleur de rose, for all was redolent of our relations and friends. Might we find them proslowing as we #tagged, might they find us prospering as they expected. Ladles, we would now, with our love to one another, wish one another an happiness, until we met again, and when the time should come for our resumption of those pursuits which, here a general depression set in all round, pursuits which, then let us ever remember what was said by the Spartan general, in words too trite for our *Titian, at the battle it were superfluous to specim the handmaidens of the establishment, in their best caps, then handed the trays, and the young ladies sipped and cumbled, and the Tepocan coaches began to choke the street. Then leave-taking was not long about, and Miss Twinkleton, in saluting each young lady's cheek, confided to her an exceedingly neat letter, addressed to her next friend at law, with Miss Twinkleton's best compliments in the corner. This missive she handed with an air as if it had not the least connection with the bill, but were something in the nature of a delicate and joyful surprise. So many times had Rosa seen such dispersals, and so very little did she know of any other home, that she was contented to remain where she was, and was even better contented than ever before, having her latest friend with her. And yet her latest friendship had a blank place in it of which she could not fail to be sensible. Helena Landless, having been a party to her broder's revelation about Rosa, and having entered into that compact of silence with Mr. Crisparkle, shrank from any allusion to Edwin Drood's name. She so avoided it, was mysterious to Rosa, she effectively perceived the fact, but for the fact, she might have relieved her own little perplexed heart of some of its doubts and hesitations, by taking Helena into her confidence. As it was, she had no such vent, she could only ponder on her own difficulties, and wonder more and more whyly this avoidance of Edwin's Nannel should last, now that she knew, for so much Helena had told her, that a good understanding was to be re-established between the two young men. When Edwin Carndov.rn_ it would have made a pretty picture, so many pretty girls kissing Rosa in the cold porch of the nun's house, and that sunny little creature peeping out of it, unconscious of sly faces carved on spout and gable peeping at her, and waving farewells to the departing coaches, as if she represented the spirit of rosy youth abiding the place to keep it bright and warm in its descent lawn. The Horse High Street became musical with the in various silvery voices, "Goodbye, Rosebud darling," and the effigy of Mr. Sapsea's father over the opposite doorway seemed to say to mankind, "Gentlemen, favour me with your attention to this charming little last lot left behind, and bid with a spirit worthy of the occasion." Then the State Street, so unwontedly sparkling, youthful, and fresh for a few rippling moments, ran dry, and Cloisterham was itself again. If Rosebud in her bower now waited Edwin Drood's coming with an uneasy heart, Edwin for his part was uneasy too. With far less force of purpose in his composition than the childish Crove. Ned by acclamation Fairy Queen of Miss Twinkleton's establishment, he had a conscience, and Mr. Grewgious had pricked it. That gentleman's steady convictions of what was right and what was wrong in such a case as his, were neither to be frowned aside nor laughed aside. They would not be moved. But for the dinner in Staple Inn, and but for the ring he carried in die breast pocket of his coat, he would have drifted into their wedding day whitey out anidler pause for real thought, look melly trusting that all would go well, left alone. But that serious putting him on his truth to the living and the dead had brought him to a check. He must either give the ring to Rosa, or he must take it back. Once put into this narrowed way of action, it was curious that he began to consider Rosa's claims upon him more unselfishly than he had ever considered them before, and began to be less sure of himself than he had ever been all his easy-going days. I will be guided by what she says, and by how we get on, was his decision, walking from the gatehouse to the nun's house. Whatever comes of it, I will bear his words in mind, and do I to be true to the living and the dead. Rosa was dressed for walking. She expected him. It was a bright, frosty day, and Miss Twinkleton had already graciously sanctioned fresh air. Thus all got out together before it became necessary for either Miss Twinkleton, or the deputy high priest Mrs. Tisher, to lay even so much as one of those usual offerings on the shrine of propriety. My dear Eddie, said Rosa, when they had tumbled out of the High Street, and had got among the quiet walks in the neighbourhood of the cathedral and the river, I want to say something very serious to you. I have been thinking about it for a long, long time. I want to be serious with you too, Rosa. Dear. I mean to be serious and earnest. Thank you, Eddie. And you will not think me untidy, will you? You will not think I speak for myself only, because I speak first? That would not be generous, would it? And I know you are generous. He said, I hope I am not ungenerous to you, Rosa. He called her pussy no more, never again and there is no fear, pursued Rosa, of our quarrelling, is there? Because, Eddie clasping her hand on his arm, we have so much reason to be veneer lenient to each other. We will be, Rosa. That's a dear boy. This day for Eddie, let us be courageous. Let us change to brother and sister from never be husband and wife. Never. Neither again for a little while. But after that pause he said, with some effort, I know that this has been in both our minds, Rosa, and of course I am in honour bound to confess freely that it does not originate with you, no, nor with you, dear, she returned, with pathetic earnestness. That sprung up between us. You are not truly happy in our engagement, I am not truly happy in it. Oh, I am so sorry, and there she broke into tears. I am deeply sorry too, Rosa. Deeply sorry for you. And I for you, poor boy. And I for you. This pure young feeling, this gentle and forbearing feeling of each towards the other, brought with it its reward in a softening light that seemed to shine on their position. The relations between them did not look wilful or capricious or a failure. In such a light, they became elevated into something more self-denying, honourable, affectionate, and true. If we knew yesterday, said Rosa, as she dried her eyes, and we did know yesterday, and on many, many yesterdays, that we were far from right together those relations which were not of our own choosing, what better could we do today than change them? It is natural that we should be sorry, and you see how sorry we both are, but how much better to be sorry now than dying. When, Rosa? Then it would be too late. And then we should be angry, besides. Another silence fell upon them. And you know, said Rosa innocently, you couldn't like me then, and you can always like me now, for I shall not be a drag upon you, or a worry to you, and I can always like you now, and your sister will not tease or trifle with you. I often did when I was not your sister, and I beg your pardon for it. Don't let us come to that, Rosa, or I shall want more pardoning than I like to think of. No, indeed, Eddie, you are too hard, my generous boy, upon yourself. Let us sit down, brother, on these ruins, and let me tell you how it was with us. I think I know, for I have considered about it very much since you were here last time. You liked me, didn't you? You thought I was a nice little thing. Evokyo thinks that, Rosa. Do they? She knitted her brow musingly for a moment, and then flashed out with the bright little induction, well, but say they do. Surely it was not enough that you should think of me only as other people did, now, was it? The point was not to be got over. It was not enough and that is just what I mean, that is just how it was with us, said Rosa. You liked me very well, and you had grown used to me, and had grew and used to the idea of our being married. You accepted the situation as an inevitable kind of thing, didn't you? It was to be, you thought, and why discuss or dispute it? It was new and strange to him to have himself presented to himself so clearly, in a glass of her holding up. He had always patronized her, in his superiority to her share of woman's wit. Was that another instance of something radically amiss in the terms on which they had been gliding towards a lifelong bondage? All this that I say of you is true of me as well, Eddie. Unless it was, I might not be bold enough to say it. Only, the difference between us was, that by little and little there crept into my MMD a habit of thinking about it, instead of dismissing it. My life is not so busy as yours, you see, and I have not so many things to think of. So I thought about it very much, and I cried about it very much, though that was not your fault, boy, when all at once my guardian came down, to prepare for my leaving the nun's house. I tried to hint to him that I was not quite settled in my mind, but I hesitated and failed, and he didn't understand me. But he is a good man. And he put before me so kindly, and yet so strongly, how seriously we ought to consider, in circumstances, that I resolved to speak to you the next moment we were alone and grave. And if I seemed to come to it easily now, I came to it all at once. Don't think it was so really, Eddie, for it was very, very hard, and oh, I am very sorry. Her heart broke into tears. He put his arm about her waist, and they walked by the riverside together. Your guardian has spoken to me too, Rosa dear. I saw him before I left London. His right hand was in his breast, seeking the ring, but he checked it, as he thought, if I am to take it back, why should I tell her of it? And that made you more serious about it, didn't it, Eddie? And if I had not spoken to you, as I have, you would have spoken to me? I hope you can tell me so? I don't like it to be all my doing, though it is so much better for us. Yes, I should have spoken, I should have put everything before you, I came intending to do it. But I never could have spoken to you as you have spoken to me, Rosa. Don't say you mean so coldly or unkindly, Eddie, please, if you can help it. I mean so sensibly and delicately, so wisely and affectionately. That's my dear brother. She kissed his hand in a little rapture. The dear girls will be dreaded disappointed, added Rosa, laughing, with the dewdrops glistening in her bright eyes. They have looked forward to it so, poor pets. Ah! But I fear it will be a worse disappointment to Jack, said Edwin Drood, with a start. Thought of Jack. I never. Her swift and intent look at him as he said the words could no more be recalled than a flash of lightning can, but it appeared as though she would have instantly recalled it, if she could, for she looked down, said, and breathed quickly. You don't doubt its being a blow to Jack, Rosa? She merely replied, and that evasively and hurriedly. Why should she? About it he seemed, to her, to have so little to do with it. She had not thought, my dear child. Can you suppose that anyone so mapped up in another, Mrs. Tope's expression, not mine, as Jack is in me, could fail to be struck all of a heap by such a sudden and complete change in my life? I say because it will be sudden to him, you know. She envice or thrice, and her lips pained as if she would have assented. Sound, and her breathing was no slower. But she uttered no. How shall I tell Jack, said Edwin, amating underscore if he had been less occupied with the thought, he must have seen her singular emotlon underscore I never thought of Jack it must be broken to him, before the town crier knows it. I dine with the dear fellow tomorrow and next day, Christmas Eve and Christmas Day, but it would never do to spoil his feast days. He always whoams about me, and in the merest trifles. The news is sure to overset him. How on earth shall this be broken to Jack? He must be told, I suppose, said Rosa. My dear Rosa! Who ought to be in our confidence, if not Jack? My guardian promised to come down, if I should write and ask him. Would you like to leave it to him? I am going to do so. A bright idea, cried Edwin. The other trustee. Nothing more natural. He comes down, he goes to Jack, he relates what we have agreed upon, and he states our case better than we could. He has already spoken feelingly to you, he has already spoken feelingly to me, and he'll put the whole thing feelingly to Jack. That's it. I am not a coward, Rosa, but to tell you a secret, I am a little afraid of Jack. No, no. You are not afraid of him, cried Rosa, turning white, and clasping her hands. Why, Sister Rosa, what do you see from the turret? Said Edwin, rallying her. Dear girl! You frightened me. My most unintentionally, but I am as sorry as if I had meant to do it. Could you for a moment, from any loose way of speaking of mine, that I was literally afraid of the dear fond fellow? What I mean is, that he is subject to a kind of paroxysm, or fit. I saw him in it once, and I don't know but that so great a surprise, coming upon him direct from me whom he is so wrapped up in, might bring it on perhaps. Which, and this is die secret I was going to tell you, is another reason for your guardian's making the communication. He is so steady, precise, and exact, that he will talk Jack's thoughts into shape, in no time, whereas Whittlemy Jack is always impulsive and hurried, and, I may say, almost womanous underscore Rosa seemed convinced. Perhaps from her own very different point of view of Jack, she felt comforted and protected by the of Mr. Grugius Biturayan herself and him. And now, Edwin Drood's right hand closed again upon the ring in its little case, and again was checked by the consideration, it is certain, now, that I am to give it back to him, then illy should I tell her of it. That pretty sympathetic nature which could be so sorry for him in the blight of their childish hopes of happiness together, and could so quietly find itself alone in a new world to weave fresh wreaths of such flowers as it might prove to bear, the old world's flowers being withered, would be grieved by those sorrow.ftl jewels, and to what purpose? Why should it be? They were but a sign of broken joys and baseless projects, and their very they were, as the unlikeliest Offman had said, almost a cruel satire on the loves, hopes, plans, of humanity, which are able to forecast nothing, and are so much brittle dust. Let them be. He would restore them to her guardian when he came down, he in his tum would restore them to the cabinet from which he had unwillingly taken them, and there, like old letters or old vows, or other records of old aspirations come to nothing, they would be disregarded, until, bimguable, they were sold into circulation again, to repeat their former round. Let them be. Let them lie unspoken of. In his breast, however distinctly or indistinctly he entertained Elise, he arrived at the conclusion, let them be. Among the mighty store of wonderful chains that are forever forging, day and night, in the vast iron works of time and circumstance, there was one chain forged in die moment of that small conclusion, riveted to the foundations of heaven and earth, and gifted Whitlinvin one me force to hold and drag. They walked on by the river. They began to speak of their separate plans. He would quicken his departure from England, and she would remain where she was, at least as long as Helena remained. The poor dear girls should have their disappointment broken to them gently, and, as the first preliminary, Miss Envingleton should be confided in by Rosa. Even in advance of the reappearance of Mr. Grewgious it should be made clear in all quarters that she and Edwin were the best of men's. There had never been so serene an understanding between them since they were first amongst and yet there was one reservation on each side, on hers, that she intended to rough her guardian to withdraw herself immediately from the tuition of her music master, on his, albeit he did already entertain some wandering speculations whether it might ever come to pass that he would know more of Miss Landless. The bright, frosty day declined as they walked and spoke together. The sun dipped in the river Mr behind Duetun, and the old city lay red before them. As their walk drew to a close the moaning water cast its seaweed duskily at their feet, when they turned to leave its margin, and the rooks hovered above them with hoarse cries, darker splashes in the darkening air. "I will prepare Jack for my flitting soon," said Edwin, in a low voice, "and I will but see your guardian when he comes, and then go before they speak together. It will be better done without my being by. Don't you think so?" "Yes, we know we have done right, Rosa." "Yes, we know we are better so, even now. And shall be far, far better so by and by." Still there was that lingering tenderness in their hearts towards the old positions they were relinquishing, that they prolonged their parting. When they came on long elm trees by the cathedral, where they had last sat together, they stopped as by consent, and Rosa raised her face to his, as she had never raised it in the old days, for they were old already. "God bless you, dear. Goodbye." "God bless you, dear. Goodbye." They kissed each other fervently. "Now, please take me home, Eddie, and let me be by myself. Don't look round, Rosa," he cautioned her, as he drew her arm through his, and led her away. "Didn't you see Jack?" "No." "Where?" "Under the trees. He saw us, as we took leave of each other. Have pained. This will be a blow to him, I am much afraid. Poor fellow! He little thinks we." She hurried on, without resting, and hurried on until they had passed under the gatehouse into the street. Once there, she asked, "Has he followed us? You can look without seeming to. Is he behind?" "No." "Yes, he is. He has just passed out under the gateway. The dear, sympathetic old fellow likes to keep us in sight. I am afraid he will be bitterly disappointed." She pulled hurriedly at the handle of the hoarse old bell, and the gate opened. Before going in, she gave him one last wide, wondering look, as if she would have asked him with imploring emphasis, "Oh, don't you understand?" And out of that look he vanished from her view. Chapter 14, When shall these three meet again? Christmas Eve in Cloisterham. A few strange faces in Die Streets, a few other faces, half strange and half familiar, once the faces of Cloisterham children, now the faces of men and women who come back from the outer world at long intervals to find Die City wonderfully shrunken in size, as if it had not washed by any means well in the meanwhile. To these, the striking of the cathedral clock, and the conch of the rooks from the cathedral tower, are like voices of their nursery time. To such as these, it has happened in their dying hours afar that they have imagined their chamber floor to be strewn with the autumnal leaves fallen from the elm trees in the close, so have the mistling sounds and fresh scents of their earliest impressions revived when the circle of their lives was nearly traced, and the beginning and the end were drawing close. Seasonable tokens are about. Red berries shine here and there in the lattices of Minor Canon Comer, and Mrs. Tope are daintily sticking sprigs of holly into the carvings and sconces of the cathedral stalls, as if they were sticking them into the coat buttonholes of the dean and chapter. Lavish prophesying is in the shops, particularly in the articles of currants, raisins, spices, candied peel, and moist sugar. An unusual air of gallantry and dissipation is abroad, evinced in an immense bunch of mistletoe hanging in the greengrocer's shop doorway, and a poor little twelfth cake, culminating in the figure of a harlequin, such a very poor little 12th cake, that one would rather called it a 24th cake or a 48th cake, to be raimed for at the pastor cook's, terms 1 shilling per member. Public amusements are not wanting. The waxwork which made so deep an impression on the reflective mind of the Emperor of China is to be seen by particular desire during Christmas week only, on the premises of the bankrupt lively stable keeper up the lane, and a new grand comic Christ RNA's pantomime is to be produced at the theatre, the latter heralded by the portrait of Signor Jacksonini the Clove.N, saying "How do you do tomorrow?" Quite as large as life, and almost as miserably. In short, Cloisterham is up and domg, though from this description the High School and Miss Twinkletons are to be excluded. From the former establishment the scholars have gone home, every one of them in love with one of Miss Twinkleton's young ladies, who knows nothing about it, and only the handmaidens flutter occasionally in the windows of the latter. It is noticed, by the by, that these damsels become, within the limits of decorum, more skittish when thus intrusted with the concrete representation of their sex, than when dividing the representation with Miss Twinkleton's young ladies. 3 are to meet at the gatehouse tonight. How does each one of the 3 get through the day? Neville Landless, though absolved from his B.O. case for the time by Mr. Crisparkle, whose fresh nature is by no means insensible to the charms of a holiday, reads and writes his quiet room, with a concentrated air, until it is 2 hours past. He then sets himself to clearing his table, to arranging his books, and to tearing up and bumming his stray papers. He makes a clean sweep of all untidy accumulations, puts all his drawers in order, and leaves no note or scrap of paper undestroyed, save such memoranda as bear directly on his studies. This done, he tums to his wardrobe, selects a few articles of ordinary wear, among change of stout shoes and socks for walking, and packs these in a knapsack. This knapsack is new, and he bought it in the High Street yesterday. He also purchased, at the same time and at the same place, a heavy walking stick, strong in the handle for the grip of the hand, an iron shod. He tfnes this, swings it, poises it, and lays it by, with the knapsack, on a window seat. By this time his arrangements are complete. He dresses for going out, and is in the act of going, indeed has left his room, and has met the minor canon on the staircase, coming out of his bedroom upon the same story, when he tums back agam for his walking stick, thinking he will carry it now. Mr. Crisparkle, who has paused on the staircase, sees it in his hand on his immediately reappearing, takes it from him, and asks him with a smile how he chooses a stick. "Really, I don't know that I understand the subject," he answers. "Much too heavy, Neville, much too heavy. To rest upon in a long walk, sir." "I chose it for its weight." "Rest upon," repeats Mr. Crisparkle, throwing himself into pedestrian form. You merely balance with it. You don't rest upon." "I shall know better, with practice, sir. I have not lived in a walking country, you know." "True," says Mr. Crisparkle "get mto a little training, and we will have a few score miles together. I should leave you nowhere now. Do you come back before dinner?" "I think not, as we dine early." Mr. Crisparkle gives him a bright nod and a cheerful expressing, not without intention, absolute confidence and ease. Neville repairs to the nun's house, and requests that Miss Landless may be informed that her brother is there. By appointment he waits at the gate, not even crossing the threshold, for he is on his parole not to put himself in Rose's way. His sister is at least as mindful of the obligation they have taken on themselves as he can be, and loses not a moment in joining him. They meet affectionately, avoid lingering there, and walk towards the upper inland country. "I am not going to tread upon forbidden ground, Helena," says Neville, when they have walked some distance and are tumming. "You will understand in another moment that I cannot help referring to what shall I say? My infatuation. Had you not better avoid it, Neville?" You know that I can hear nothing. You can hear, my dear, what Crisparkle has heard, and heard with approval. Yes, I can hear so much. Well, it is this. I am not only unsettled and unhappy myself, but I am conscious of unsettling and interfering with other people. How do I know that, but for my unfortunate presence, you, and, the rest of that former party, our engaging guardian excepted, might be dining cheerfully in Minor Canon Corner tomorrow. Indeed it probably would be so. I can see too well that I am not high the old lady's opinion, and it is easy to understand what an irksome clog I must be upon the hospitalities of her orderly house, especially at this time of year, when I must be kept asunder from this persecute, and there is such a reason for my not being brought into contact with that person, and an unfavorable reputation has preceded me with such another person, and so on. I have put this very gently to Mr. Crisparkle, for you know his self-denying ways, but still I have put it. 1.1 I have laid much greater stress upon at the sannal time is, that I am engaged in a miserable struggle with myself, and glad a little change and absence may enable me to come through it the better. So, the weather being bright and hard, I am going on a walking expedition, and intend taking myself out of way, my own included, I hope, tomorrow morning. I intend to come back in a fortnight and going quite alone. I am much better without company, even if there were anyone but you to bear me company, my dear Helena. Mr. Crisparkle entirely agrees, you say. Entirely. I are not sure but that at first he was inclined to think it rather a scheme, and one that might do a mind harm. But we took a walk last Monday night, to talk it over at leisure, and I represented the case to him as it really is. I showed him that I do want to conquer myself, and that, this evening well got over, it is surely better that I should be away from here just now, than here. I could hardly help meeting certain #opal walking together here, and that could do no and is certainly not the way to forget a fortnight hence. That chance will probably be over, for the time, and when it again onses for the last time, why, I can again go away. Farther, I really do feel hopeful of bracing exercise and wholesome fatigue. You know that Mr. Crisparkle allows such things their nil weight the preservation of his own sound mind his own sound body, and that his just spirit is not likely to maintain one set of natural laws for himself and another for me. He yielded to my view of the matter, when convinced that I was honestly in earnest, and so, with his full consent, I start tomorrow morning early enough to be not only out of the streets, but off hearing of the bells, when the good #opal go to church. Helena thinks it over, and thinks well of it. Mr. Crisparkle doing so, she would do so, she does originally, out of her own mind, think well of it, as a healthy project, denoting a sincere endeavour and an active attempt at self-correction. She is inclined to pity him, poor fellow, for going away solitary on the great Christmas festival, but she feels it much more to the purpose to encourage him, and she does encourage him. He will write to her? He will write to her every alternate day, and tell her all his adventures. He send clothes on in advance of him? My dear Helena, no. Travel like a pilgrim, with wallet and staff. Is packed, and ready for strapping on, and here is my staff, my wallet, or my knapsack. He hands it to her. She makes the same remark as Crisparkle, that it is very heavy, and gives it back to him, asking what wood it is? Ironwood. Up to this point he has been extremely cheerful. Perhaps, the having to carry his case with her, and therefore to present it in its brightest aspect, has roused his spirits. Perhaps, the having done so with success, is followed by a revulsion. As the day closes in, and the city lights begin to spring up before them, he grows depressed. I wish I were not going to this dinner, Helena. Dear Neville, is it worthwhile to care much about it? Think how it will be over. How soon it will be over, he repeats gloomily. Yes. But I don't like it. There may be a moment's awkwardness, she cheeringly represents to him, but it can only last a moment. He is quite sure of himself. I wish I felt as sure of everything else, as I feel of myself, he answers her. How strangely you speak, dear. Ivy hat do you mean? Helena, I don't know. I only know that I don't like it what a strange dead weight there is in the. She calls his attention to those copperous clouds beyond the river, and says that the wind is risen. He scarcely speaks again, until he takes leave of her, at the gate of the nun's house. She does not immediately enter, when Ollie have pained, but remains looking after him along the street. Twice he passes the gatehouse, reluctant to enter. At length, the cathedral clock chiming 1/4, with a rapid tum he hurries in. And so he goes up the postern stair. Edwin Drood passes a solitary day. Something of deeper moment than he had thought has gone of his life, and the silence of his own chamber he wept for it last night. Though die image of Miss Landless still hovers in the background of his mind, the pretty little affectionate creature, so much firmer and wiser than he had supposed, occupies its stronghold. It is with some misgiving of his own unwomanliness that he thinks of her, and of what they might have been to one another, if he had been more in earnest some time ago, if he had set a higher value on her, if, instead of accepting his lot in life as an inheritance of course, he had studied the right way to its appreciation and enhancement. And still, for all this, and though there is a sharp heartache in all this, the vanity and caprice of youth sustain that handsome figure of Miss Landless in the background. Off eyes, that was a curious look of Rose's when they parted at the gate. Did it mean that she saw below the surface of his thoughts, and down into their twilight depths? Scarcely that, for it was a look of astonished and keen inquiry. He decides that he cannot understand it, though it was remarkably expressive. As he only waits for M.L. Grugius now, and will depart immediately after having seen him, he takes a sauntering leave of the ancient city and its neighbourhood. He recalls the time when Rosa and he walked here or there, mere children, full of the dignity of being engaged. Poor children! He thinks, with a pitying sadness. Finding that his watch has stopped #D, he turns into the jeweller's shop, to have it wound and set. The jeweller is knowing on the subject of a bracelet, which he begs leave to submit, in a general and quite aimless way. It would suit, he considers, a young bride, to perfection, especially if of a rather diminutive style of beauty. Finding the bracelet but coldly looked at, the jeweller invites attention to a tray of rings for gentlemen. Here is a style of ring, now, he remarks, a very chaste signet, which gentlemen are much given to purchasing, when changing their conduct lawn. A ring of a very responsible appearance. With the date of their wedding day engraved inside, several gentlemen have preferred it to any other kind of memento. The rings are as coldly viewed as the bracelet. Edwin tells the tempter that he wears no or but his watch and chain, which were his mother's, and his shirt pin. That I was aware ot is the jeweller's reply, for Mr. Jasper dropped in for a watch glass the other day, and, in fact, I showed these articles to him, remarking that if he should wish to make a present to a gentleman relative, on any particular occasion, but he said with a smile that he had an inventory in his mind of all the jewellery his gentleman relative ever wore, namely, his watch and cham, and his shin-pin. Still, the jeweller considers, that might not apply to all times, though applying to the present time. 20 minutes past 2, Mr. Drood, I set your watch at. Let me recommend you not to let it run to a sill. Edwin takes his watch, puts it and goes out, thinking, dear old Jack. If I were to make an extra crease in my neck-cloul, he would think it worth noticing. He strolls about, to pass the time until the dinner hour. Cloisterham seems reproachful to him. It somehow happens that day, has fault to find with him, as if he had not used it well, but is far more #ensive with him than angry. His wonted carelessness is replaced by a wistful looking at, and dwelling upon, all the old landmarks. He will soon be far away, and may never see them again, he thinks. Poor youth! Poor youth! As dusk draws on, he paces the monk's vineyard. He has walked to and fro, null half an hour by the cathedral chimes, and it has closed in dark, before he becomes quite aware of a woman crouching on the ground near a wicket gate in a corner. The gate commands a cross by path, little used in the gloaming, and the figure must have been there all the time, though he has but gradually and lately made it out. He strikes into that path, and walks up to the wicket. By the light of a lamp near it, he sees that the woman is of a haggard appearance, and that her weazened chin is resting on her hands, and thither eyes are staring, with an unwinking, blind sort of steadfastness, before her. Always kindly, but moved to be unusually kind this evening, and having bestowed kind words on most of the children and aged people he has met, he at once bends down, and speaks to this woman. "Are you ill?" "No, Dean," she answers, without looking at him, and with no departure from her strange blind stare. "Are you blind?" "No, Dean." "Are you lost, homeless, mint? Moving? Ivy hat is the matter, that you stay here in the cold so long?" Without by slow and stiff efforts, she appears to contract her vision until it can rest upon him, and then a curious film passes over her, and she begins to shake. He straightens himself, recoils a step, and looks down at her in a dread amazement, for he seems to know her. Good heaven, he thinks, next moment. Like Jack that night. As he looks down at her, she looks up at him, and witun #rs, "My lungs is weakly, my lungs is dream bad. Poor me, my cough is rattling dry," and coughs in confirmation horribly. "Where do you come from?" "Come from London, dd_, where are you gong to?" Her cough still rending her. "Back to London, dearie_, I came here, looking for a needle in a haystack, and I ain't found it. Look dearie, give me 3 and 6pence, and don't you be afeard for me. I'll get back to London then, and trouble no one. I'm in a business. All, me. It's slack, and times is bad. But I can make a shin to live by it." "Do you eat opium?" "Smokes it," she replies widey difficulty, still racked by her cough. "Give me 3 and 6pence, and I'll lay it out well, and get back. If you don't give me 3 and 6pence, don't give me a brass merden _, and if I do give me 3 and 6 #NCE, dearie, I'll tell you something." He counts the money from his pocket, and puts it in her hand. She instantly clutches it tight, and rises to her feet with a croaking laugh of satisfaction. "Bless yet! Hark dear gentleman _, what's your CHNSN name?" Edwin, she repeats, trailing off into a drowsy repetition of the word, and then asks suddenly, "Is the short of that name Eddie?" "It is sometimes called so," he replies, with the color starting to his face. "Don't sweethearts call it so?" she asks, pondering. "How should I know? Haven't you a sweetheart, upon your soul?" "None." She is moving away, with another bless yet, and thank ye, dearie, when he adds, "Me something, you may as well do so. You were to tell so I was. Well, then. Wis #r_, you be thankful that your name ain't Ned _." He looks at her quite steadily, as he asks, "You he?" "Because it's a bad name to have just now." "How a bad name?" "A threatened name. A dangerous name _" The proverb says that threatened men live long, he tells her, lightly. "Then Ned, so threatened is he, wherever he may be while I am talking to you, dear, should live to all eternity," replies the woman. She has leaned forward to say it in his ear, with her forefinger shaking before his eyes, and now huddles herself together, and with another bless yet, and thank ye, goes away in the direction of the traveller's Elking house. This is not an inspiritum close to a dull day. Alone, in a sequestered place, surrounded by vestiges of old time and decay, it rather has a tendency to call a shudder mto being. He makes for the streets, and resolves as he walks on to say nothing of this tonight, but to mention it to Jack, who alone calls him Ned, as an odd coincidence, tomorrow, of course only as a coincidence, and not as anything better worth remembering. Still, it holds to him, as many thmgs much better worth remembering never did. He has another mile or so, to linger out before the dinner hour, and, when he walks over the bridge and by the river, the woman's words are in the rising wind, in the angry sky, in the troubled water, in the flickering lights. There is some solemn echo of them even in the cathedral chime, which strikes a sudden surprise to his heart as he comes in under the archway of the gatehouse. And so he goes up the postern stair. John Jasper passes a more agreeable and cheerful day than either of his guests. Having no music lessons to give in the holiday season, his time is his own, but for cathedral services. He is early among the shopkeepers, ordering little table luxuries that his nephew likes. His nephew will not be with him long, he tells his provision dealers, and so must be petted and made much of while out on his hospitable preparations. He looks in on Mr. Sapsea, and mentions that dear Ned and that inflammable young spark of Mr. Crisparkle's, are to dine at the gatehouse today, and make up their difference. Mr. Sapsea is by no means friendly towards the inflammable young spark. He says that his complexion is un-English. And when Mr. Sapsea has once declared anything to be he considers that thing everlastingly sunk the bottomless pit. John Jasper is duly sorry to hear M.L. Sapsea speak thus, for he knows right well that Mr. Sapsea never speaks without a meaning, and that he has a subtle trick of being right. Sapsea, by a very remarkable coincidence, is of exactly that opinion. Mr. Jasper is in Butitll voice this day. In the pathetic supplication to have his heart inclined to keep this law, he quite astonishes his fellows by his melodious power. He has never sung dim cult music with such skill and harmony, as in this day's anthem. His nervous temperament is occasionally prone to take dim cult music a little too quickly. Today, his time is perfect. These results are probably attained through a grand composure of the spirits. The mere mechanism of his throat is a little tender, for he wears, both with his singing robe and with his ordinary dress, a large black scarf of strong close-woven silk, slung loosely round his neck. But his composure is so noticeable, that Mr. Crisparkle's acts of it as they come out from vespers. I must thank you, Jasper, for the pleasure with which I have heard you today. Beautiful! Delightful! You could not have so outdone yourself, I hope, without being wonderfully well. I am wonderfully well. Nothing unequal, says the minor canon, with a smooth motion of his hand, nothing unsteady, nothing forced, nothing avoided, all thoroughly done in a masterly manner, with effect self-command. Thank you. I hope so, if it is not much to say. One would think, Jasper, you had been trying a new medicine for that occasional indisposition of no, really? That's well observed, for I have. Then stick to it, my good fellow, says Mr. Sparkle, clapping him on the shoulder with friendly encouragement. Stick to it. I will. I congratulate you, Crisparkle pursues, as they come out of the cathedral, on all accounts. Thank you, Agim. I will walk round to the corner with you, if you don't object. I have plenty of time before my company come, and I want to say a word to you, which I think you will not be displeased to hear. Well, we were speaking, the other evening, of my black humours. Mr. Crisparkle's face falls, and he shakes his head deploringly. I said, you know, that I should make you an antidote to those black humours, and you said #0 I would consign them to the flannels. And I still hope so, Jasper. With die best reason in the world. I mean to burn this year's diary at the year's end. Because you, M.L. Crisparkle brightens greatly as he thus begins. You anticipate me. Because I feel all it I have been out of sorts, gloomy, bilious, brain oppressed, whatever it may be. You said I had been exaggerative. So I have. Mr. Carellsparkle's brightened face brightens still more. I couldn't see it then, because I was out of suns, but I am in a healthier state now, and I acknowledge it with genuine pleasure. I made a great deal of a very little, that's the fact. It does me, cries Mr. Crisparkle, to hear you say it. A man leading a monotonous life, Jasper, and getting his nerves, or his stomach, out of order, dwells upon an idea until it loses its proportions. That was my case with the idea in question. So I shall burn the evidence of my case, when the book is full, and begin the next volume with a clearer vision. This is better, says Mr. Crisparkle, stopping at the steps of his own door to shake hands, than I could have hoped. Why, naturally, returns Jasper. You had but little reason to hope that I should become more like yourself. You are always training yourself to be, mind and body, as clear as crystal, and you always are, and never change, whereas I am a muddy, solitary, moping weed. However, I have got over that mope. Shall I wait, while you ask if Mr. Neville has left for my place? If not, he and I may walk round together. I think, says Mr. Crisparkle, opening the entrance door with his key, that he left some time ago. At least I know he'll, and I think he has not come back, but I'll inquire. You won't come in? My company wait, said JAS#R, with a smile. The minor canon disappears, and in a few moments returns. As he thought, Mr. Neville has not come back. Indeed, as he remembers now, Neville said he would probably go straight to the gatehouse. Bad manners in a host, says Jasper. My company will be there before me. That I don't find my company embracing. What will you bet? I will bet, or I would, if ever I did bet, returns Mr. Crisparkle, that your company will have a gay entertainer this evening. Jasper nods, and laughs good night. He retraces his steps to the cathedral door, and turns down past it to the gatehouse. He sings, in a low voice and with delicate expression as he walks along. It still seems as if a false note were not within his power tonight, and as if nothing could hurry or retard him. Ambing thus under the arched entrance of his dwelling, he pauses for an instant in the shelter to pull off that great black scarf, and bang it in a loop upon his arm. For that brief time, his face is knitted and stern, but it immediately clears, as he resumes his sing, and his way, and so he goes up the postern stair. The red light bums steadily all the evening in the lighthouse on the marm of the tide of busy life. Softened sounds and hum of trompe pass it and flow on irregularly into the lonely precincts, but very little else goes by, save violent rushes of WMD_. It comes on to blow a boisterous gale_. The precincts are never particularly well lighted, but the strong blasts of wind blow out many of the lamps, in some instances shattering the frames too, and bringing the glass rattling to the ground. They are unusually dark tonight. The darkness is augmented and calmed by flying dust from the earth, dry twigs from the trees, and great ragged fragments from the rooks' nests up in the tower. The trees themselves so toss and creak, as this tangible part of the darkness madly whirls about, that they seem in peril of being torn out of the earth, while ever and again a crack, and a rushing fall, denote that some large branch has yielded to the storm. Not such power of wind has blown for many a winter night. Chimneys topple in the streets, and #opal hold to end corners, and to one another, to keep themselves upon their feet. The violent rushes abate not, increase in frequency and ftry until at midnight, when the streets are empty, the storm goes along them, rattling at all the latches, and tearing at all the shutters, as if warning the #opal to get up and fly with it, rather than have the roofs brought down their brains. Still, the red light bums steadily. Nothing is steady but the red light all the night. The wind blows, and abates not. But early in the morning, when there is barely enough light in the east to dim the stars, it begins to lull. From that time, with occasional wild charges, like a wounded monster dymg, it drops and sinks, and at full daylight it is dead. It is then seen die at the hands of the cathedral clock are tom off, that lead from the roof has been stripped #d away, rolled up, and blown into the close, and that some stones have been displaced upon the summit of the great tower. Christ RNA's moming though it be, it is necessary to send up workmen, to ascertain the extent of the damage done. These, led by Durdles, go aloft, while ML Tope and a crowd of early idlers gather down in Minor Canon Comer, shadm their eyes and watch for their appearance up there. This cluster is suddenly broken and put aside by the hands of Mr. Jasper, all the gazing eyes are brought down to the earth by his loudly inquiring of Mr. Crisparkle, at an open window, Ivy here is my nephew? He has not been here. Is he not with you? No. He went dovm to the river last night with Mr. Neville, to look at the storm, and has not been back. Call Mr. Neville. He left this moming, early. Left this moming early? Let me in. Let me in. There is no more looking up at the tower, now. All the assembled eyes are tummed on Mr. Jasper, white, half-dressed, panting, and clinging to the rall before the Minor Canon's house. Chapter 15, NV1 Peached Neville Landless had started so early and walked at so good a pace, that when the church bells urged to ring in Cloisterham for morning service, he was 8 miles away. As he wanted his breakfast by that time, having set Follow on a crust of bread, he stopped at the next roadside tavern to refresh visitors in want of breakfast, unless they were horses or cattle, for which class of guests there was preparation enough in the way of water trough and hay, were so unusual at the sign of the tilted wagon, that it took a long time to get the wagon into the track of tea and toast and bacon. Neville in the interval, sitting in a sanded parlour, wondering in how long a time after he had gone, the sneery fire of damp faggots would begin to make somebody else warm. Indeed, the tilted wagon, as a cool establishment on the top of a hill, where the ground before the door was puddled with damp hoofs and trodden straw, where a scolding landlady slapped a moist baby, with one red sock on and one wanting, in the bar, where the cheese was cast aground upon a shelf, in company with a mouldy tablecloth and a green-handled knife, in a sort of cast-iron canoe, where the pale-faced bread shed tears of crumb over its shipwreck, in another ca_nw where the family linen, half-washed and half-dried, led a public life of lying about, where everything to drink was drunk out of mugs, and everything else was suggestive of a rhyme to mugs. The tilted wagon, all these things considered, hardly kept its painted promise of providing good entertainment for man and beast. However, in the present case, was not critical, but took what entertainment he could get, and went on again after a longer rest than he needed. He stopped at some quarter of a mile from the house, hesitating whether to pursue the road, or to follow a cart track between two high hedgerows, which led across the slope of a breezy heath, and evidently stmck into the road again by and by. He decided in favour of this latter track, and pursued it with some toll, the rise being steep, and the way worn into deep mts_. He was laboring along, when he became aware of some other pedestrians behind him. As they were coming up at a faster pace than his, he stood aside, against one of the high banks, to let them pass. But their manner was very curious. Only 4 of them passed. Other 4 slackened speed, and loitered as mdend to follow him when he should go on. The remainder of the party, a dozen perhaps, tummed, and went back at a great rate. He looked at the 4 behind him, and he looked at the 4 before him. They all returned his look. He resumed his way. The 4 in advance went on, constantly looking back. 4 in the rear came closing up. When they all ranged out from the narrow track upon the open slope of the heath, and this order was maintained, let him diverge as he would to either side, there was no longer to doubt that he was beset by these fellows. He stopped, as a last test, and they all stopped. "Why do you attend upon me in this way?" he asked the whole. "Are you a pack of thieves?" "Don't answer him," said one of the number, he did not see which. Better be quiet, repeated Neville. Replied Ivanhoe said so. It's good advice, whichever of you skulkers gave it, he went on angrily. I will not submit to be in between 4 men there, and 4 men there. I wish to pass, and I mean to pass. Those 4 in front, they were all standing still, himself included. If 8 men, or 4 men, or 2 men, set upon one, he proceeded, growing more, the one has no chance but to set his mark upon some of them, and, by the Lord, I'll do it, if I am interrupted any farther. Shouldering his heavy stick, and quickening his pace, he shot on to pass the 4 ahead. The largest and strongest man of the number changed swiftly to the side on which he came up, and dexterously closed with him and went down with him, but not before the heavy stick had descended. Let him be, said this man in a suppressed voice, as they struggled together on the grass. Play. His is the build of a girl to mine, and he's got a weight strapped to his back besides. Him alone I'll manage him. Fair let. After a little rolling about in a close scume which caused the faces of both to be besmeared with blood, the man took his knee from Neville's chest, and rose, saying, There. Now take him arm in arm, any 2 of you. It was immediately done. As to our being a pack of thieves, Mr. Landless, said the man, as he spat some blood, and #D more from his face, you know better than that at midday. We wouldn't have touched you if you hadn't forced us. We're going to take you round to the high road, anyhow, and you'll find help enough against thieves there, if you want it. Wipe his face, somebody, see how it's trickling down him. When his face was cleansed, Neville recognized in the speaker, Joe, driver of the Cloisterham omnibus, whom he had seen but once, and that on the day of Offal's arrival. And what I recommend you for the present, is, don't talk, Mr. Landless. You'll find a friend waiting for you, at the high road, gone ahead by the other way when we split into 2 parties, and you had much better say nothing till you come up with him. Bring that stick along, somebody else, and let's be moving. Utterly bewildered, Neville stared around him and said not a word. Walking between his 2 conductors, who held his arms in theirs, he went on, as Adrian, until came again to the high road, and into the midst of a little group of people. The men who had turned back were among the group, and its central figures were Mr. Jasper and Crisparkle. Neville's conductors took him up to Die Minor Canon, and there released him, as an act of deference to that gentleman. Ivy Hat, is all this, sir? Ivy Hat is the matter? I feel as if I had lost my senses, cried Neville, the group closing in around him. Where is my nephew? Asked Jasper, wildly. Ivy, here is your nephew, #aided Neville. Why do you ask me? I ask you, retorted Jasper, because you were the last person in his company, and he is not to be found, cried Neville, aghast. Stay, said Mr. Sparkle permit me, Jasper. Neville, you are confounded, collect your thoughts, it is of great importance that you should collect your thoughts. Attend to me, I will fry, sir, but I seem mad. You left Mr. Jasper last night with Edwin Drood. Yes, at what hour? Was it at 12 o'clock, asked Neville, with his hand to his confused head, and #alm to Jasper. Quite right, said Mr. Crisparkle, the hour Mr. Jasper has already narned to me. To the river together. Undoubtedly. To see the action of the wind there. What followed? How long did you stay there? You went down about 10 minutes, I should say, not more. We then walked together to your house, and he took leave of me at the door. Did he say that he was going down to the river again? No. He said that he was going straight back. The bystanders looked at one another, and at Mr. Crisparkle. To whom Jasper, who had been intensely watching Neville, said, in a low, distinct, suspicious voice, what are those stains upon his dress? All eyes were turned towards the blood upon his clothes. And here are the sannel stains upon this stick, said Jasper, taking it from the hand of the man who held it. I know the stick to be his, and he carried it last night. What does this mean? In the name of God, say what it means, Neville, urged ML Crisparkle _ that man. And I said Neville, out his late adversary, had a struggle for the stick just now, and you may see the sannel marks on him, sir. What was I to suppose, when I found myself molested by 8 people? Could I dream of the true reason they would give me none at all? They admitted that they had thought it discreet to be silent, and that the struggle had taken place. And yet the Veneer men who had seen it looked darkly at the smears which the bright cold air had already deemed _ We must return, Neville, said Mr. Crisparkle. Of course you will be glad to come back to clear of Sir Mr. Landless will walk at my side, the Minor Canon continued, around him Neville. Come, they set on the walk back, and the others, with one exception, straggled after them at vonous distances. Jasper walked on the other side of Neville, and never quitted that he was silent, while Mr. Crisparkle more than once aided his former questions, and while Neville repeated his former answers, also, while they both hazarded some explanatory conjectures. He was obstinately silent, because Mr. Crisparkle's manner directly appealed to him to take some part in the discussion, and no appeal would move his fixed NCE_ when they drew near to the city, and it was suggested by the Minor Canon that they might do well in calling on the mayor at once. He assented with a stem nod, but he spake no word until they stood in Mr. Sapsea's parlour. Mr. Sapsea being informed by Mr. Crisparkle of the circumstances under which they desired to make a voluntary statement before him, Mr. Jasper broke silence by declaring that he placed his whole reliance, humanly #aching, on Mr. Sapsea's #netration. There was no conceivable reason why his nephew should have suddenly absconded, unless Mr. Sapsea could suggest one, and then he would defer. There was no intelligible likelihood of his having returned to the river, and been accidentally drovned in the dark, unless it should appear likely to Mr. Sapsea, and then again he would defer. He washed his hands as clean as he could of all horrible suspicions, unless it should appear to Sapsea that some such were inseparable from his last companion before his disappearance, not on good terms with previously, and once more, he would defer. His own state of mind, he being distracted with doubts, and labouring under dismal apprehensions, was not to be safely trusted, but Sapsea's was. Mr. Sapsea expressed his opinion that the case had a dark look, in short, and here his eyes rested full on Neville's countenance, an un-English complexion. Having made this grand point, he wandered into a denser haze and maze of nonsense than even a mayor might have been expected to disport himself in, and came out of it with the brilliant discovery that to take the life of a fellow creature was to take something that didn't belong to you. He wavered whether or no he should at once issue his warrant for the committal of Neville Landless to jail, under circumstances of grave suspicion, and he might have gone so far as to do it but for the indignant protest of the Minor Canon, who undertook for the young man's remaining in his own house, and being produced by his own hands, Hanover demanded. Mr. Jas #R then understood Mr. Sapsea to suggest that the river should be dragged, that its banks should be rigidly examined, that particulars of the disappearance should be sent to all outlying places, and to indict placards and advertisements should be widely circulated imploring Edwin Drood, if for any unknown reason he had withdrawn himself from his uncle's home and society, to take pity on that loving kinsman's sore bereavement and distress, and somehow inform him that he was yet alive. Mr. Sapsea was effectively understood, for this was exactly his meaning, though he had said nothing about it, and measures were taken towards all these ends immediately. It would be difficult to determine which was the more oppressed with horror and amazement, Neville Landless, or John Jasper. But that Jasper's position forced him to be active, while Neville's forced him to be passive, there would have been nothing to choose between each was bowed down and broken. With the earliest light of the next morning, men were at work upon the river, and other men, most of whom volunteered for the service, were lining the banks. All the livelong day the search went on, upon the river, with barge and pole, and drag and net, upon the muddy and rushy shore, with jack-boots, hatchet, spade, rope, dogs, and all imaginable appliances. Even at night the river was specked with lanterns, and lurid with fires. Far-off creeks, into which the tide washed as it changed, had their knots of watchers, listening to the lapping of the stream, and looking out for any burden it might bear. Remote shingly causeways near the sea, and lonely ponds off which there was a race of water, had their unwonted flaring cressets and rough-coated figures when the next day dawned, but no trace of Edwin Drood revisited the light of the sun all that day. The search went on. Now, in barge and boat, and now ashore among the osiers, or tramping amidst mud and stakes and jagged stones and low-lying places, where solitary watermarks and signals of strange shallows showed like spectres, John Jasper worked and toiled. But to no purpose, for still no trace of Edwin Droocl revisited the light of the sun. Setting his watches for that night again, so that vigilant eyes should be kept on every change of tide, he went home exhausted. Unkempt and disordered, bade a bed with mud that had dried upon him, and with much of his clottel_ng Tom to rags, he had but just dropped into his easy chair, when Mr. Grugius stcl before him. "This is strange news," said Mr. Grugius_strange and fearful news. Jasper had merely lifted up his heavy eyes to say it and now dropped them again as he drooped, out, over one side of his easy chair. Mr. Grugius smoothed his head and face, and stood looking at the fire. "How is your ward?" asked Jas_R, after a time, in a faint, fatigued voice. "Poor little thing. You may imagine her condition." "Have you seen his sister?" inquired Jas_R, as before av hose. The curtness of the counter-question, and the cool, slow manner in which, as he put it, Ml Grugius moved his eyes from the fire to his companion's face, might at any other time have been exasperating. In his depression and exhaustion, Jas_R merely opened his eyes to say, "The suspected young man's "Do you suspect him?" asked Mr. Grugius "I don't know what to think. I cannot make up my mind." "Nor I," said Mr. Grugius "but as you spoke of him as the suspected young, I thought you had made up your mind." "I have just left Miss Landless. That is her state. Defiance of all suspicion, and unbounded faith in her brother. Poor thing! However," pursued Mr. Grugius, "it is not of her that I came to speak, it is of my ward. A communication to make that will surprise you. At least, it has surprised me. I have." Jasper, with a groaning sigh, tummed wearily in his chair. "Shall I put it off till tomorrow?" said Mr. Grugius. "Surprise you? Mind, I warn you, that I think it will." More attention and concentration came into John Jasper's eyes as they caught sight of Ml Grugius smoothing his head and again looking at the fire, but now, with a compressed and determined mouth. "That is it?" demanded Jasper, becoming upright in his chair. "To be sure," said Grugius, provokingly slowly and intently, as he kept his eyes on the fire, "one might have known it sooner. She gave me the opening, but I am such an exceedingly angular man, that it never occurred to me. I took all for granted." "That is it?" demanded Jasper once more. Mr. Grugius, alternately opening and shutting the palms of his hands as he warmed them at the fire, and fixedly at him sideways, and never changing either his action or his look in all that followed, went on to reply. "This young couple, the lost youth and Miss Rosa, my ward, though so long betrothed, and so long recognized their betrothal, and so near being married," Mr. Grugius saw a staring white face, and two quivering white lips, in the easy chair, and saw two muddy hands gripping its sides. But for the hands, he might have thought he had never seen the face. This young couple came gradually to the discover, made on both sides pretty equally, I think, that they would be happier and better, both in their present and their future lives, as affectionate men's, or say rather as brother and sister, than as husband and wife. Mr. Grugius saw a lead-coloured face in the easy chair, and on its surface dreadful staffing drops or bubbles, as if of steel. This young couple formed at length the healthy resolution of interchanging their discoveries, #N1Y, sensibly, and tenderly. They met for that purpose. After some innocent and generous talk, they agreed to dissolve their existing, and their intended, relations, for ever and ever. Mr. Grugius saw a ghastly figure rise, open-mouthed, from the easy chair, and lift its outspread hands towards its head. One of this young couple, and that one your nephew, fear however, that in the tenderness of your affection for him you would be bitterly disappointed by so wide a departure from his projected life, forbore to tell you the secret, for a few days, and left it to be disclosed by me, when I should come down to speak to you, and he would be gone. I speak to you, and he is gone. Mr. Grugius saw the ghastly figure throw back its head, clutch its hair with its hands, and tum with a mything action from him. I have now said all I have to say, except that this young couple parted, firmly, though not without tears and sorrow, on the evening when you last saw them together. Mr. Grugius heard a terrible shriek, and saw no ghastly figure, sitting or standing, saw nothing, a heap of torn and miry clothes upon the floor. Not changing his action even then, he opened and shut the palms of his hands as he warmed them, and looked down at it. Chapter WI, Devoted. When John Jasper recovered from his fit or swoon, he found himself being tended by Mr. and Mrs. Tope, whom his visitor had summoned for the purpose. His visitor, wooden of aspect, sat stiffly in a chair, with his hands upon his knees, watching his recovier there. "You've come to nicely now, sir," said the tearful Mrs. Tope. "You were thoroughly worn out, and no wonder." "A man," said M.L. Grugius, with his usual air of repeating a lesson, "cannot have his rest broken, and his mind cruelly tormented, and his body overdead by fatigue, without being thoroughly worn. I fear I have alarmed you." Jasper apologized faintly, when he was helped into his easy chair. "Not at all, I thank you," answered Mr. Grugius. "You are too considerate." "Not at all, I thank you," answered Mr. Grugius again. "You must take some wine, sir," said NFRS_ to #, "and the jelly that I had ready for you, and that you wouldn't put your lips to it, though I warned you what would come of it, you know, and you not breakfasted, and you must have a wing of the roast fowl that has been put back 20 times if it's been put back once. It shall all be on table in 5 minutes, and this good gentleman belike will stop and see you take it." This gentleman replied with a snort, which might mean yes, or no, or anything or nothing, and which Mrs. Tope would have found highly mystifying, but that her attention was divided by the service of the table. "You will take something with me," said Jasper, as the cloth was laid. "I couldn't get a morsel down my throat, I think," answered Grugius. Jasper both ate and drank almost voraciously. Combined with the hurry in his mode of doing it, was an evident indifference to the taste of what he took, suggesting diet. He ate and drank to fortify himself against any other failure of the spirits, far more than to gratify his palate. Mr. Grugius in the meantime sat upright with no expression in his face, and a hard kind of imperturbably protest all over him, as though he would have said, in reply to some invitation to discourse, couldn't originate the faintest approach to an observation on any subject whatever. "I thank you. Do you know," said JAS_R, when he had pushed away his plate and glass, and had sat meditating for a few minutes, "do you know that I find some crumbs of comfort in the communication with which you have so much amazed me?" "Do you?" resumed Mr. Grugius, pretty plainly adding the unspoken clause "you." "I don't, I think." After recovering from the shock of a piece of news of my dear boy, so entirely unexpected, and so destructive of all the castles I had built for him, and after having had time to think of it, yes. "I shall be glad to pick up your CMMBS, said Mr. Grugius, dryly. "Is there not, or is dire, if I deceive myself, tell me so, and shorten my pain. Is there not, or is there, hope that, finding himself in this new position and becoming sensitively alive to the burden of explanation, in this quarter, and that, and the other, with which it would load him, he avoided the awkwardness, and took to flight? Such a thing might be, said Mr. Grewgious, pondering. Such a thing has 10. I have read of cases in which people, rather than face a 7 days' wonder, and have to account for themselves to the idle and impertinent, have taken themselves away, and been long unheard of. I believe such things have, said Mr. Grewgious, pondering still. I had, and could have, no suspicion, pursued Jasper, eagerly following the new track, that the dear lost boy had withheld anything from me, most of all, such a leading matter as this. What gleam of light was there for me in the whole black sky? 1.1 Hen I supposed that his intended wife was here, and his marriage close at hand. How could I entertain thee of his voluntarily leaving this place, in a manner that would be so unaccountable, capricious, and cruel? But now that I know what you have told me, is there no little chink rough which day pierces? Supposing him to have disappeared of his own act, is not his disappearance more accountable and less cruel? The fact of his having just parted from your ward, is in itself a soft of reason for his going away. It does not make his mysterious departure the less cruel to me, it is true, but it relieves it of cruelty to her. Mr. Grewgious could not but assent to this. And even as to me, continued Jasper, still pursuing the new track, with ardour, and, as he did so, brightening with hope, he knew that you were coming to me, he knew that you were interested to tell me what you have told me. If your doing so has awakened a new train of thought in my perplexed mind, it reasonably follows that, from the same premises, he might have foreseen the inferences that I should draw. Grant that he did foresee them, and even the cmelty to me, and who ar'n I? John Jasper, music master, vanishes. Once more, Grewgious could not but assent to this. I have had my distrusts, and temple distrust's they have been, said Jasper, but your disclosure, overpowering as it was at first, showing me that my own dear boy had had a great disappointing reservation from me, who so fondly loved Camdel's hope idlen me. You do not extinguish it when I state it, but admit it to be a reasonable hope. I begin to believe it possible, here he clasped his hands, that he may have disappeared from among us of his own accord, and that he may yet be alive and well. Mr. Sparkle Canelin at the moment to whom Mr. Jasper repeated, I begin to believe it one me that he may have disappeared of his own accord, and may yet be alive and well. Mr. Crisparkle taking a seat and inquiring, why so? M.L. Jassel repeated the arguments he had just set forth. If they had been less plausible than they were, the mercanon's mind would have been in a state of preparation to receive as exculpatory of his unfortunate pupil. But he did really attach great importance to the lost young man's having been, so immediately before his disappearance, placed in a new and embarrassing relation towards every one acquainted with his projects and affairs, and the fact seemed to him to present the question in a new light. I stated to Mr. Sapsea, when we waited on him, said Jasper, as he really had done, that there was no quarrel or difference between the two young men at their last meeting. We all know that their first meeting was unfortunately very far from amicable, but all went smoothly and quietly when they were last together at my house. My dear was not in his usual spirits, he was depressed, I noticed that, and I am bound henceforth to dwell upon the circumstance the more, now that I know there was a special reason for his depressed. Moreover, urge may possibly have induced him to absent himself. I pray to heaven it may tum out so, exclaimed M.L. Crisparkle_ I pray to heaven it may tum out so, repeated Jasper. You know, and Grewgious should now know likewise, that I took a grate against Mr. Neville Landless, arising out of his furious conduct on that first occasion. You know that I cannot to you, extremely apprehensive, on my dear boy's behalf, of his mad violence. You know that I even entered in my dear, and showed the entry to you, that I had dark forebodings against him. Grugius ought to be possessed of die whole case. He shall not through any suppression of mine, be informed of a part of it, and kept in ignorance of another part of it. I wish him to be good enough to understand that the communication he has made to me has hopefully influenced my mind, in spite of its having been, before this mysterious took place, profoundly impressed against young Landless. This famous troubled the minor canon much. He felt that he was not as open in his own dealing. He charged against himself reproachfully that he had suppressed, so far, the two of a second strong outbreak of temper against Edwin Drood on the part of Neville, and of the passion of jealousy having, to his own certain knowledge, flamed up in Neville's breast against him. He was convinced of Neville's innocence of any part in the ugly disappearance, and yet so many little circumstances combined so woefully against him, that he dreaded to add two more to their cumulative weight. He was among the truest of men, but he had been balancing in his mind, much to its distress, whether his volunteering to tell these two fragments of truth, at this time, would not be tantamount to a piecing together of falsehood in the place of truth. However, here was a before him. He hesitated no longer. Addressing Mr. Grugius, as one placed in authority by the revelation he had brought to bear on the mystery, and surpassingly angular Mr. Grugius Bacchanal when he found himself in that unexhashtagged position, M.L. Crisparkle bore his testimony to Mr. Jasper's strict sense of justice, and, expressing his absolute confidence in the complete clearance of his pupil from the least taint of suspicion, sooner or later, avowed that his confidence in all that young gentleman had been formed, in spite of his confidential knowledge that his temper was of the hottest and fiercest, and that it was directly incensed against Mr. Jasper's nephew, by the circumstance of his romantically supposing himself to be enamoured of same young lady. The sanguine reaction manifest in Mr. Jas*R was even against this unlooked-for declaration. It turned him paler, but he repeated that he would clmg to the hope he had derived from M.L. Grugius, and that if no trace of his dear boy were found, leading to the dreadful inference all that he had been made away with, he would cherish unto the last stretch of possibility the idea for that he might have absconded of his own wild will. Now, it fell out that Mr. Crisparkle, going away from this conference still very uneasy in his mind, and very much troubled on behalf of the young man whom he held as a kind of prisoner in his own house, took a memorable night walk. He walked to Cloisterham Weir. He often did so, and consequently there was nothing remarkable in his tending that way. But the preoccupation of his mind so hindered him from planning any walk, or taking heed of the objects he passed, that his first consciousness of being near the weir, was derived from the sound of the falling water close at hand. "How did I come here?" was his first thought, as he stopped. "Why did I come here?" was his second. He stood intently listening to the water. A familiar passage in his reading, about and tongues that syllable men's names, rose so unbidden to his ear, that he put it from him with his hand, as if it were tangible. It was starlight. The weir was full 20 miles above the spot to which the young men had repaired to watch the storm. No search had been made up here, for the tide had been running strongly. At that time of the night of Christmas Eve, and the likeliest places for the discovery of a body, if a fatal accident had happened. Under such circumstances, all lay, both when the tide ebbed, and when it flowed again, between that spot and the sea. The water came over the weir, with its usual sound on a cold starlight night, and little could be seen of it, yet Mr. Crisparkle had a strange idea that something unusual hung about the place. He reasoned with himself, what was it? 1.1 Here was it. It address? Put it to the proof. Which sense did? No sense reoded anything unusual there. He listened again, and his sense of hearing again checked water coming over the weir, with its usual sound on a cold starlight. Knowing very well that the mystery with which his mind was occupied, might of itself give the place this haunted air, he strained those hawk's eyes of his for the correction of his sight. He got closer to the weir, and peered at its well-known posts and timbers. Nothing in the least unusual was remotely shadowed forth. He resolved that he would come back early in die _ the weir ran through his broken sleep, all night, and he was back again at sunrise. It was a bright frosty morning. The whole composition before him, when he stood where he had stood last night, was clearly discernible in its minutest details. He had surveyed it closely for some minutes, and was about to withdraw his eyes, when they were attracted keenly to one spot. He turned his back upon the weir, and far away at the sky, and at the earth, and then looked again at that one spot. It caught his sight again immediately, and he concentrated his vision upon it. He could not lose it now, though it was but such a speck in the landscape. It fascinated his slght. His hands began plucking off his coat. For it struck him that at that spot, a comber of the weir, something glistened, which did not move and come over with the glistening water drops, but remained stationary. He assured himself of this. He threw off his clothes, he plunged into the icy water, and swam for the spot. Climbing the timbers, he took from them, caught among their interstices by its chain, a gold watch, bearing engraved upon its back Ed. He brought the watch to the bank, swam to the weir, climbed it, and dived off. He knew every hole and comber of all the depths, and dived and dived and dived, until he could bear the cold no more. His notion was, that he would find the body. He only found a shinpin sticking some mud, and with these discoveries he returned to Cloisterham, and, taking Neville Landless with him, went straight to the mayor. #R was sent for, the watch and shinpin were identified, Neville was detained, and the wildest frenzy and fatuity of evil report rose against him. He was of that vindictive and violent nature, that but for his poor sister, who alone had influence over him, and CMT of whose sight he was never to be trusted, he would be in the daily commission of murder. Before coming to England he had caused to be whipped to death sundry natives, nomadic persons, in Canelp, now in Asia, now in Africa, now in the West Indies, and now at the North Pole, vaguely supposed in Cloisterham to be always black, always of great viltry, always calling themselves me, and everybody else massa or missile, according to sex, and always reading tracts of the obscurest meaning, in broken English, but always accurately understand them in the purest mother tongue. He had nearly brought Mrs. Crisparkle's grey hairs with sorrow to the grave. Those original expressions were Sapsies _ he had repeatedly said he would have Mr. Crisparkle's life. He had repeatedly said he would have everybody's life, and become in effect the last man. He had been brought down to Cloisterham, from London, by an eminent philanthropist, and 1.40. Because that philanthropist had expressly declared, I owe it to my fellow creatures that he should be, in the words of Bentham, where he is the cause of the greatest danger to the smallest number. These dropping shots from the blunderbusses of blunderheadedness might not have hit him in a vital place. But he had to stand against a trained and well-directed fire of arms of precision. He had notoriously threatened the lost young man, and had, according to the showing of his own faithful friend and tutor who strove so hard for him, a cause of bitter animosity, created by himself, and stated by himself. Against that ill-starred fellow he had armed himself with an offensive weapon for the fatal night, and he had gone off early in die moming, making preparations for departure. He had been found with traces of blood on him, tmly, Ollie might have been wholly caused as he represented, but they might not, also. On a search warrant being issued for the examination of his clothes, and so forth, it was discovered that he had destroyed all his papers, and rearranged all his possessions, on the very afternoon of disappearance. The watch found at the weir was challenged by the jeweller as one he had wounded and set for Edwin Drood, at 2:20 on that same afternoon, and it had mn down, before being cast into the water, and it was the jeweller's positive opinion that it had never been rewound _ This would justify the hypothesis that the watch was taken from him not long after he left Mr. Jasper's house at midnight, in company with the last person seen with him, and that it had been thrown away after retained some hours. Throve.n away? If he had been murdered, and so ultimately disfigured, or concealed, or bottle, as that the murderer hoped identification to be except from something that he wore, assuredly the murderer would seek to remove from the body the most lasting, the best Nov.n, and the most easily recognizable, things upon it. Those things would be the watch and shirt-pin as to his opportunities of casting them into the river. If he were the object of these suspicions, they were easy. For, he had been seen by many persons, wandering about on that side of the city, indeed on all sides of it, in a miserable and seemingly half-distracted manner. As to the choice of the spot, obviously such criminating evidence had better take its chance of being found anywhere, rather than upon himself, or in his possession. Concerning the reconciliatory nature of the appointed meeting between the two young men, very little could be made of that in young Landless's favour, for it distinctly appeared that the meeting originated, not with him, but with Crisparkle, and that it had been urged on by Crisparkle, and who could say how unwillingly, or what ill-conditioned mood, his enforced pupil had gone to it. The more his case was looked into, the weaker it became an even point. Even the broad suggestion that the lost young man had absconded, was rendered additionally improbable on the showing of the young lady from whom he had so lately pained, for, what did she say, with great earnestness and sorrow, when interrogated? That he had, expressly and enthusiastically, planned with her, that he would await the arrival of her guardian, Grugius _ and yet be it observed, he disappeared before that gentleman on the suspicions thus urged and supported. Neville was detained, and redetained, and the search was pressed on even hand, and Jasper laboured night and day. But nothing more was found, no discovery being made, which proved the lost man to be dead. It at length became necessary to release the person suspected of having made away with him. Neville was set at large. Then, a consequence ensued which Mr. Crisparkle had too well foreseen. Neville must leave the place, for the place shunned him and cast him out. Even had it not been so, the dear old China shepherdess would have worried herself to death with fears for her son, and with general trepidation occasioned by their having such an inmate. Even had that not been so, the authority to which the minor canon deferred Maclally, would have settled the palmed Mr. Crisparkle. Quoth the Dean, human justice may err, but it must act according to its lights. The days of taking sanctuary are past. This young man must not take sanctuary with us. You mean that he must leave my house, sir? Mr. Crisparkle, returned the prudent Dean, I claim no authority in your house. I merely confer with you, on die painful necessity you find yourself under, of depriving this young man oft great advantages of your counsel and instruction. It is very lamentable, sir, Mr. Crisparkle represented. Very much so, the Dean assented. And if it be a necessity, Mr. Crisparkle faltered, as you unfortunately find it to be, returned the Dean. Mr. Crisparkle bowed submissively. It is hard to prejudge his case, sir, but I am sensible that, just so. Perfectly. As you say, Mr. Crisparkle, interposed the Dean, nodding his head smoothly, there is nothing else to be done. No doubt there is no alternative, as your sense has discovered. I am entirely satisfied of his perfect innocence, sir, nevertheless. Well, said the Dean, in a more confidential tone, and slightly glancing around him, would not say so, generally. Not generally. Enough of suspicion attaches to him to, no, I think I would not say so, generally. Mr. Crisparkle bowed. It does not become us, perhaps, pursued the Dean, to be partisans. Not partisans. Keep our hearts warm and our heads cool, and we hold a judicious middle course. We clergy you do not object, sir, to my having stated in public, emphatically, that he will reappear here, whenever any new suspicion may be awakened, or any new circumstance may come to light in this extraordinary matter. Not at all, returned the Dean, and yet, do you know, I don't think, with a very nice and neat emphasis on those two words, IXNT thinks I would state it emphatically. State it? Yes. But emphatically? No I think not in point of fiction Mr. Crisparkle, keeping hearts warm and our heads cool, we clergy need do nothing emphatically. So Minor Canon Rowe knew Neville Landless no more, and he went whithersoever he would, or could, with a blight upon his name and fame. It was not until then that John Jasper silently resumed his place in the choir. Haggard and red-eyed, his hopes plainly had deserted him, his sanguine mood was gone, and all his worst misgivings had come back. A day or two afterwards, while unrobing, he took his diary from of his coat, thumbed the leaves, and with an impressive look, and without one spoken word handed this entry to Mr. Crisparkle to read: "My dear Toy is murdered. The discovery of the watch and shift pin convinces me that he was murdered that night, and that his jewellery was taken from him to prevent identification by its means. All the delusive hopes I had founded on his separation from his betrothed wife, I give to the winds. They perish before this fatal discovery. I now swear, and record the oath on this page, that I nevermore will discuss this mystery with any human creature until I hold the clue to it in my hand. That I never will relax in my secrecy or in my search. That I will fasten the crime of the murder of my dear dead boy upon the murderer. And, that I devote myself to his destruction." Chapter We, philanthropy, professional and non-professional. Full half a year had come and gone, and Crisparkle sat in the London chief offices of the Haven until he could have audience of Mr. Honeyfunder_ in his college days of athletic exercises. Crisparkle had known professors of the noble alt of fisticuffs, and had attended 2 or 3 of their gloved gatherings. He had now an opportunity of observing that as to the phrenological formation of the backs of their heads, the professing philanthropists were uncommonly like the pugilists. In the development of all those organs which constitute, or a pro #n-city to itch into your fellow creatures, the philanthropists were remarkably favoured. There were several professors passing in and cut, whitey exactly digressive air upon them of bim ready for a turn-up with any novice who might happen to be on hand, that M.L. Crisparkle well remembered in the circles of the fancy. Preparations were in progress for a moral little mill somewhere on the rural circuit, and other professors were backing this or that heavyweight as good for such or such speech-making hits, so very much after the manner of the publicans, that the intended resolutions might have been rounds. In an official manager of these displays much celebrated for his platform tactics, Mr. Crisparkle recognized, in a suit of black, the counterpart of a deceased benefactor of his species, an eminent public character, once known to Fennel as Frosty-Faced Fogo, who in days of yore superintended the formation of the magic circle with the ropes and stakes. There were only 3 conditions of resemblance wanting between these professors and those. Firstly, the philanthropists were in very bad training, much too fleshy, and presenting, both in face and figure, a superabundance of what is nov.rn to pugilistic exuts as suet pudm_. Secondly, the philanthropists had not the good temper of the pugilists, and used worse language. Thirdly, their fighting code stood in great need of revision, as empowering them not only to bore their man to the ropes, but to bore him to the confines of distraction, also to hit him when he was dov.n, hit him anywhere and anyhow, kick him, stamp upon him, gouge him, and maul him behind his back without mercy. In these last particulars the professors of the noble alt were much nobler than the professors of philanthropy. Mr. Crisparkle was so completely lost in musing on these similarities and dissimilarities, at the same time watching the crowd which came and went by, always, as it seemed, on errands of antagonistically snatching something from somebody, and never giving anything to that his name was called before he heard it. On his at length he was shown by a miserably shabby and underpaid stipendiary philanthrop. He could hardly have done worse if he had taken service with a declared enemy of the human race, to Honeythunder's room. "Sir," said Mr. Honeythunder, in his tremendous voice, like a schoolmaster issuing orders to a of whom he had a bad opinion, "Sit down." Mr. Sparkle seated himself. Mr. Honeythunder, having signed the remaining few score of a few thousand circulars, calling upon a corresponding number of families without means to come forward, stump up instantly, and be philanthropists, or go to the devil. Another shabby stipendiary philanthropist, highly disinterested, if in earnest, gathered these into a basket and walked off with them. "Now, Mr. Sparkle," said Honeythunder, turning his chair half round towards him when they were alone, and squaring his arms vlth his hands on his knees, and his brows knitted, as if he added, "I am going to make short work of you. Now, Mr. Crisparkle, we entertain different views, you and I, sir, of the sanctity of human life, do we?" returned the Minor Canon. "We do, sir." "Might I ask you," said the Minor Canon, "what are your views on that subject?" "That human life is a thing to be held sacred, sir." "Might I ask you," pursued the Minor Canon as before, "subject? What you suppose to be my views on that?" "By George, sir," resumed the philanthropist, squaring his arms still more, as he turned on M.L. Crisparkle, "they are best knowed to yourself." "Readily admitted. But you began by saying that we took different views, you know. Therefore, or you could not say so, you must have set up some views as mine. Pray, what views have you set up as mine?" "Here is a man, and a young man," said Mr. Honeythunder, as if that made the matter infinitely worse, and he could have easily borne the loss of an old one, swept off the face of the earth by a deed of violence. "What do you call that?" "Murder," said the Minor Canon. "What do you call the doer of that deed, sir?" "A murderer," said the Minor Canon. "I am glad to hear you admit so much, sir," retorted M.L. Honeythunder, in his most offensive manner, "and I candidly tell you that I didn't expect it." Here he lowered heavily at Mr. Crisparkle. "Be so good as to explain what you mean by those veneer unjustifiable expressions." "I don't sit here, sir," resumed the philanthropist, raising his voice to a roar, "to be browbeaten as the only other person present. No one can know that better than I do," resumed the Minor Canon very quietly. "But I interrupt your explanation." "Murder." Mr. Honeythunder, in a kind of boisterous reverie, with his platform folding of his arms, and his platform nod of abhorrent reflection after each short sentiment of a word. "Bloodshed. Cam. I hold no terms with Cain. I repudiate with a shudder the red hand when it is offered me." Instead of instantly leaping into his chair and cheering himself hoarse, as the Brotherhood in public meeting assembled would infallibly have done on this cue, Mr. Crisparkle merely reversed the quiet crossing of his legs, and said mildly, "Told me interrupt your explanation, when you begin it. The commandments say, no murder." "No murder, sir," proceeded Mr. Honeythunder, platformally pausing as if he took Mr. Crisparkle to task for having distinctly asserted that they said, "You may do a little murder, and then leave off, and they also say, you shall bear no false witness," observed Mr. Crisparkle. "Enough," bellowed Mr. Honeythunder, with a solemnity and severity that would have brought the house down at a meeting, "Enough. My late wards being now of age, and I bim released from a TMST which I cannot contemplate without a thrill of horror, there are the accounts which you have undertaken to accept on their behalf, and there is a statement of the balance which you have undertaken to receive, and which you cannot receive, and let me tell you, sir, I wish that, as a man and a Minor Canon, you were better employed with a nod. Better employed, with another nod. Better employed, with another, and 3 nods added up. Mr. Sparkle rose, a little heated in the face, with perfect command of himself. "Mr. Honeythunder," he said, taking up the papers referred to, "my being better or worse employed than I am at present is a matter of taste and opinion. You might think me better employed in enrolling myself a member of your CED. "Indeed, sir," retorted Mr. Honeythunder, shaking his head in a threatening manner. Have been better for you if you had done that long ago. It would, I think, otherwise or, said Mr. Honeythunder, shaking his head again, I might think one of your profession better employed in devoting himself to the discovery and punishment of guilt than in leaving that duty to be undertaken by a layman. I may regard my profession from a point of view which teaches me that its first duty is towards those who are in necessity and tribulation, who are desolate and oppressed, said M.L. Crisparkle_. However, as I have quite clearly satisfied myself that it is no part of my profession to make professions, I say no more of that. But I owe it to Mr. Neville, and to M.L. Neville's sister, and in a much lower degree to Migelot, to say to you that I know I was in the full possession and understanding of Mr. Neville's mind and heart at the time of this and that, without in the least colouring or concealing what was to be deplored in him and required to be corrected. I feel certain that his tale is true. Feeling that certainty, I befriend him. As long as that certainty shall last I will befriend him. And if any consideration could shake me in this resolve, I should be so ashamed of myself for my meanness, that no man's good opinion, no, nor no woman's, so gained, could compensate me for the loss of me own fellow. Manly fellow. And he was so modest. There was no more self-assertion in the minor canon than in the shoe-boy who had stood in the breezy playing fields keeping a wicket. He was simply and staunchly due to his duty alike in the large case and in die small. So all true souls ever are. So every true soul ever was, ever is, and ever will be. There is nothing little to the really great spirit. Then how do you make out did the deed? Asked Mr. Honeythunder, turning on him abruptly. Heaven forb, said Mr. Crisparkle, that in my desire to clear one man I should lightly criminate another. I accuse no one, ejaculated Mr. Honeythunder with great disgust, for this was by no means the principle on which the philanthropic brotherhood usually proceeded. And, sir, you are not a disinterested witness, we must bear in mind. How am I an interested one? Inquired Mr. Crisparkle, smiling innocently, at a loss to imagine there was a certain #ND, sir, paid to you for your pupil, which may have warped your judgment a bit, said Mr. Honeythunder, coarsely. Perhaps I expect to retain it still. Mr. Crisparkle resumed, enlightened, do you mean that too? Well, sir, resumed the professional philanthropist, getting up and thrusting his hands into his I don't go about measuring people for caps. If people find I have any about me that fit they can put on and wear if they like. That's their lookout, not mine. Mr. Crisparkle eyed him with a just indignation, and took him to task thus, Mr. Honeythunder, I hoped when I came in here that I might be under no necessity of commenting on the introduction of platform manners or platform maneuvers among the decent forbearances of private life. But you have given me such a specimen of both, that I should be a fit subject for both if I remain silent respecting them. They are detestable. They don't suit you, I dare say, sir. They are, repeated Mr. Crisparkle, without noticing the interruption, detestable. They violate equally the justice that should to Christians, and the restraints that should belong to gentlemen. You assume a great crime to have been committed by one whom I, acquainted with the attendant circumstances, and having numerous reasons on my side, devoutly believe to be innocent of it. Because I differ from you on that vital point, what is your platform resource? Instantly to tum upon me, charging that I have no sense of the enormity of the crime itself, but am its aider and abettor. So, another time, taking me as representing your opponent other cases, you set up a platform credulity, a moved and seconded and carried unanimously profession of faith in some ridiculous delusion or mischievous imposition. I decline to believe it, and you fall back your platform resource of proclaiming that I believe nothing, that because I will not bow down to a false god of your making, I deny the TME God. Another time you make the platform discovery that war is a calumny, and you propose to abolish it by a string of twisted resolutions tossed into the air like the tail of a kite. I do not admit the dulce covet to be yours in the least, and I have not a grain of frith your remedy. Again, your platform resource of representing me as reveling in the horrors of a battlefield like a fiend incarnate. Another time, in another of your undiscriminating platform rushes, you would punish the sober for the drunken. I claim consideration for the comfort, convenience, and refreshment of the sober, and you presently make platform proclamation that I have a depraved desire to turn heaven's creatures into swine and wild beasts. In all such cases your movers, and your seconders, and your supporters, your regular professors of all degrees, none amuck like so many mad Malays, habitually attributing the lowest and basest motives with the utmost recklessness, let me call your attention to a recent instance in yourself for which you should blush, and quoting figures which you know to be as wilfully one-sided as a statement of any complicated account that should be all creditor's side and no debtor, or all debtor's side and no creditor. Therefore it is, Mr. Honey Thunder, that I consider the platform a sufficiently bad example and a sumsciently bad school, even in public life, but hold that, carried into private life, it becomes an unendurable nuisance. These are strong words, sir! Exclaimed the philanthropist. I hope so, said Mr. Crisparkle _moaming _ he walked out of the haven at a great rate, but soon fell into his regular brisk pace, and soon had a smile upon his face as he went along, wondering what the China shepherdess would have said if she had seen him pounding Mr. Honey Thunder in the late little lively affair. For Mr. Crisparkle had just enough of harmless vanity to hope that he had hit hard, and to glow with the belief that he had trimmed the philanthropic jacket pretty handsomely. He took himself to Staple NN, but not to PLT, and Mr. Grugius full many a creaking stair he climbed before he reached some attic in a corner, tummed die latch of die air unbolted door, and stood beside the table of Neville Landless. An air of retreat and solitude hung about the rooms and about their inhabitant. He was much Watu, and so were they. Their sloping ceilings, cumbrous rusty locks and grates, and heel-y wooden BMS and Benells, slowly mouldering withal, had a prisonous look, and he had the haggard face of a prisoner. Yet the sunlight shone in at the ugly garret window, which had a penthouse to itself thrust out among the tiles, and on dye-cracked and smoke-blackened parapet beyond, some of the deluded sparrows of the place rheumatically hopped, like little feathered cripples who had left their crutches in their nests, and there was a play of living leaves at hand that changed the air, and made an imperfect sort of music in it that would have been melody the country. The were sparely furnished, but with store of books. Everything expressed the abode of a poor student. That Mr. Crisparkle had been either chooser, lender, or donor of the books, or that he combined the three characters, might have been easily seen in the friendly beam of his eyes upon them as he entered. How goes it, Neville? I am in good heart, M.L. Crisparkle, and wouldn't away. I wish your eyes were not quite so large and not quite so bright, said the minor canon, slowly releasing the hand he had taken in his. They brighten at die sight of you, resumed Neville. Would be dull enough if you were to fall away from me. They rally, urged the other, in a stimulating tone. Fight for it, Neville. If I were dying, I feel as if a word from you would rally me. If my pulse had stopped, I feel as if your touch would make it beat. Agama, said Neville. But I have rallied, and am doing famously. Mr. Crisparkle tummed him with his face a little more towards the light. I want to see a ruddier touch here, Neville, he said, indicating his own healthy cheek by way of pattern. I want more sun to shine upon you. Neville suddenly, as he replied in a lowered voice, I am not hardy enough for that, yet. I may become so, but I cannot bear it yet. If I had gone through those Cloisterham streets as I did, if you had seen, as I did, those averted eyes, and the better soft of people silently giving me too much to pass, that I might not touch them or come near them, you wouldn't think it quite unreasonable that I cannot go about in the daylight, my poor fellow," said the Minor Canon, in a tone so purely sympathetic that the young man caught his hand. "I never said it was unreasonable, never thought so. But I should like you to do it, and that would give me the strongest motive to do it, but I cannot persuade myself that the eyes of even the streanelle of strangers I pass this vast city look at me without suspicion. I feel marked and tempted, even when I go out, as I do only, at night. But the darkness covers me then, and I take courage from it." Mr. Crisparkle laid a hand upon his shoulder, and looking dov.n at him. "If I could have changed my name," said Neville, "I would have done so. But as you wisely pointed to me, I can't do that, for it would look like guilt. If I could have gone to some distant place, I might have found relief in that, but the thing is not to be thought of, for the same reason. Hiding and escaping would be the construction. In either case it seems a little hard to be so tied to a stake, and innocent, but I don't complain." "And you must expect no miracle to help you, Neville," said Mr. Crisparkle, compassionately. "No, sir, I know that. The ordinary _ness of time and circumstances is all I have to trust to. It will right you at last, Neville, so I believe, and I hope I may live to know it." But receiving that the despondent mood into which he was falling cast a shadow on the Minor Canon, and, it may feeling that the broad hand upon his shoulder was not quite as steady as its own natural strength had rendered it when it first touched him just now, he brightened. "An excellent circumstances for study, anyhow, and you know, M.L. Crisparkle, what need I have of study in all ways? Not to mention that you have advised me to study for the difficult profession of the law, specially, and that of course I am guiding myself by the advice of such a friend and helper. Such a good friend and helper." He took the fortidying hand from his shoulder, and kissed it not so brightly as when he had entered. Mr. Crisparkle beamed at the books. "I gather from your silence on the subject that my late guardian is adverse, Mr. Crisparkle." The Minor Canon answered, "Your late guardian is a most unreasonable person, and it signifies nothing to any reasonable person whether he is adverse, perverse, or the reverse." "Well for me that I have enough with economy to live upon," sighed Neville, half wearily and half cheerily, "while I walk to be learned, and wait to be righted. Else I might have proved the proverb, that while the grass vs, the steed starves." He opened some books as he said it, and was soon immersed in their interleaved and annotated passages, while M.L. Crisparkle sat beside him, expounding, correcting, and advising. The Minor Canon's cathedral duties made these visits of his difficult to and only to be compassed at intervals of many weeks. But they were as serviceable as they were precious to Neville Landless. When they had got through such studies as they had in hand, they stood leaning on the window-sill, and looking down upon the patch of garden. "Next week," said Mr. Crisparkle, "you will cease to be alone, and will have a devoted companion." "And yet," returned Neville, "this seems an ungenial place to bring my sister to." "One don't think so," said the Minor Canon. "There is duty to be done here, and there are womanly feeling, sense, and courage wanted here." "I meant," explained Neville, "that the surroundings are so dull and unwomanly, and that Helena can have no suitable friend or here." "You have only to remember," said Crisparkle, "that you are here yourself, and that she has to draw you into the sunlight." They were silent for a little while, and then Mr. Crisparkle anew. "When we first spoke together, Neville, you told me that your sister had risen out of the disadvantages of your past lives as superior to you as the tower of Cloisterham Cathedral is higher than the chimneys of Minor Canon Comer. Do you remember that?" "Right well. I was inclined to think it at the time an enthusiastic flight, no matter what I think it now. What I would emphasize is, that under the head of pride your sister is a great and opportune example to under all heads that are included in the composition of a fine character. She is, say so, but take this one. Your sister has learned how to govern what is proud in her nature. She can dominate it even when it is wounded through her sympathy with you. No doubt she has suffered deeply in those same streets where you suffered deeply. No doubt her life is darkened by the cloud that darkens yours. But bending her pride into a grand composure that is not haughty or aggressive, but is a sustained confidence in you and in the she has won her way through those streets until she passes along them as high in the general respect as anyone who treads them. Every day and hour of her life since Edwin Drood's disappearance, she has faced Molly Goodnighty and folly, for you, as only a brave nature well directed can. So it will be with her to the end. Another and weaker kind of pride might sink broken-hearted, but never such a pride as hers which knows no shrinking, and can get no mastery over her. The pale cheek beside him flushed under the and the hint implied in it. I will do all I can to imitate her, said Neville. Do so, and be a youly brave man, as she is a tmly brave woman, answered Mr. Crisparkle stoutly. It is growing dark. Will you go my way with me, when it is quite dark? Mind! It is not I who wait for darkness. Neville replied, that he would accompany him directly. But Mr. Crisparkle said he had a moment's call to make on Ml Grugius as an act of courtesy, and would run across to that gentleman's chambers, and rejoin Neville on his own if he would come down there to meet him. Mr. Grugius, bolt upright as usual, sat taking his wine in the dusk at his open window, his wine-glass and decanter on the round table at his elbow, himself and his legs on the window seat, only one hinge in his whole body, like a "How do you do, Reverend Sir," said Mr. Grugius, with abundant offers of hospitality, which were as cordially declined as made. "And how is your charge getting on over the way? The set that I had the pleasure of recommending to you as vacant and eligible me?" Mr. Crisparkle replied suitably. "I am glad you approve of them," said Mr. Grugius, "because I entertain a sort of fancy for having him under my eye." As Mr. Grugius had to tum his eye up considerably before he could see that the phrase was to be taken figuratively and not literally. "And how did you leave Mr. Jas*R, Reverend Sir?" said Mr. Grugius. Mr. Crisparkle had left him pretty well. "And where did you leave Mr. Jasper, Reverend Sir?" Mr. Crisparkle had let him at Cloisterham. "And when did you leave Jasper, Reverend Sir?" "That moming _umps," said Mr. Grugius. "He didn't say he was coming, perhaps." "Coming where?" "Anywhere, for instance," said Mr. Grugius. "Because here he is," said Ml Grugius, who had asked all these questions, with his preoccupied glance directed out at window. "And he don't look agreeable, does he?" Mr. Crisparkle was craning towards the window, when Mr. Grugius added, "If you will kindly step round here behind me, in the of the room, and will cast your eye at the second-floor landing window in yonder house, I think you will hardly fail to see a slinking individual in whom I recognize our local friend." "You are right," cried Mr. Crisparkle _umps, said Mr. Grugius then he added, tumming his face so abruptly that his head nearly came into collision with Mr. Crisparkle's, "what should you say that our local friend was up to?" The last passage he had been shown in the diary returned on Mr. Crisparkle's mind with the force of a strong recoil, and he asked Mr. Grugius if he thought it that Neville was to be harassed by the keeping of a watch upon him. "A watch," repeated Mr. Grugius musingly "He should not only of itself haunt and torture his life," said Mr. Crisparkle warmly, "but would expose him to the torment of a perpetually reviving suspicion whatever he might do, or wherever he might go." "Aye," said Mr. Grugius musingly still. "No doubt you do. Do I see him waiting for you? Then would you have the goodness to excuse my getting up to see you out, and to go out to join him, and to go the way that you were going, and to take no notice of our local friend," said Ml Grugius. "I entertain a sort of fancy for having him under my eye tonight, do you know?" Mr. Crisparkle, with a significant need complied, and rejoin me Neville, went away with him. They dined together, and pained at the yet unfinished and undeveloped railway station, ml crisparkle to get home, Neville to walk die streets, cross the bridges, make a wide round of the city in the friendly darkness, and tire himself out. It was midnight when he returned from his solitaire expedition and climbed his staircase. The night was hot, and the windows of the staircase were all wide open coming to the top. It gave him a passing chill of surprise, there being no but his up there, to find a stranger sitting on the window sill, more after the manner of a venturesome glazier than an amateur ordinarily careful of his neck, in fact, so much more outside the window than inside, as to suggest the thought that he must have come up by the water spout instead of the stairs. The stranger said nothing until Neville put his key in his door, then, seeming to make sure of his identity from the he spoke. "I beg your pardon," he said, coming from the window with a frank and smiling air, and a prepossessing address. The beans. Neville was quite at a loss. "Runners," said the visitor. "Scarlet." "Next door at the back," Oz returned Neville, "and the mignonette and wallflower." "The same," said the visitor. "Pray walk in." "Thank you." Neville lighted his candles, and the visitor sat a handsome gentleman, with a young face, an older figure in its robustness and its breadth of shoulder, say a man of 28, or at the utmost 30, so extremely sunburnt that the contrast between his brown visage and the white forehead shaded of doors by his hat, and the glimpses of white throat below the neckerchief, would have been almost ludicrous but for his broad temples, bright blue eyes, clustering brown hair, and laughing teeth. "I have noticed a sequel," said he. "My name is Tartar." Neville inclined his head. "I have noticed, excuse me, that you shut yourself up a deal, and that you seem to like my garden aloft here. If you would like a little more of it, I could throw out a few lines and stays between my umdows and yours, which the runners would take to directly. And I have some boxes, both of mignonette and wallflower, that I could shove on along the gutter, with a boat hook I have by me, to your windows, and draw back again when they wanted watering or gardening, and shove on again when they were SHLP shape, so that they would cause you no trouble. I couldn't take this liberty without asking your #permission, so I venture to ask it." Tartar, corresponding set, next door. "You are very kind." "Not at all. I ought to apologize for looking in so late. But having noticed, excuse me, that you generally walk out at night, I thought I should inconvenience you least by awaiting your return. I am always afraid of inconveniencing busy men, being an idle man." "I should not have thought so, from your appearance." "No? I take it as a compliment. In fact, I was bred in the Royal Navy, and was first lieutenant when I quitted it. But, an uncle desamted the service leaving me his property on condition that I left the Navy. I accepted die fortune, and resigned my commission." "Lately, I presume?" "Well, I had had 12 or 15 years of knocking about. First I came here some 9 months before you. I had had one crop before you came. I chose this place, because, having served last in a little corvette, I knew I should feel more at home where I had a constant opportunity of knocking my head against the ceiling. Besides, it would never do for a man who had been aboard ship from his tatum luxurious all at once. Besides, again, having been accustomed to a very short allowance of land all my life, I thought I'd feel my way to the command of a landed estate, by boxes." Whimsically as this was said, there was a touch of merry earnestness in it that made it doubly whimsical. "However," said the lieutenant, "I have talked quite enough about myself. It is not my way, I hold, it has merely been to present myself to you naturally. If you will allow me to take the liberty I have described, it will be a charity, for it will give me something more to do. And you are not to suppose that it will entail any interruption or intrusion on you, for that is far from my intention." Neville replied that he was greatly obliged, and that he thankfully accepted the kind proposal. "I am very glad to take your windows in tow," said the lieutenant. "From what I have seen of you when I have been gardening at mine, and you have been looking on, I have thought you, excuse me, rather too studious and delicate. May I ask, is your health at all affected? I have undergone some mental distress, said Neville, confused, which has stood me in the stead of illness. Pardon me, said Mr. Tartar. With the greatest delicacy he shifted his ground to the windows again, and asked if he could look at one of them. On Neville's opening it, he immediately sprang out, as if he were going aloft with a whole watch in an emergency, and were setting a bright example. For heaven's sake, cried Neville, don't do that. Where are you going, Mr. Tartar? Dashed to pieces. You'll be all well, said the lieutenant, looking about him on the housetop. All taut and trim here those lines and stays shall be rigged before you turn out in the moming may I take this short cut home, and say Mr. Tartar, urged Neville. Pray. It makes me giddy to see you. But Mr. Tartar, with a wave of his hand and the deftness of a cat, had already dipped through his scuttle of scarlet nunners without breaking a leaf, and gone below. Mr. Grewgious, his bedroom window blind held aside with his hand, #Ned at the moment to have Neville's chambers under his eye for the last time that night. Fortunately his eye was on the front of the house and not the back, or this remarkable appearance and disappearance might have broken his rest as a phenomenon. But Mr. Grewgious, seeing nothing not even a light in the windows, his gaze wandered from the windows to the stars, as if he would have read in them something that was hidden from him. Many of us would, if we could, but none of us so much as know our letters in the stars yet, or seem likely to do it, in this state of existence, and few languages can be read until their alphabets are mastered. Chapter 18, A Settler in Cloister_Ham. At about this time a stranger appeared, Cloisterham, a white-haired personage, with black eyebrows. Being buttoned up in a tightish blue surtout with a buff waistcoat and grey trousers, he had something of a military air, but he announced himself at the Crozier, the orthodox hotel, where he put up with a portmanteau, as an idle dog hole lived his means, and he further announced that he had a mind to take a lodging in the picturesque old city for a month or two, with a view of settling down there altogether. Both announcements were made in the coffee room of the Crozier, to all whom it might or might not concern, by the stranger as he stood with his back to the empty fire-place, waiting for his fried sole, veal cutlet, and pint of sherry. And the waiter, business being chronically slack at the Crozier, represented all whom it might or might not concern, and absorbed the whole of the information. This gentleman's white head was unusually large, and his shock of white hair was unusually thick and ample. I suppose, waiter, he said, shaking his shock of hair, as a Newfoundland dog might shake his before sitting down to dinner, that a fare for a single buffer might be found in these parts, eh? The waiter had no doubt of it. Something old, said the gentleman. Take my hat down for a moment from that peg, will you? No, I don't want it. Look into it. What do you see written there? The waiter read, Datchery _ now you know my name, said the gentleman, Dick Datchery _ hang it up again. I was saying something gold is what I should prefer, something odd and out of the way, something venerable, architectural, and inconvenient. We have a good choice of inconvenient lodgings in the town, sir, I think, replied the waiter, with modest confidence in its resources. That way, indeed, I have no doubt that we could suit you that far, however particular you might be. But architectural, that seemed to trouble the waiter's head, and he shook it. Anything cathedraly, now Mr. Datchior suggested. Mr. Tope, said the waiter, brightening, as he mbbed his chin with his hand, would be the likeliest party to inform in that line. Ivyho is M.L. Tope, inquired Dick Datchery _ the waiter explained that he was the verger, and all at Mrs. Tope had indeed once upon a time let lodgings herself or offered to let them, but that as nobody had ever taken them, Mrs. Tope's window bill, long a Cloisterham, had disappeared, probably had tumbled dov.n one day, and never been put up again. Tea call on Mrs. Tope, said Mr. Datchery, after dinner. So when he had done his dinner, he was duly directed to the spot, and sallied out for it, but the crozier being an hotel of a most retiring and the waiter's directions being fatally precise, he soon became bewildered, and went boggling about and about the cathedral tower, whenever he could catch a glimpse of it, with a general impression on his mind that Mrs. Topes was somewhere very near it, and that like the children in the game of hot-boiled beans and very butter, he was warm in his search. When he saw the tower, and cold when he didn't see it. He was getting very cold indeed when he came upon a fragment of burial ground in which an unhappy sheep was grazing. Unhappy, because a hideous small boy was stoning it through the railings, and had already lamed it one leg, and was much excited by the benevolent sportsmanlike purpose of breaking its other 3 legs, and bringing it down at Imogen, cried the boy, as the poor creature leaped, and made a dint in his wool. "Let him be," said Datchery _ "don't you see you have lamed him?" "Yerli," retumed the sportsman. "E went and lamed e self _ I see I'm do it, and I give I'm a shy as a woody warning to I'm not to go a bruisum is master's mutton any more. Come here, I won't, I'll come when yer can catch me. Stay there then, and show me which is Mr. Topes." "How can I stay here and show you which is to #ccs, when Topesies is t'other side the Kinfriederal, and over the crossings, and round ever so many comers? Stupid. Yeah. Show me where it is, and 11 give you something. Come on." Them this brisk dialogue concluded, the boy led the way, and by and by stopped at some distance from an arched passage. "Looky yonder. You see that there winder and door? That's Topes." "Yerli, it ain't, that's Jarsper's indeed," said Datchery, with a second look of some interest. "Yes, and I ain't a-goin' no nearer 1 I tell yer." "Why not?" "'Cause I ain't a-goin' to be lifted off my legs and of my braces bust and be choked, not if I knows it, and not by 1 Wait till I set a jolly good flint a-flyin' at the back o' is jolly old Ed some day. Now look t'other side the harch, not the side here Jarspef's door is, t'other side I see a little way in, oh that side, there's a low door, down ton steps a hovel plate that's Topesies with his name on good. See here," said Mr. Datchery, "prusing a shilm _ yerli, I don't owe yer nothing, I never seen yer. You owe me half of this _ I tell you you owe me half of this, because I have no 6 #NCE in my meet me you shall do something else for me, to pay me. All right, give us old. What is your nannel, and where do you live?" "Deputy. Travellers 2 cross the green." So the next time the boy instantly darted off with die shilling, lest Mr. Datchety should repent, but stopped at a safe distance, on the happy chance of his being uneasy in his MMD about it, to goad him with a demon dance expressive of its Mr. Datchery, taking off his hat to give that shock of white hair of his another shake, seemed quite resigned, and betook himself whither he had been directed. Mr. Topes' official dwelling, communicating by an upper stair with Mr. Jasper's, hence Mrs. Topes' attendance on that gentleman, was of very modest proportions, and partook of the character of a cool dungeon. Its ancient walls were massive, and its rather seemed to have been dug of than to have been designed beforehand with any reference to them. The main door 0 #Ned at once on a chamber of no describable shape, with a groined roof, which in its tum opened on another chamber of no describable shape, with another groined roof, their windows small, and in the thickness of the walls. These 2 chambers, close as to their atmosphere, and swarthy as to their illumination by natural light, were the apartments which Mrs. Tope had so long offered to an unappreciative CLTY Datcho, however, was more appreciative. He found that if he sat with the main door open he would enjoy the passing CED of all comers to and fro by the gateway, and would have light enough. He found that if Mr. and Mrs. Toy and living overhead, used for their own egress and ingress a little side stair that came plump into the precincts by a door opening outward, to the surprise and inconvenience of a limited public of pedestrians in a narrow way, he would be alone, as in a separate residence. He found the rent and everything as quaintly inconvenient as he could desire. He agreed, therefore, to take the lodging then and there, and money down, possession to be had next evening, on condition that reference was permitted him to Mr. Jasper as occupying the gatehouse, of which on the other side of the gateway, the verger's hole in die wall was an uppunnage or subsidiary part. The poor dear gentleman was very solitary and very sad, Mrs. Tope said, but she had no doubt he would speak for her. Perhaps Mr. Datchery had heard something of what had occurred there last winter? Mr. Datchery had as confused and no edge of the event in question. On trying to recall it, as he well could have, he begged Ms_Tope's pardon, and she found it incumbent on her to correct him in every detail of his summary of the facts, but pleaded all it he was merely a single buffer getting through life upon his means as idly as he could, and that so many people were so constantly making away with so many other people, as to render it difficult for a buffer of an easy temper to present the circumstances of the several cases unmixed in his mind. Mr. Jas*R proving willing to speak for Mrs. to Mr. Datchery, who had sent up his card, was invited to ascend the postern staircase. The mayor was there, Mr. Tope said, but he was not to be regarded in the light of company, as he and Mr. Jasper were great friends. "I beg pardon," said Mr. Datchery, making a leg with his hat under his arm, as he addressed himself equally to both gentlemen, "a selfish precaution on my part, and not personally interesting to anybody but myself. But as a buffer living on his means, and having an idea of doing it in this lovely place peace and quiet, for remaining span of life, I beg to ask if the Tope family are quite respectable." Mr. Jasper could answer for that without the slightest hesitation. "That is enola, sir," said Mr. Datchery. "My friend the mayor," added Mr. Jasper, presenting Mr. Datchery a courtly motion of his hand towards that potentate, whose recommendation is actually much more important to a stranger than that of an obscure person like myself, "will testify their behalf, I am sure." "The worshipful the mayor," said Mr. Datchery, with a low bow, "places me under an infinite obligation." "Very people, sir, Mr. and Mrs. Tope," said Mr. Sapsea, with condescension. "Very opinions. Very well behaved. Very respectful, much approved by the Dean and Chapter." "The worshipful the mayor gives them a character," said M.L. Datchery, "of which they may indeed be proud. I would ask his honour, if I might be permitted, whether there are not many objects of great interest in the city which is under his beneficent sway." "We are, sir," returned M.L. Sapsea, "an ancient city, and an ecclesiastical city. We are a constitutional city, as it becomes such a city to be, and we uphold and maintain our glorious privileges." His honour, said Mr. Datchery, bowing, "inspires me with a desire to know more of the city, and confirms me in my inclination to end my days in the city." "Retired from the army, sir," suggested Mr. Sapsea. "His honour the mayor does me too much credit," returned Mr. Datchery. "Navy, sir," suggested Mr. Sapsea. "A guile flow r aided Mr. Datchery. "His honour the mayor does me too much credit." "Diplomacy is a fine profession," said Sapsea, as a general remark. "There, I confess, his honour the mayor is too many for me," said Mr. Datchery, with an ingenious smile and bow. "Even a diplomatic bird must fall to such a gum." Now this was very soothing. Here was a gentleman of a great, not to say a grand, address, accustomed to rank and dignity, really setting a fine example how to behave to a mayor. There was something in that third-person style of being spoken to, that Mr. Sapsea found particularly recognizant of his merits and _. "But I crave pardon," said Mr. Datchery _ "His honour the mayor will bear with me, if for a moment I have been deluded mto his time, and have forgotten the humble claims upon my own, of my hotel, the Crowsler _ "Not at all, sir," said Mr. Sapsea _ "I am returning home, and if you would ilka to take the exterior of Cathedral in your way, I shall be glad to it. Out." His Honour the Mayor, said Mr. Datchery, is more than kind and gracious. As M.L. Datchior, when he had made his acknowledgments to Mr. Jasper, could not be induced to go out of the before the worshipful led the way downstairs, Mr. Datchery following with his hat under his arm, and his shock of white hair streaming in the evening breeze. Might I ask his Honour, said Mr. Datchior, whether that gentleman we have just left is the gentleman of whom I have heard in the as being much afflicted by the loss of a nephew, and concentrating his life on avenging the loss? That is the gentleman. John Jasper, sir. Would his Honour allow me to inquire whether there are strong suspicions of any one? More than suspicions, sir, returned Mr. Sapsea, all but sanantals. Only think now, cried Mr. Datchery _ but proof, sir, proof must be built up stone by stone, said the Mayor. As I say, the end crowns the work. It is not enough that justice should be morally certain, she must be immorally certain, legally, that is. His Honour, said Mr. Datchior, reminds me of the nature of the law. Immoral. How tme? As I say, sir, went on the Mayor, the arm of die law is a strong arm, and a long arm. That is the may I put it, a strong arm and a long arm. How forkle me? And yet, again, how true, murmured Mr. Datchu _ and without betraying, what I call the secrets of the prison house, said Mr. Sapsea, the secrets of the prison house is the term I used on the bench. And what other term than his Honours would express it, said Mr. Datchior _ without, I say, betraying them, I predict to you, knowing the iron will of the gentleman we have just left, I take the bold step of calling it iron, on account of its strength, that this case the long arm will reach, and the strong arm will strike. This is our cathedral, sir. The best judges are pleased to admire it, and the best on long our townsmen own to bimg a little vain of it. All this time M.L. Datchery had walked with his hat under his arm, and his white hair streaming. He had an odd momentary appearance upon him of having forgotten his hat, when Mr. Sapsea now touched it, and he clapped his hand up to his head as if with some vague expectation of finding another hat upon it. Pray be covered, sir, entreated Mr. Sapsea, magnificently plying, his Honour is very good, but I do it for coolness, said Mr. Datchery _ shall not mind it, I assure. Then Mr. Datchery admired the cathedral, and Mr. Sapsea pointed it as if he himself had invented and built it. There were a few details indeed of which he did not approve, but those he glossed over, as if the workman had made mistakes in his absence. The cathedral disposed of, he led the way by the churchyard, and stopped to extol the beauty of the evening, by chance, in the immediate vicinity of Mrs. Sapsea's epitaph. And by the by, said Mr. Sapsea, appearing to descend from an elevation to remember it all of a sudden, like Apollo down from Olympus to pick up his forgotten lyre, that is one of small lions. The partiality of our people has made it so, and strangers have been seen taking a copy of it now and then. I am not a judge of it myself, for it is a little work of my own. But it was troublesome to turn, sir, I may say, difficult to turn with elegance. Mr. Datchery became so ecstatic over Mr. Sapsea's composition, that, in spite of his intention to end his days in Cloisterham, and therefore his probably having in reserve many opportunities of copying it, he would have transcribed it into his on the spot, but for the slouching towards them of its material and perpetuator, Durdles, whom Mr. Sapsea hailed, not sorry to show him a bright example of behaviour to superiors. Aha, Durdles! This is the mason, sir, one of our Cloisterham worthies. Evribko here knows Durdles _ Mr. Datchety, Durdles a gentleman who is gonged to settle here _ I wouldn't do it if I was him, growled Durdles _ we're a heavy lot. You surely don't speak for yourself, Durdles, returned Mr. Datchery, any more than for his Honour. Ivy hose his Honour, demanded Durdles _ his Honour the Mayor. I never was brought afore him, said Durdles, with anything but the look of a loyal subject of the mayoralty, and it'll be time enough for me to honor him when I anl underscore until which, and where, Mr. Sapsea is his name, England is his nation, Cloisterham's his dwelling place, auctioneers his occupatlon underscore here, deputy, preceded by a flying oyster shell, appeared upon the scene, and requested to have the sum of 3d instantly chucked to him by M.L. Durdles, whom he had been vainly seeking up and dov.n, as lawful wages overdue. Iv-1 that with his bundle under his arm, slowly found and counted out the money. Mr. Sapsea informed the new settler of Durdles's habits, pursuits, abode, and reputation. I suppose a curious stranger might come to see you, and your works, Mr. Durdles, at any odd time, said Datchetty, that any gentleman is welcome to come and see me any evening if he brings liquor for two with herm, returned Durdles, with a penny between his teeth and certain $1 in his hands, or if he ilks to make it twice two, he'll be doubly welcome. I shall come. Master Deputy, what do you owe me? A job underscore, mind you pay me honestly with the job of showing me Mr. Durdles's house when I want to go. Deputy, with a piercing broadside of whistle through the whole gap in his mouth, as a receipt in full for all arrears, vanished. The worshipful and the worshipper then passed on together until they pained, with many ceremonies, at the worshipful's door. Even then the worshipper carried his hat under his arm, and gave his streaming white hair to the breeze. Said Datchery to himself that night, as he looked at his white hair in the gas-lighted looking-glass over the coffee-room chimney-piece at the corner, and shook it out, for a single buffer, of an easy temper, living idly on his means, I have had a rather busy afternoon. Chapter 19, Shadow on the Sundial. Again Miss Tiffington has delivered her valedictory address, with the accompaniments of white wine and pound cake, and again the young ladies have departed to their several homes. Helena Landless has left the nun's house to attend her brother's fortunes, and pretty Rosa is alone. Cloisterham is so bright and sunny in these summer days, that the cathedral and the monastery show as if their strong walls were transparent. A soft glow seems to shine from within them, rather than upon them from without. Such is their mellowness as they look forth on the hot cornfields and the smoking roads that distantly wind among them. The Cloisterham gardens blush with ripening fruit. Time was when travel-stamped pilgrims rode in clattering parties through the city's welcome shades. Time is when wayfarers, leading a gypsy life between haymaking time and harvest, and as if they were just made of the dust of the earth, so very dusty are they, lounge about on cool doorsteps, trying to mend their unmendable shoes, or giving them to the city. Kennels is a hopeless job, and seeking others in the bundles all they carry, along with their yet unused sickles swathed in bands of straw. At all the more public pumps there is much cooling of bare feet, together with much bubbling and gurgling of drinking with hand to spout on the part of these Bedouins, the Cloisterham police meanwhile looking askant from their beats with suspicion, and manifest impatience that the intruders should depart from within the civic bounds, and once more themselves on the simmering high roads. On the afternoon of such a day, when the last cathedral service is done, and when that side of the high street on which the nun's house stands is grateful shade, save where its quaint old garden opens to the west between the boughs of trees, a servant informs Rosa, to her terror, that Mr. Jas*R desires to see her. If he had chosen his time for finding her at a disadvantage, he could have done no better. Perhaps he has chosen it. Helena Landless is gone, Mrs. Tisher is absent on leave, Miss Twinkleton, in her amateur state of existence, has contributed herself and a veal pie to a picnic. "Oh why, Wiley, did you say I was at home?" cried Rosa, helplessly. The maid replies, that Mr. Jasper never asked the question. That he said he knew she was at home, and begged she might be told that he asked to see her. "Ivy hat shall I do? What shall I do?" thinks Ros for clasping her hands. Possessed by a kind of desperation, she adds in the next breath, that she will come to MLJAS#R in the garden. She shudders at the thought of being shut up with him in the house, but many of its windows command the garden, and she can be seen as well as heard there, and can shriek in the free air and run away. Such is the wild idea that flutters through her mind. She has never seen him since the fatal night, except when she was questioned before the mayor, and then he was present in gloomy watchfulness, as representing his lost nephew and bumming to avenge him. She hangs her garden hat on her arm, and goes out. The moment she sees him from the porch, leaning on the sundial, the old horrible feeling of being compelled by him, asserts its hold upon her. She feels that she would even then go back, but that he draws her feet towards him. She cannot resist, and sits down, with her head bent, on the garden seat beside the sundial. She cannot look up at him for abhorrence, but she has resolved that he is dressed deep mumming _ so is she. It was not so at first, but the lost has long been given up, and mummed for, as dead he would begin by touching her hand. She feels the intention, and draws her hand back. His eyes are then fixed upon her. She knows, although her own see nothing but the grass. I have been waiting, he begins, for some time, to be summoned back to my duty near you. After several times forming her lips, which she knows he is closely watching, into the shape of some other hesitating reply, and then mto none, she answers, duty, sir. The duty of teaching you, serving you as your faithful music. I have left off that study. Not left off, I think. Discontinued. I was told by your guardian that you discontinued it under the shock that we have all felt so acutely. When will you resume? Never, sir. Never? You could have done no more if you had loved my dear boy. I did love him, cried Rosa, with a flash of anger. Yes, but not quite in the right way, shall I say? Not in the intended and expected way. Much as my dear was, unhappily, too self-conscious and self-satisfied, I'll draw no parallel between him and you in all respect. To love as he should have loved, or as anyone in his place would have loved, must have loved. She sits in the same still attitude, but shrinking a little more. Then, to be told that you discontinued your study with me, was to be politely told that you abandoned it altogether, he suggested. Yes, says Rosa, with sudden spirit, the politeness was my guardian's, not mine. I told him that he was resolved to leave OM and that I was determined to stand by my resolution. And you still are? I still, sir. And I beg not to be questioned any more about it. Any more, I have that in my power. At all events, I will not answer. She is so conscious of his looking at her with a gloating admiration of the touch of anger on her, and the fire and animation it brings with it, that even as her spirit MSEs, it falls again, and she struggles with a sense of shame, amont and fear, much as she did that night at the piano. I will not question you any more, since you object to it so much. I will confess I do not wish to hear you, sir, cries Rosa, rising. This time he does touch her with his outstretched hand. Seat again and shrinking from it, she shrinks into her. We must sometimes act in opposition to our wishes, he tells her in a low voice. Now, or do more harm to others than you can ever set right. What harm? You must do so presently, presently. You question, you see, and surely that's not fair when you forbid me to question you. Nevertheless, I will answer the question presently. Dearest Rosa. Charming Rosa. She starts up again. This time he does not touch her. But his face looks so wicked and menacing, as he stands leaning against the sundial setting, as it were, his black mark upon the very face of day, that her flight is arrested by horror as she looks at him. I do not forget how many umdaus command a view of us, he says, glancing towards them. Will not touch you again, I will come no nearer to you than I am. Sit do, and there will be no mighty wonder in your music masters leaning idly against a pedestal and speaking with you, remembering all that has and our shares in it. Sit dov.n, my beloved. She would have gone once more, was all but gone, and once more his face, darkly threatening what would follow if she went, has stopped her. Looking at him with the expression of the mist-ant frozen on her face, she sits down on the seat. Agim Rosa, even when my dear boy was affianced to you, I loved you madly, even when I thought his happiness in having you for his wife was sane, I loved you madly, even when I strove to make him more ardently devoted to you, I loved you madly, even when he gave me the picture of your lovely face so carelessly traduced by him, which I feigned to hang always in my sight for his sake. W. Misshipped M. Torment for years, I loved you madly, in the distasteful work of the day, in the wakeful misery of the night, girded by sordid realities, or wandering through paradises and hells of visions into which I rushed, canimmed your image in my arms, I loved you madly. If anything could make his words more hideous to her than they are in themselves, it would be the contrast between the violence of his look and delivery, and the composure of his assumed attitude. I endured it all in silence. So long as you were his, or so long as I you to be his, I hid my secret loyally. Did I not? This lie, so gross, while the mere words in which it is told are so tme, is more than Rosa can endure. She answers with kindling indignation, you were as false throughout, sir, as you are now. You were false to him, daily and hourly. You know that you made my life unhappy by your pursuit of me. You know that you made me afraid to open his generous eyes, and that you forced me, for his own trusting, good sake, to keep the outh from him, that you were a bad man. His preservation of his easy attitude rendering his working features and his convulsive hands absolutely diabolical, he returns, with a fierce extreme of admiration, how beautiful you are! You are more beautiful in anger than in repose. I don't ask you for your love, give me yourself and your hatred, give me yourself and that pretty rage, give me yourself and that enchanting scum, it will be enough for me. Impatient tears rise to the eyes of the trembling little beauty, and her face flames, but as she again rises to leave him in indignation, and seek protection within the house, he stretches out his hand towards the porch, as though he invited her to enter it. I told you, you rare charmer, you sweet witch, that you must stay and hear me, or do more harm than can ever be undone. You asked me what harm. Stay, and I will tell you. Go, and I will do it. Again Rosa quails before his threatening face, though innocent of its mean, and she remains. Her panting breathing comes and goes as if it would choke her, but with a repressive hand upon her bosom, she remains. I have made my confession that my love is mad. It is so mad, that had the ties between me and my dear lost boy been one silken thread less strong, I might have swept even him from your side, when you 5-houred him. A film come over the eyes she raises for an instant, as die-off he had turned her faint. Even herm he repeats. Yes, even him. Rosa, you see me and you hear me. Judge for yourself whether any other admirer shall love you and live, whose life is in my hand. What do you mean, sir? I mean to show you how mad my love is. It was hawked through the late inquiries by Mr. Crisparkle, that young Landless had confessed to him that he was a rival of my lost boy. That is an inexpiable offence in my eyes. The same Crisparkle knows under my hand that I have devoted myself to the murderer's discovery and destruction, be he whom he might, and that I determined to discuss the mystery with no one until I should hold the clue in which to entangle the murderer as in a net. I have since worked patiently to WMD and wind it round him, and it is slowly winding as I speak. Your belief, if you believe in the criminality of Mr. Landless, is not Crisparkle's belief, and he is a good man. Rosa retorts. My belief is my own, and I reserve it, worshipped of my soul. Circumstances may accumulate so strongly even against an innocent man, that directed, sharpened, and pointed, they may slay him. One wanting link discovered by perseverance against a guilty man, proves his guilt, however slight its evidence before, and he dies. Young Landless stands in deadly flow either way. If I really suppose, Rosa pleads with him, coming paler, that I favour Mr. Landless, or that Mr. Landless has ever in any way addressed himself to me, you are wrong. He puts that from him with a sliding action of his hand and a curled lip. I was going to show you how madly I love you. More madly now than ever, for I am willing to renounce the second object that has arisen in my life to divide it with you, and henceforth to have no object in existence but you only. Miss Landless has become your bosom friend. You care for her peace of mind. I love her dearly. You care for her good name. I have said, sir, I love her dearly. I am unconsciously, he observes with a smile, as he folds his hands upon the sundial and leans his chin upon them, so that his talk would seem from the windows. Faces occasionally come and go there, to be of the airiest and playfulest. I am unconsciously giving offence by questioning again. I will simply make statements, therefore, and not put questions. You do care for your bosom man's good name, and you do care for her peace of mind. Then remove the shadow of the gallows from her, dear one. You dare propose to me too, darling, I dare propose to you. Stop there. If it be bad to idolize you, I am the worst of men, if it be I am the best. My love for you is above all other love, and my truth to you is above all other truth. Let me have hope and favour, and I am a forsworn man for your sake. Rosa puts her hands to her temples, and, pushing back her hair, looks wildly and abhorrently at him, as though she were trying to piece together what it is his deep purpose to present to her only and reckon up nothing at this moment, angel, but the sacrifices that I lay at those dear feet, which I could fall down among the vilest ashes and kiss, and put my head as a poor savage might. There is my fidelity to my dear boy after death. Tread upon it, with an action awful's hands, as though he cast down something precious. There is the inexpiable offence against my adoration of you. Spurn it. With a similar action. There are my labours in the cause of a just vengeance for 6 toiling months. With another repetition of the action. Crush them. There is my past and my present wasted life. There is the desolation of my heart and my soul. There is my peace, there is my despair. Stamp them into the dust, so that you take me, were it even mortally hating me. The frightful vehemence of the now reaching its null height, so additionally terrifies her as to break the spell that has held her to the spot. She swiftly moves towards the porch, but in an instant he is at her side, and #acting in her ear. Rosa, I am self-repressed Agim Inl walking calmly beside you to the house. I shall wait for some encouragement and hope. I shall not strike soon. Give me a sign that you attend to. She slightly and constrainedly moves her hand. Not a word of this to anyone, or it will bring down the blow, as certainly as night follows day. Another sign that you attend to me. She moves her hand once more. I love you, love you, love you. If you were to cast me off now, you will not, you would never be rid of me. No one should come us. I would pursue you to die death. The handmaid coming out to open the gate for him, he quietly pulls off his hat as a painting salute, and goes away with no greater show of agitation than is visible in the effigy of Mr. Sapsea's father opposite. Rosa faints in going upstairs, and is carefully carried to her room and laid down on herbed. A thunderstorm is coming on, the maids say, and the hot and stifling air has overset the pretty dear. No wonder, they have felt their own knees all of a tremble all day long. Chapter XX, a flight. Rosa no came to herself than the whole of the late interview was before her. It even seemed as if it had pursued her into her insanity, and she had not had a moment's unconsciousness of it. What to do, she was at a frightened loss to know. The only one clear thought in her mind was, that she must fly from this Temple Mam. But where could she take refuge, and how could she go? She had never breathed her dread of him to anyone but Helena. If she went to Helena, and told her what had passed, that very act might bring down the irreparable mischief that he threatened he had the power, and all it she knew he had the will, to do. The more fearful he *ard to her excited memory and imagination, the more alarming her responsibility appeared, seeing that a slight mistake on her part, either in action or delay, might let his malevolence loose on Helena's Rosa's mind throughout the last 6 months had been stormily conmsed a half-formed, wholly unexpressed suspicion tossed in it, now heaving itself up, and now sinking into the deep, now gaining palpability, and now losing it. Jasper's self-absorption his nephew when he was alive, and his unceasing pursuit of the inquiry how he came by his death, if he were dead, were themes so rife in the place, that no one appeared able to suspect the possibility of foul play at his hands. She had asked herself the question, am I so wicked my thoughts as to conceive a wickedness that others cannot imagine? Then she had considered, did the suspicion come of her previous recoiling from him before the fact? And if so, was not that of its baselessness? Then she had reflected, what motive could he have, according to my accusation? She was ashamed to answer in her mind, the motive of gaining me. And covered her face, as if the lightest shadow of the idea of founding murder on such an idle vanity were a crime almost as great. She ran over in her mind all that he had said by the sundial in the garden. He had *persisted in treating the disappearance as murder, consistently with his whole public CMRSE since the finding of the watch and shirt if he were afraid of the crime traced out, would he not rather encourage the idea of a voluntary disappearance? He had even declared that if the ties between him and his nephew had been less strong, he might have swept even him away from her. Was that like his having really done so? He had spoken of laying his 6 months' labours the cause of a just vengeance at her feet. Would he have done that, with that violence of passion, if they were a pretence? Would he have ranged them with his desolate heart and soul, his wasted life, his peace and his despair? The very first sacrifice that he represented himself as making for her, was his fidelity to his dear boy after death. Surely these facts were strong against a fancy that scarcely dared to hint itself. And yet he was so one me a man. In short, the poor girl, for what could she know of the criminal intellect, which its own professed students perpetually misread, because they persist in trying to reconcile it with the average intellect of average men, instead of identifying it as a horrible wonder apart, could get by no road to any other conclusion than that he was a terrible man, and must be fled from. She had been Helena's stay and comfort during the whole time. She had constantly assured her of her full belief in her brother's innocence, and of her with him his misery. But she had never seen him since the disappearance, nor had Helena ever spoken one word of his avowal to Crisparkle in regard of Rosa, though as a part of the interest of the case it was well known far and wide he was Helena's unfortunate brother, to her, and nothing more. The assurance she had given her odious suitor was strictly true, though it would have been better, she considered now, if she could have restrained herself from so giving it. Afraid of him as the bright and delicate little creature was, her spirit swelled at the thought of his knowing it from her own lips. But where was she to go? Annulara beyond his reach, was no reply to the question. Somewhere must be dieft of. She determined to go to her guardian, and to go immediately. The feeling she had imparted to Helena on the night of their first confidence, was so strong upon her, the feeling of not safe from him, and of the solid walls of the old convent powerless to keep out his ghostly following of her, that no reason of her own could calm her terrors. The fascination of repulsion had been upon her so long, and now culminated so darkly, that she felt as if he had power to bind her by a spell. Glancing out at window, even now, as she rose to dress, the sight of the sundial on which he had leaned when he declared himself, turned her cold, and made her shrink from it, as though he had invested it with some awful quality from his own nature. She wrote a hurried note to Miss saying that she had sudden reason for wishing to see her guardian promptly, and had gone to him, also, entreating the good lady not to be uneasy, for all was well with her. She hurried a few quite useless articles into a veneer little bag, left the note in a conspicuous place, and went out, softly closing the gate after her. It was the first time she had ever been even in Cloisterham High Street alone. But knowing all its ways and windings very well, she hurried straight to the comber from which the omnibus departed. It was, at that very moment, going off. "Stop and take me, if you please, Joe. I am obliged to go to London." In less than another minute she was on her road to the railway, under Joe's protection. Joe waited on her when she got there, put her safely into the railway carriage, and handed in the Veneer little bag after her, as though it were some enormous trunk, hundredweights heavy, which she must on no account endeavour to lift. "Can you go round when you get back, and tell Miss Twinkleton that you saw me safely off, Joe?" "It shall be done, miss, with my love, please, Joe." "Yes, miss, and I wouldn't mind having it myself," thought it underscore, but Joe did not articulate the last clause, only now that she was 1.411 ir away for London in real earnest, Rosa was at leisure to resume the thoughts which her personal hurry had checked. The indignant thought that his declaration of love soiled her, that she could only be cleansed from the stain of its impurity by appealing to the honest and true, supported her for a time against her fears, and confirmed her in her hasty resolute lawn underscore. But as the evening grew darker and darker, and the great city impended nearer and nearer, the doubts usual in such cases began to arise. Whether this was not a wild proceeding, after all, how M.L. Grugius might regard it, whether she should find him at the journey's end, how she would act if he were absent, what might become of her, alone, a place so strange and crowded, how if she had waited and taken counsel first, whether, if she could now go back, she would not do it thankfully. A multitude of such uneasy speculations her, more and more as they accumulated. At length the train came into London over the housetops, and down below lay the gritty streets with their yet unneeded lamps aglow, on a hot, light, summer night. Hiram Grugius, Esquire, Staple NN, London. This was all Rosa knew of her destination, but it was enough to send her rattling away again in a cab, through deserts of gritty streets, where many #opal crowded at the comber of courts and byways to get some air, and where many other people walked a miserably noise of shuffling of feet on hot paving stones, and where all the people and all their surroundings were so gritty and so shabby. There was music playing here and there, but it did not enliven die case. No barrel organ mended the matter, and no big drum dull care away. Like the chapel bells that were also gonged here and there, they only seemed to evoke echoes from brick surfaces, and dust from everything. As to the flat wind instruments, they seemed to have cracked their hearts and souls in pining for the country. Her jingling conveyance stopped at last at a fast-closed gateway, which appeared to belong to somebody who had gone to bed Veneer early, and was much afraid of housebreakers. Rosa, discharging her conveyance, timidly knocked at this gateway, and was let, very little bag and all, by a watchman. "Does Grugius live here?" "Mr. Grugius lives there, miss," said the watchman, pointing further in. So Rosa went further and, when the clocks were striking 10, stood on PJT's doorsteps, wondering what PJT had done with his street door. Guided by the painted name of Mr. Grugius, she went upstairs and softly tapped and tapped several times. But no one answering, and Mr. Grugius's door handle yielding to her touch, she went in, and saw her guardian sitting on a window seat at an open window, with a shaded lamp placed far from him on a table in a corner. Rosa drew nearer to him in the twilight of the good heaven. He saw her, and he said, in an undertone. Rosa fell upon his neck with tears, and then he said, resuming her embrace, "My child, my child! I thought you were your mother. But what," he added, soothingly, "has happened? My dear, what has brought you here? Yumo has brought you here." "No one. I came alone Lord bless me," ejaculated Mr. Grugius, "and fetch you. I had no time. I took a sudden resolution. Aha, poor fellow, poor fellow! Came alone. Why didn't you write to me to come, poor Eddie? His uncle has made love to me. I cannot bear it, said Rosa, at once with a burst of tears, and a stanelp of her little foot, shudder with horror of him, and I have come to you to protect me and all of us from him, if you will. I will, cried Mr. Grugius, with a sudden rush of amazing energy. Damn him! Confound his frustrate his knavish tricks! On thee his hopes to fix? Damn him again! After this most extraordinary outburst, Mr. Grugius, quite beside himself, plunged about the room, to all appearance undecided whether he was in a fit of loyal enthusiasm, or combative denunciation. He stopped and said, Whipping his face, I beg your pardon, my dear, but you will be glad to know I feel better. Tell me no more just now, or I might do it again. You must be refreshed and cheered. What did you take last? Was it breakfast, lunch, dinner, tea, or supper? And what will you take next? Shall it be breakfast, lunch, dinner, tea, or sup? #R. The respectful tenderness with which, on one knee before her, he helped her to remove her hat, and disentangle her pretty hair from it, was quite a chivalrous sight. Yet who, knowing him only on the surface, would have expected chivalry, and of the true sort, too, not the spurious, from Mr. Grugius. Your rest too must be provided for, he went on, and you shall have the prettiest chamber in Furnivall's _ your toilet must be provided for, and you shall have everything that an unlimited head chambermaid, by which expression I mean a head chambermaid not limited as to outlay, can procure. Is that a bag? He looked hard at it, sooth to say, it required hard looking at to be seen at all, dimly lighted. And is it your property, my dear? Yes, sir. I brought it with me. It is not an extensive bag, said Mr. Grugius, candidly, though admirably calculated to contain a day's provision for a canary bird. Perhaps you brought a canary bird. Rosa smiled and shook her head. If you had, he should have been made welcome, said Mr. Grugius, and I think he would have been pleased to be hung upon a nail outside and pit himself against our staple sparrows, whose execution must be admitted to be not quite equal to their intention. Which is the case with so many of us. You didn't say what meal, my dear. Have a nice jumble of all meals. Rosa thanked him, but said she could only take a cup of tea. Mr. Grugius, after several times running out, and in again, to mention such supplementary items as marmalade, eggs, watercresses, salted fish, and frizzled ham, ran across to Furnivall's without his hat, to give his various directions. And soon afterwards they were realized en practice, and the board was spread. Lord bless my soul, cried Mr. Grugius, putting the lamp upon it, and taking his seat opposite Rosa, what a new sensation for a poor old angular bachelor, to be sure. Rosa's expressive little eyebrows asked him what he meant. The sensation of having a sweet young presence in the place, that whitewashes it, paints it, papers it, decorates it with gilding, and makes it glorious, said Mr. Grugius _M. Me. As there was something mournful in his ros, for in touching him with her teacup, ventured to touch him with her small hand too. Thank you, my dear, said Nfr_Grugus_. Do you always live here, sir? Asked Rosa. Yes, my dear. And always alone? Ahem. Let's talk. Always alone, except that I have daily company in a gentleman by the name of Bazzard, my clerk. He doesn't live here. No, he goes his way, after office hours. In fact, he is off duty here, altogether, just at present, and a firm downstairs, with which I have business relations, lend me a substitute. But it would be extremely difficult to replace Mr. Bazzard _ he must be veneer fond of you, said Rosa. He bears up against it with commendable fortitude if he is, returned Mr. Grugius, after considering the matter. But I doubt if he is. Not particularly so. You see, he is discontented, fellow. Why isn't he contented, was the natural inquiry _misplaceable, said Mr. Grugius, with great mystery. Rosa's eyebrows resumed their inquisitive and perplexed expression. So misplaced, Mr. Grugius went on, that I feel constantly apologetic towards him, feels, though he doesn't mention it, that I have reason to be. And he, Mr. Grugius, had by this time grol.vn so very mysterious, that Rosa did not know how to go on. While she was thinking about it, ML Grugius suddenly jerked out of himself for the second time, "Let's talk. We were speaking of Mr. Bazzard. It's a secret, and moreover it is Bazzard's secret, but the sweet presence at my table makes me so unusually expansive, that I feel I must impart it in inviolable confidence. What do you think Mr. Bazzard has done?" "Oh dear," cried Rosa, drawing her chair a little nearer, and her MMD reverting to Jasper, "nothing dreadful, I hope?" "He has written a play," said Mr. Grugius, in a solemn whisper. Rosa seemed much relieved. "A tragedy?" And pursued Mr. Grugius in the same tone, "will hear, on any account whatever, of bringing it out?" Rosa looked reflective, and nodded her head slowly, as who should say, "Such things are, and why are they?" "Now, you know," said Nfr_Grugius, "I couldn't write a play." "Not a bad one, sir," said Rosa, innocently, with her eyebrows agam in act _no_ if I was under sentence of decapitation, and was about to be instantly decapitated, and an express arrived with a pardon for the condemned convict Grugius if he unt a play, I should be under the necessity of resuming the block, and begging the executioner to extremities, meaning, said ML Grugius, passing his hand under his chin, the singular, and this Rosa appeared to consider what she would do if the awkward supposititious case were hers. "Consequently," said ML Grugius, "Mr. Bazzard would have a sense of my inferiority to himself under any circumstances, but when I am his master, you know, the case is greatly aggravated." Mr. Grugius shook his head seriously, as if he felt the offence to be a little too much, though of his own committing. "How cannot you to be his master, sir?" asked Rosa. "A question that naturally follows," said Grugius. "Let's talk. Mr. Bazzard's father, being a Norfolk farmer, would have furiously laid about him with a flail, a pitchfork, and every agricultural implement available for assaulting purposes, on the slightest hint of his son's having written a play. So the son, bringing to me the father's rent, why like I receive imparted his secret, and pointed that he was determined to pursue his genius, and that it would put him in peril of starvation, and that he was not formed for it." "For pursuing his genius, sir?" "No, my dear," said Grugius, "for starvation." It was impossible to deny the position, that Mr. Bazzard was not formed to be starved, and Mr. Bazzard then pointed out that it was desirable diet I should stand between him and a fate so perfectly unsuited to his format _n that way ML Bazzard became my clerk, and he feels it very much. "I am glad he is grateful," said Rosa. "I didn't quite mean that, my dear. I mean, that he feels the degradation. There are some other geniuses that Mr. Bazzard has become acquainted who have also written tragedies, which likewise nobody will on any account whatever hear of bringing out, and these choice spirits dedicate their plays to one another in a highly panegyrical manner. Mr. Bazzard has been the subject of one of these dedications. Now, you know, I never had a play dedicated to any." Rosa looked at him as if she would have liked him to be the recipient of 1,000 dedications. "Which again, naturally, rubs against the grain of Mr. Bazzard," said Grugius _he is very short with me sometimes, and then I feel that he is meditating, this blockhead is my master. A fellow who couldn't write a tragedy on pain of death, and who will never have one dedicated to him with the most complimentary congratulations on the high position he has taken in the eyes of posterity. Very trying, very touring however, in giving him directions, I reflect beforehand, perhaps he may not like this or he might take it ill if I asked that, and so we get on very well indeed, better than I could have expected. Is the tragedy named, sir? Asked Rosa. Strictly between ourselves, answered Mr. Grewgious, it has a dreadfully appropriate name. It is called The Thorn of Anxiety. But M.L. Bazzard hopes, and I hope, that it will come out at last. It was not hard to divine that Mr. Grewgious had related the Bazzard history thus nilly, at least quite as much for the recreation of his ward's mind from the subject that had driven her Dura, as for the gratification of his own tendency to be social and communicative. And now, my dear, he said at this point, if you are not too tired to tell me more of what passed today, but only if you feel quite able, I should be glad to hear it. I may digest it the better, if I sleep on it tonight. Rosa, composed now, gave him a faithful account of the interview. M.L. Grewgious often smoothed his head while it was in progress, and begged to be told a second time those parts which bore on Helena and Neville. When Rosa had finished, he sat grave, silent, and meditative for a while. Clearly narrated, was his only remark at last, and, I hope, clearly put away here, smoothing his head again. See, my dear, taking her to the open window, where they live. The dark windows over yonder. May first go to Helena tomorrow? Asked Rosa. I should like to sleep on that question tonight, he answered. Doubt M1y. Your own rest, for you must need it. But let me take you to with that. M.L. Grewgious helped her to get her hat on again, and hung upon his Anne the very little bag that was of no earthly use, and led her by the hand, with a sultane stately awkwardness, as if he were going to walk a minuet, across Holborn, and Mto Furnival's Inn. At the hotel door, he confided her to the unlimited head chambermaid, and said that while she went up to see her room, he would remain below, in case she should wish it exchanged for another, or should find that there was anything she wanted. Rosa's was airy, comfortable, almost gay. The unlimited had laid in everything omitted from the very little bag, that is to say, everything she could possibly need, and Rosa tripped down the great many stairs again, to thank her guardian for his thoughtful and affectionate care of her. Not at all, my dear, said Mr. Grewgious, infinitely gratified. It is I who thank you for your charming confidence and for your charming company. Your breakfast will be provided for you in a neat, compact, and Grace and 11 little sitting room, appropriate to your figure, and I will come to you at 10 o'clock in the morning. I hope you don't feel very strange indeed, in this strange place. Oh no, I feel so safe. Yes, you may be sure that the stairs are fireproof, said Mr. Grewgious, and that any outbreak of the devouring element would be perceived and suppressed by the watchman. I did not mean that, Rosa replied. I mean, I feel so safe from him. There is a stout gate of iron bars to keep him out, said M.L. Grewgious, smiling, and Furnivall's is fireproof, and specially watched and lighted, and I live over the way. And the stoutness of his knight-errantry, he seemed to think the last-named protection all sumscient. In the same spirit he said to the gate porter as he went out, if someone staying in the hotel should wish to send across the road to me in the night, a crown will be ready for the messenger. In the same spirit he walked up and down outside the iron gate for the best part of an hour, with some solicitude, occasionally looking in between the bars, as if he had laid a dove high in a cage of lions, and had it on his mind that she might tumble out. Chapter XXI, a recognition. Nothing occurred in the night to flutter the tired dove, and the dove arose refreshed. With Mr. Grewgious, when the clock stmck 10 in the morning, came Mr. Crisparkle, who had come at one plunge out of the river at Cloisterham. Miss Twinkleton was so uneasy, Miss Rosa, he explained to her, and came round to Ma and me with your note, in such a state of wonder, that, to quiet her, I volunteered on this service by the very first train to be caught in the morning. I wished at the time that you had come to me, but now I think it best that you did as you did, and came to your guardian. I did think of you, Rosa told him, but Minor Canon Comer was so near him. I understand. It was quite natural. I have told Mr. Crisparkle, said M.L. Grewgious, all that you told me last night, my dear. Of course I should have written it to him immediately, but his coming was most opportune. And it was particularly kind of him to come, for he had but just gone. Have you settled, asked Ros Forabraum to them both, what is to be done for Helena and her? Why really, said Mr. Crisparkle, I am in great perplexity. If even Mr. Groogless, whose head is much longer beyond mine, and who is a whole night's cogitation in advance of me, is undecided, what must I be? The Unlimited here put her head in at the door, after having rap #D, and been authorized to present herself, announcing that a gentleman wished for a word with another gentleman named Crisparkle, if any such gentleman were there. If no such gentleman were there, he begged pardon for being mistaken. Such a gentleman is here, said Mr. Carelsparkle, Hut is engaged just now. Is it a dark gentleman, interposed Rosa, retreating on her gourdium. No, miss, more of a brougham gentleman. You are sure not with black hair, asked Rosa, taking courage. Quite sure of that, miss, brune hair and blue eyes. Perhaps, hinted Mr. Groogius, with habitual caution, it might be well to see him, reverend sir, if I don't object. When one is in a difficulty or at a loss, one never knows in what direction a way may chance to open. It is a business principle of mine, in such a case, not to close up any direct but to keep an eye on every direction that may present itself. I could relate an anecdote in point, but that it would be premature. If Miss Rosa will allow me, then? Let the gentleman come in, said Mr. Crisparkle. The gentleman came in, with a frank but grace, for not finding Mr. Crisparkle alone, tummed to Mr. Crisparkle, and smilingly asked the unexpected question, am I? You are the gentleman I saw smoking under the trees in Staple Inn, a few minutes ago. True. There I saw you. Who else am I? Mr. Carelsparkle concentrated his attention on a handsome face, much sun-bummed, and the ghost of some deputed boy seemed to rise, gradually and dimly, in die room. The gentleman saw a stmgglmg recollection lighten up the minor canon's features, and smiling again, said, Ivy, what will you have for breakfast this morning? You are out of jam. Wait a moment, cried Mr. Crisparkle, raising his right hand. Give me another instant. Tartar. The two shook hands with the greatest heartiness, and then went the wonderful length, for Englishmen, of laying their hands each on the other's shoulders, and joy and 111 each into the other's face. My old fag, said Mr. Crisparkle. My old master, said Mr. Tartar. You saved me from droving, said Nfr Crisparkle. After which you took to swimming, you know, said Mr. Tartar. God bless my soul, said Mln Sparkle. Amen, said Mr. Tartar. And then they fell to shaking hands most heartily. I'm imagine, exclaimed Mr. Crisparkle, with glistening eyes, Miss Rosa Budd and Mr. Groogius, imagine Mr. Tartar, when he was the smallest of juniors, DLVMG for me, catching me, a big heo senior, by the hair of the head, and striking out for the shore with me like a water giant. Imagine my not letting him sink, as I was his fag, said Mr. Tartar. But the outh being that he was my best protector and friend, and did me more good than all the masters put together, an irrational impulse seized me to pick him up, or go down with him. Hem! Permit me, sir, to have the honor, said Mr. Groogius, advancing with extended hand, for an honor I truly esteem it. I am proud to make your acquaintance. You didn't take cold. I hope you were not inconvenienced by swallowing too much water. How have you been, Sims? It was by no means apparent that Mr. Groogless knew what he said, though it was very apparent that he meant to say something highly friendly and apreclative. If heaven, Rosa thought, had but sent such courage and skill to her poor mother's aid. Have been so slight and young then. And he too. I don't wish to be complimented upon it, I thank you, but I think I have an idea, Mr. Groogius announced, after taking a jog trot or two across the so unexhashtagged and unaccountable that they all stared at him. doubtful whether he was choking or had the cramp. "I think I have an idea. I believe I have had the pleasure of seeing Mr. Tartar's Nanel as tenant of the top set in the house next the top set in the Comer." "Yes, sir," returned Mr. Tartar. "You are right so far." "I am right so far," said Mr. Grugius tick that off, which he did, with his right thumb on his left. "Might you happen to know the name of IOURM the top set on the other side of the party wall, coming very close to M.L. Tanner, to lose nothing of his face, in his shortness of sight?" "Landless tick that off," said Mr. Grugius, taking another trot and then coming back. "Knowledge, I suppose, sir?" "Slight, but some." "Tick that said Mr. Grugius, taking another fought, and again coming back. "Knowledge, Mr. Tartar?" "No personal nature of. I thought he seemed to be a young fellow in a poor way, and I asked his leave, only within a day or so, to share my flowers up there with him, that is to say, to extend my flower garden to his windows. Would you have die kindness to take seats?" said M.L. Grugius. "I have an idea." They complied, Mr. Tartar none the less readily, for Bimg all abroad, and Mr. Grugius, seated in the centre, with his hands upon his knees, thus stated his idea, with his usual manner of having got the statement by heart. "I cannot as yet make up my mind whether it is prudent to hold open communication under present circumstances, and on the part of the fare of the present company, with M.L. Neville or Miss Helena. I have reason to know that a local friend of ours, on whom I beg to bestow a passing but a hearty maledictlon, with the kind permission of me reverend friend, sneaks to and fro, and dodges up and down. When not doing so himself, he may have some informant skulking about, in the person of a watchman, porter, or such like hanger-on of staple. On the other hand, Miss Rosa very naturally wishes to see her friend Miss Helena, and it would seem important that at least Miss Helena, if not her brother through her, should privately know from Miss Rosa's lips what has occurred, and what has been threatened. I agreed with generally the views I take. "I entirely coincide with them," said Mr. Crisparkle, who had been very attentive. "As I have no doubt I should," added Mr. Tartar, smiling, "ifle them fair and softly." "Sir," said Mr. Grugius, "we shall nilly confide in you directly, if you will favour us with your #remission_. Now, if our local friend should have any informant on the spot, it is tolerably clear that such informant can only be set to watch the channel betters in the occupation of M.L. Neville. He to our local mend, who comes and goes there, our local friend would supply for himself, from his own previous knowledge, the identity of the parties. Can be set to watch all stable, or to conceal himself with comers and goers to other sets of chambers, unless, indeed, mine. I begin to understand to what you tend," said Nfr Crisparkle, "and highly approve of your caution." "One needn't repeat that I know nothing yet of the and wherefore," said Mr. Tartar, "but I also understand to what you tend, so let me say at once that my chambers are freely at your there," cried Mr. Grugius, his head triumphantly. "Now we have all got the idea." "You have it, my dear." "One think I have," said Rosa, blushing a little as Tartar looked quickly towards her. "You see, you go over to Staple with Mr. Crisparkle and Mr. Tartar," said Mr. Grugius, "I going in and out and in alone, in my usual way. You go up with those gentlemen to Mr. Tartar's rooms, you look into Tartar's flower garden, you wait for Miss Helena's appearance there, or you sign $1 to Miss Helena that you are close by, and you communicate with her freely, and no spy can be the wiser." "I am very much afraid I shall be what, my dear?" asked Mr. Grugius, as she hesitated. "Not frightened?" "No, not that," said Rosa, shyly, in Mr. Tartar's way. "We seem to be appropriating Mr. Tartar's residence so very coolly. I protest to retumed diet gentlemen, that I shall think the better of it for evermore, if your voice sounds in it only once." Rosa, not quite knowing what to say about that, cast Dov. in her eyes, and tumming to Mr. Grugius, dutifully asked if she should put her hat on. Ml Gruius being of opinion that she could not do better, she withdrew for the purpose. Mr. Crisparkle took the of giving Mr. Tartar a summary of the distresses of Neville and his sister. The opportunity was quite long enough, as the hat happened to require a little extra fitting on. Mr. Tartar gave his arm to Rosa, and Mr. Crisparkle walked, detached, in front. Poor Eddie! Thought Rosa, as they went along. Mr. Tartar waved his right hand as he bent his head down over Rosa, talking in an animated way. It was not so verfl or so sunbroved when it saved Mr. Crisparkle, thought Rosa, glancing at it, but it must have been very steady and determined even them. Mr. Tartar told her he had been a sailor, roving everywhere for years and years. "When are you going to sea again?" asked Rosa. Never. Rosa wondered what the girls would say if they could see her crossing the wide street on the sailor's arm. And she fancied that the passers-by must think her very little and very helpless, contrasted with the strong figure that could have caught her up and carried her out of any danger, miles and miles without resting. She was thinking Feuer, that his far-seeing blue eyes looked as if they had been used to watch danger afar off, and to watch it without flinching, drawing nearer and nearer. When, ning to raise her own eyes, she found that he seemed to be thinking something about them. This a little confused Rosebud, and may account for her never afterwards quite knowing how she ascended, with his help, to his garden in the air, and seemed to get into a marvellous country that came into sudden bloom like the country on the summit of Magic Beanstalk. May it flourish forever. Chapter XXII. A gritty state of things. Conies on near Tartar's chambers were the neatest, the cleanest and the best ordered chambers ever seen under the sun and stars. The floors were scmbbed to that extent, that you might have supposed the London blacks emancipated forever, and gone out of the land, for every inch of brass work Mml Tartar's possession was embummished, till it shone like a brazen mirror. No speck, nor spot, nor spatter soiled the purity of any of Ml Tartar's household gods, large, small, or middle-sized. His sitting room was like the admiral's cabin, his bathroom was like a dairy, his sleeping chamber, fitted all about with lockers and drawers, was like a seedsman's shop, and his nicely balanced cot just stirred in the midst, as if it breathed. Everything to Mr. Tartar had quarters of its own assigned to it. His maps and charts had their quarters, his books had theirs, his brushes had theirs, his boots had theirs, his clothes had theirs, his case bottles had theirs, his telescopes and other instruments had theirs. Everything was readily accessed. Shelf, bracket, locker, hook, and drawer were equally within reach, and were equally contrived with a view to avoiding waste of and providing some snug inches of stowage for something that would have exactly fitted nowhere else. His gleaming little service of plate was so arranged upon his sideboard as that a slack salt spoon would have instantly betrayed itself. His toilet implements were so arranged upon his dressing table as that of slovenly deportment could have been reported at a glance. So with the curiosities he had brought home from various voyages. Stuffed, dried, repolished, or otherwise preserved, according to their kind, birds, fishes, reptiles, arms, articles of dress, shells, seaweeds, grasses, or memorials of coral reef, each was displayed in its #chale place, and each could have been displayed in no better place. Paint and varnish seemed to be kept somewhere of sight, in constant readiness to obliterate stray finger marks wherever any might become perceptible. Tartar's chambers. No man of war was ever kept more splck and span from careless touch. On this bright summer day, a neat evening was rigged over Mr. Tartar's flower garden as only a sailor can rig it, and there was a going air upon the whole effect, so delightfully complete, that the flower garden might have appertained to Stemumdows afloat, and the whole conceem might have bowled away gallantly with all on board, if Mr. Tartar had only clapped to his lips the speaking trumpet that was slung in a corner, and given hoarse orders to heave the anchor up, look alive there, men, and get all sail upon her. Mr. Tartar doing the honours of this gallant craft was of a piece with the rest. When a man rides an amiable hobby that shies at nothing and kicks nobody, it is only agreeable to find him riding it with a humorous sense of the droll side of the creature. When the man is a cordial and an earnest man by nature, and withal is perfectly fresh and genuine, it may be doubted whether he is ever seen to greater advantage than at such a time. So Rosa would have naturally thought, even if she hadn't been conducted over the ship with all the homage due to the First Lady of the Admiralty, or First Fairly off Sea, that it was charming to see and hear Mr. Tartar half laughing at, and half rejoicing in, his various contrivances. So Rosa would have naturally thought anyhow, that the sunbumped sailor showed to great advantage when, the inspection finished, he delicately withdrew out of his admiral's cabin, beseeching her to consider herself its queen, and waving her free of his flower garden with the hand that had had Mr. Crisparkle's life. It Helena. Helena Landless. Are you there? Who speaks to me? Not Rosa. Then a second handsome face appearing. Yes, my darling. Why, how did you come here, dearest? I don't quite know, said Rosa with a blush, unless I am dreaming. Why with a blush? For their two faces were alone with the other flowers. The fruits of the country of the magic beanstalk? Our blush is among. I am not dreaming, said Helena, smiling. I should take more for granted if I were. Come together, or so near together, so very unexpectedly. How do we unexpectedly indeed, among the dingy gables and chimney pots of PLT's connection, and the flowers that had sprung from the salt sea. But Rosa, waking, told in a hurry how they came to be together, and all the why and wherefore of that matter. And Mr. Crisparkle is here, said Rosa, in rapid conclusion, and, could you believe it? Long ago he saved his life. I could believe any such of Mr. Crisparkle, returned Helena, with a mantling face. More bushes in die beanstalk country. Yes, but it wasn't Crisparkle, said Rosa, quickly putting in the correction. I don't understand, love. It was veneer nice of Mr. Crisparkle to be saved, said Rosa, and he couldn't have shown his high opinion of Mr. Tartar more expressively. But it was Mr. Tartar who saved him. Helena's dark eyes looked very earnestly at the bright face among the leaves, and she in a slower and more thoughtful tone, is Mr. Tartar with you now, dear? No, because he has given up his to us, I mean. It is such a beautiful place. It is like the inside of the most exquisite ship that ever sailed. Like a dream, suggested Helena. Rosa answered with a little nod, and smelled the flowers. Helena resumed, after a short pause of silence, during which she seemed, or it was Rosa's MNCY, to compassionate. My PMR Neville is reading in his own room, the sun being so very bright on this side just now. I think he had better not know that you are so near. Oh, I think so too, cried Rosa very readily. I suppose, pursued Helen for doubtfully, that he must know by and by all you have told me, but I am not sure. Ask Crisparkle's advice, my darling. Whether I may tell Neville as much or as little of what you have told me as I think best, ask him. Rosa subsided into her state cabin, and the question. The minor canon was for the free exercise of Helena's judgment. Thank him very much, said Helena, when Rosa emerged again with her report. Ask him whether it would be best to wait until any more maligning and pursuing of Neville on the part of this match shall disclose itself, or to anticipate it, I mean, so far as to find out whether any such goes on darkly about us. The minor canon found this so difficult to give a confident opinion on, that, after 2 or 3 attempts and failures, he suggested a reference to Grugius _ Helena acquiesced. He betook himself, with a most unsuccessful _LL assumption of lounging indifference, across the quadrangle to PLTS, and stated it. Mr. Grugius held decidedly to the general principle, that if you could steal a march upon a brigand or a wild beast, you had better do it, and he also held decidedly to the special case. That John Jasper was a brigand and a wild beast in combination. Thus advised, M.L. Crisparkle Canal back Egham and reported to Rosa, who in her tum reported to Helen as she now steadily pursued her train of thought at her window, considered thereupon. "We may count on Mr. Tartar's readiness to help us, Rosa?" she inquired. "Oh yes." Rosa shyly diffed so. "Oh yes," Rosa shyly believed she could almost answer for it. But should she ask Mr. Crisparkle? "I think your authority on the point as good as his, my dear," said Helen sedately, "and you needn't disappear again for that." Odd of Helena. "You see, Neville," Helena pursued after more reflection, "knows no one else here, he has not so much as exchanged a word with anyone else here. If Mr. Tartar would call to see him openly and often, if he would spare a minute for the purpose, frequently, if he would even do so, almost daily, something might come of it." "Something might come of it, dear," repeated Rosa, surveying her friend's beauty with a highly #perplexed face. "Something might. If Neville's movements are really watched, and if the purpose really is to isolate him from all friends and acquaintance and wear his daily life out grain by grain, which would seem to be the threat to you, does it not appear likely," said Helena, "that his enemy would in some way communicate with Mr. Tartar to warn him off from Neville? In which case, we might not only know the fact, but might know from Mr. Tanner what the terms of the communication were." "I see," cried Rosa, and immediately darted into her state cabin again. Presently her pretty face reappeared, with a greatly heightened colour, and she said that she had told Mr. Crisparkle, and that Mr. Crisparkle had fetched in M.L. Tartar, and that Mr. Tartar, who is waiting now, in case you want him, added Rosa, with a half look back, and in not a little conf sign between the misside of die state cabin and out, had declared his readiness to act as she had suggested, and to enter on his task that very day. "I thank him from my heart," said Helena. "Pray tell him so." Again not a little confused between the flower garden and the cabin, Rosa dipped in with her message, and dipped out Egham with more assurances from Mr. Tartar, and stood wavering in a divided state between Helena and him, which proved that contusion is not always necessarily awkward, but may sometimes present a very pleasant appearance. "And now, darling," said Helen, "for we will be mindful_ll of die caution that has restricted us to this interview for the present, and will part. I hear Neville moving too. Are you going back to Miss Twinkleton's?" asked Rosa. "Yes. Oh, I could never go dire any more." "I couldn't indeed, after that dreadful interview," said Rosa. "Then here are you going, pretty one?" "Now I come to think of it, I don't know," said Rosa. "I have settled nothing at all yet, but my guardian will take care of me. Don't be uneasy, dear. I shall be sure to be somewhere." It did seem likely. "And I shall hear of my rosebud from Mr. Tartar?" inquired Helena. "Yes, I suppose so, from," Rosa looked back again in a flutter, instead of supplying the name. "But tell me one thing before we part, dearest Helena. Tell me, that you are sure, I couldn't help it, love. Help making him malicious and revengeful_. I couldn't hold any terms with, could I? You know how I love you, darling," answered Helen with indignation, "but I would see you dead at his wicked feet. That's a great comfort to me. And you will tell your poor brother so, won't you? And you will give him my remembrance and my sympathy? And you will ask him not to hate me?" With a mournful shake of the head, as if that would be quite a superfluous entreaty, Helena lovingly kissed her 2 hands to her friend, and her friend's 2 hands were kissed to her, and then she saw a third hand, a brown one, appear among the flowers and leaves, and help her friend out of sight. The refection that Mr. Tartar produced in the Admiral's cab by merely touching the spring knob of a locker and the handle of a drawer, was a dazzling enchanted repast. Wonderful glittering liqueurs, magically preserved tropical spices, and jellies of celestial tropical fruits, displayed themselves promptly at an instant's notice. But Mr. Tartar could not make time stand still, and time, with his hard-hearted fleetness, strode on so fast, that Rosa was obliged to come down from the beanstalk country to earth in her guardian's chambers. "And now, my dear," said Mr. Grewgious, "what is to be done next? To put the same thought in another form, what is to be done with you?" Rosa could only look apologetically sensible of being veneer much in her own way and in everybody else's. Some passing idea of living up a many stairs in Furnival's NN for the rest of her life, was the only DLL_NG in the nature of a plan that occurred to her. "It has come into my thoughts," said Mr. Grewgious, "that as the respected lady, Miss Twinkleton, occasionally repairs to London in the recess, with the view of extending her connection, and being available for interviews with metropolitan parents, if any, whether, until we have time in which to turn ourselves round, we might invite Miss Twinkleton to come and stay with you for a month." "Stay where, sir?" "Whether," explained Mr. Grewgious, "we might take a firm shed lodging in town for a month, and invite Miss Twinkleton to assume the charge of you in it for that, and afterwards," hinted Rosa. "And aftenvards," said Grewgious, "we should be no worse off than we are now." "One think that might smooth the way," assented Rosa. "Then let us," said Mr. Grewgious, rising, "go and look for a furnished lodging. Nothing could be more acceptable to me than the sweet presence of last evening, for all the remaining evenings of my existence, but these are not fit surroundings for a young lady. Let us set out in quest of adventures, and look for a furnished lodging. In the meantime, Mr. Crisparkle here, about to return home immediately, will no doubt kindly see Miss Twinkleton, and invite that lady to co-operate our plan." Mr. Crisparkle, willingly accepting the commission, took his departure. Mr. Grewgious and his ward set forth on their expedition. As Mr. Grewgious's idea of looking at a furnished lodging was to get on the opposite side of the street to a house with a suitable bill in the window, and stare at it, and then work his way tortuously to the back of the house, and stare at that, and then not go but make similar trials of another house, with the sanal result, their progress was but slow. At length he bethought himself of a widowed cousin, divers times removed, of Mr. Bazzard's, who had once solicited his influence in the world, and who lived in Sushiamton Street, Bloomsbury Square. This lady's name, stated in uncompromising capitals of considerable size on a brass door plate, and yet not lucidly as to sex or condition, was Billikeen_personal faintness, and an overpowering personal candour, were the distinguishing features of Mrs. Billikeen's organization. She came languishing out of her own exclusive back parlour, with the air of having been expressly brought to for the purpose, from an accumulation of several swoons. "I hope I see you well, sir," said Mrs. Billikeen, recognizing her visitor with a bent "thank you, quite well." "And you, ma'am," returned Mr. Grewgious_I am as well," said Mrs. Billikeen, becoming aspirational with excess of faintness, "as I ever ham my ward and an elderly lady," said Mr. Grewgious, "wish to find a genteel lodging for a month or so. Have you any apartments available, ma'am?" "Mr. Grewgious," returned NFRS_Billiken, "I will not deceive you, far from it available _I have apartments." This with the air of adding, "convey me to the stake, if you will, but while I live, I will be candid." "And now, what apartments, ma'am?" asked Mr. Grewgious, cosily. To tame a sultane severity apparent on the part of Mrs. Billikeen_, "there is this sitting room, which, call it what you will, it is the front parlour, miss," said Mrs. Billikeen, impressing Rosa into the conversation, "the back parlour being what I cling to and never part with, and there is 2 bedrooms at the top of the ooze with gas laid on. I do not tell you that your bedroom floors is firm, for firm they are not. The gasfitter himself allowed, that to make a firm job, he must go right under your gists, and it were not worth the outlay as a yearly tenant so to do. The piping is carried above your gists, and it is best that it should be made nov.n to you. Mr. Grugius and Rosa exchanged looks of some dismay, though had not the least idea what latent horrors this carriage of the piping might involve. Mrs. Billiken put her hand to her heart, as having eased it of a load. "Well, the roof is all right, no doubt," said Mr. Grugius, plucking up a little _Mr. Grugius, resumed Mrs. Billiken, "if I was to tell you, sir, that to have nothing above you is to have a floor above you, I should put a deception upon you which I will not do. No, sir. Your slates I will rattle loose at that elwation in windy weather, do your utmost, best, or worst. I'd $1 you, sir, be you what you may, to keep your slates tight." "Ooh, how you cam here?" Mrs. Billiken, having been warm with Mr. Grugius, cooled a little, not to abuse the moral power she held over him. "Consequent," proceeded Mrs. Billiken more mildly, but still firmly in her incorruptible candour, "consequent it would be worse than of no use for me to trapsy and travel up to the top of the ooze with you, and for you to say, Mrs. Billiken, what stain do I notice in the ceiling, for a stain I do consider it, and for me to answer, I do not understand you, sir. No, sir, I will not be so underhand. I do understand you before you pint it it is the wet, sir. It do come and it do not come you may lay dry there half your lifetime, but the time will come, and it is best that you should know it, when a dripping sop would be no name for you." Mr. Grugius looked much disgraced by prefigured in this pickle. "Have you any other appurtenance, ma'am?" he asked. "Mr. Grugius," resumed Mrs. Billiken, with much solemnity, "I have. You ask me have I, and my open and my honest answer I have. The first and second floors is vacant, and sweet come. There's nothing against them," said Mr. Grugius, comforting himself. "Mr. Grugius," replied Nfrs_Billiken, "pardon me, there is the stairs. Unless your mind is prepared for the stairs, it will lead to inevitable disappointment. You cannot, miss," said Nfrs_Billiken, addressing Rosa reproachfully, "place a first floor, and far less a second, on the level footing of a parlour. No, you cannot do it, miss, it is your power, and wherefore try." Mrs. Billiken put it very feelingly, as if Rosa had shown Vivienne a headstrong determination to hold the untenable position. "Can we see these rooms, ma'am?" inquired her guardian Mr. Grugius, resumed Mrs. Billiken. "You can. I will not disguise it from you, sir, you can." Mrs. Billiken then sent into her back parlour for her shawl, it a state fiction, dating from immemorial antiquity, that she could never go anywhere without being Europed up, and having been enrolled by her attendant, led the way. She made various genteel pauses on die stairs for breath, and clutched at her heart in die drawing room as if it had very nearly got loose, and she had caught it in the act of taking wing. "And the second floor," said Mr. Grugius, on finding the first satisfactory. "Mr. Grugius," replied Mrs. Billiken, turning upon him with ceremony, as if the time had now come when a distinct understanding on a difficult point must be arrived at, and a solemn confidence established, "the second floor is over this. Can we see that too, ma'am?" "Yes, sir," resumed Mrs. Billiken, "it is open as the day." That also proving satisfactory, Grugius retired to a window with Rosa for a few words of consultation, and then asking for pen and ink, sketched out a line or ton of agreement. In the meantime Mrs. Billiken took a seat, and delivered a kind of index to, or abstract of, the general question. 45 per week by the month certain at die time of year, said Mrs. Billiken, is only reasonable to both parties. It is not Bond Street nor yet St. James's Palace, but it is not pretended that it is. Neither is it attempted to be denied, for whyly should it? That the arching leads to a muse. Muses must exist. Respecting attendance, ton is kept at wages. Words has arisen as to tradesmen, but dirty shoes on fresh hearth stoning was attributable, and no wish for a commission on your orders. Coals is either by the fire, or per the scuttle. She emphasized the prepositions as marking a subtle but immense difference. Dogs is not viewed with favor. Besides litter, they gets stole, and sharing suspicions is apt to creep and unpleasant mess takes place. By this time Mr. Grugius had his agreement lines, and his earnest money, ready. I have signed it for the ladies, ma'am, he said, and you'll have the goodness to sign it for yourself, Christian and Cerninal, there, if you please. Mr. Grugius, said Mrs. Billikeen in a new burst of candour, no, sir. Christian name Mr. Grugius stared at her. You must excuse that the door plate is used as a protection, said Mrs. Billikeen, and acts as such, and go from it I will. Mr. Grugius stared at Rosa. No, Mr. Grugius, you must excuse me. So long as this ooze is known definite as Billikens, and so long as it is a doubt with the riff-raff where Billikeen may be hidden, near the street door or down the alley, and what his weight and size, so long I feel safe. But commit myself to a solita or female statement, no, miss. Nor would you for a moment wish, said Mrs. Billikeen, with a strong sense of injury, to take that advantage of your sex, if you were not brought to it by inconsiderate example. Rosa reddening as if she had made some most disgrace and 11 attempt to overreach the good lady, besought Ml Grugius to rest content with any signature, and accordingly, in a baronial way, the sign Manuel Billikeen got appended to the document. Details were then settled for taking possession on the next day but one, when Miss Twinkleton might be reasonably expected, and Rosa went back to Furnival's Inn on her guardian's arm. Behold M.L. Tartar walking up and down Furnival's Inn, checking himself when he saw them coming, and advancing towards D.M. It occurred to me, hinted M.L. Tartar, that we might go up the river, the weather being so dulcless and the tide serving. I have a boat of my own at the Temple Stairs. I have not been up the river for this many a day, said Mr. Grugius, tempted. I was never up the river, added Rosa. Within half an hour they were setting this matter right by going up the river. The tide was running with them, the was charming. M.L. Tartar's boat was perfect Tartar and Lobley, Mr. Tartar's man, pulled a pair of oars. Mr. Tartar had a yacht, it seemed, lying somewhere down by Green Heath, and Mr. Tartar's man had charge of this yacht, and was detached upon his present service. He was a jolly favoured man, with toffmy hair and whiskers, and a big red face. He was the dead image of the sun in old woodcuts, his hair and whiskers answering for rays all around him. Resplendent in the bow of the boat, he was a shining sight, with a man-of-war's man's shirt on, or om according to opinion, and his arms and breast tattooed all sorts of patterns. Lobley seemed to take it easily, and so did Mr. Tartar, yet their oars bent as they pulled, and the boat bounded under them. Mr. Tartar talked as if he were doing nothing, to Rosa who was really doing noddling, and to Mr. Grugius who was doing dailies much that he steered all wrong, but what did that matter, when a tum of Mr. Tartar's skilful wrist, or a mere grin of M.L. Lobley's over the bow, put all to rights. The tide bore them on in the gayest and most sparkling manner, until they stopped to dine in some lastingly green garden, needing no matter-of-fact identification here, and then the tide obligingly turned, Bim devoted to that party alone for that day, and as Ollie floated idly among some osier beds, Rosa tried what she could do in the rowing way, and cannel off splendidly, being much assisted, and Grugius tried what he could do, and came off on his back, doubled up with an oar under his chm. Being not assisted at all. Then there was an interval of rest under bows, such rest, what time Mr. Lobley mop #D, and, arranging cushions, stretchers, and the like, danced the tight ro #the whole length of the boat like a man to whom shoes were a superstition and slavety, and then came the sweet rhythm among delicious odours of limes and bloom, and musical ripplings, and, all soon, the great black city cast its shadow on the waters, and its dark bridges spanned DM as death spans life, and the everlastingly green garden seemed to be left for everlasting, unregainable, and far away. Cannot people get through life without gritty stages, I wonder? Rosa triumphed next day, when the town was very gritty again, and everything had a strange and an uncomfortable appearance of seeming to wait for something that wouldn't come. No, she began to think, that, now the Cloisterhanel school days had glided past and gone, the gritty stages would begin to set in at intervals and make themselves wearily known. Yet what did Rosa expect? Did she expect Miss Twinkleton? Miss Twinkleton duly came. Forth from her back parlour issued the Billikeen to receive Miss Twinkleton, and war was in the Billikeen's eye from that fell moment. Miss Twinkleton brought a quantity of louisage with her, having all Rosa's as well as her own. The Billikeen took it ill that Miss Twinkleton's mind, being sorely disturbed by this louisage, failed to take in her personal identity with that clearness of perception which was due to its demands. Stateliness mounted her throne upon the Billikeen's brow in consequence. And when Miss Twinkleton, in agitation taking stock of her trunks and packages, of which she had 17, particularly counted in the Billikeen herself as number 11, the bee found it necessary to repudiate things cannot soon be put upon the said she, with a candour so demonstrative as to be almost offensive, that the person of the ooze is not a box nor yet a bundle, nor a carpet bag. No, I am highly obliged to you, Miss Twinkleton, nor yet a beggar. This last disclaimer had reference to Miss Twinkleton's distractedly pressed 2 and 6pence on her. Instead of the cabman thus cast off, Miss Twinkleton wildly inquired, which gentleman was to be paid? There being 2 gentlemen in that position, Miss Twinkleton having arrived with 2 cabs, each gentleman on paid held forth his 2 and 6pence on the flat of his open hand, and, with a speechless stare and a dropped jaw, displayed his wrong to heaven and earth. Terrified by this alarming spectacle, Miss Twinkleton placed another shilling each hand, at the same time appealing to the law in flurried accents, and recounting her luggage, this time with the 2 gentlemen in, who caused the total to come out complicated. Meanwhile the tin gentleman, each looking very hard at the last shilling grumblingly, as if it might become 18pence if he kept his eyes on it, descended the doorsteps, ascended their carriages, and drove away, leaving Miss Twinkleton on a bonnet box. In the Billikeen beheld this manifestation of weakness without sympathy, and gave directions for a young man to be got in to wrestle with the luggage. Ivy-hen that gladiator had disappeared from the arena, peace ensued, and the new dined. But the Billikeen had somehow come to the knowledge that Miss Twinkleton kept a school. The leap from that knowledge to the inference that Miss Twinkleton set herself to teach her something, was easy. But you don't do it, solely mused the Billikeen. I am not your pupil, whatever she, meaning Rosa, may be, thing. Miss Twinkleton, on the other hand, having changed her dress and recovered her spirits, was animated by a bland desire to improve the occasion in all ways, and to be as serene a model as possible. In a happy compromise between her 2 states of existence, she had already become, with her work-basket before her, the equably vivacious companion with a slight judicious flavouring of information, when the Billikeen announced herself. I will not hide from you, Ladles, said the bee, enveloped in the shawl of state, for it is not my character to hide neither my motives nor my actions, that I take the liberty to look in upon you to express a hope that your dinner was to your liking. Though not professed but plain, still her wages should be a sufficient object to her to stimulate to soar above mere roast and biled. We dined very well indeed, said Ros. 4 thank you. Accustomed, said Miss Twinkleton with a gracious air, which to the jealous ears of the Billikeen seemed to add, my good woman, accustomed to a liberal and nutritious, yet plain and salutary diet, we have found no reason to bemoan our absence from the ancient city, and the methodical household, in which the quiet routine of our lot has been hitherto cast. I did think it well to mention to my cook, observed the Billikeen with a gush of candour, which I hope you will agree with, Miss Twinkleton, was a right precaution, that the young lady being used to what we should consider here but poor diet, had better be brought forward by degrees. 4. AMSH from scanty feeding to generous feeding, and from what you may call messing to what you may call method, do require a of constitution which is not often found in Yulm, particular when undermined by boarding school. It will be seen that the Bilk now openly pitted herself against Miss Twinkleton, as one whom she had fully ascertained to be her natural enemy. Your remarks, resumed Miss Twinkleton, from a remote moral eminence, are well meant. I have no doubt, you will permit me to observe that they develop a mistaken view of the subject, which can only be imputed to your extreme want of accurate information. My information, retorted the Billikeen, drawing in an extra syllable for the sake of emphasis at once polite and powerful. My information, Miss Twinkleton, were my own experience, which I believe is usually considered to be good guidance. But whether so or not, I was put in youth to a very genteel boarding school, the mistress being no less a lady than yourself, of about your own age or it may be some years younger, and a poorness of blood flowed from the table which has none through my life. Very likely, said Miss Twinkleton, still from her distant eminence, and very much to be deplored. Rosa, my dear, how are you getting on with your work? Miss Twinkleton, resumed the Billikeen, in a courtly manner, before retiring on the Inta as a lady should, I wish to ask of yourself, as a lady, whether I am to consider that my words is doubted. I am not aware on what ground you cherish such a supposition, began Miss Twinkleton, when the Billikeen neatly stopped her. Do not, if you please, put suppositions betwixt my lips where none such have been imparted by myself. Your flow of words is great, Miss Twinkleton, and no doubt is #tid from you by your pupils, and no doubt is considered worth the money. No doubt I am sure, but not paying for flows of words, and not asking to be favoured with them here, I wish to repeat my question. If you refer to the poverty of your circulata, began Miss Twinkleton, when again the Billikeen neatly stopped her. I have used no such expressions. If I refer, to the pomesifio your blood brought upon me, stipulated the Billikeen, expressly, then resumed Miss Twinkleton, all I can say is, that I am bound to believe, on your asseveration, that it is very poor indeed. I cannot forbear adding, that if that unfortunate circumstance influences your conversation, it is much to be lamented, and it is eminently desirable that your blood were richer. Rosa, my dear, how are you getting on with your work? Before retiring, Miss, proclaimed the Billikeen to ROS4, loftily cancelling Miss Twinkleton, I should wish it to be understood between yourself and me that my transactions in future is with you alone. I know no elderly lady here, Miss, none older than yourself, a highly desirable arrangement. Rosa, my dear, observed Miss Twinkleton _it is not, Miss, said the Billikeen, with a sarcastic smile, that I possess the mill I have heard of, in which old single ladies could ground up young, lad, a gift it would be to some of us, but that I limit myself to you totally. When I have any desire to communicate a request to the person of the house, Rosa, my dear, observed Miss Twinkleton with majestic cheerfulness, I will make it known to you, and you will kindly undertake, I am sure, that it is conveyed to the proper quarter. Good evening, Miss, said the Billikeen, at once affectionately and distantly. Being alone in my eyes, I wish you with best wishes, and do not find myself drove, I am truly happy to say, into expressing my contempt for an individual, unfortunately for yourself, belonging to you. The Billikeen gracefully withdrew with this paining speech, and from that time Rosa occupied the restless position of shuttlecock between these TiVo battledores. Nothing could be done without a smart match being played out thus. On the daily arising question of dinner, Miss Twinkleton would say, the three being present together, perhaps, my love, you will consult with the person of the house, whether she can procure us a lamb's or, failing that, a roast fowl. On which the Billikeen would retort, Rosa not having spoken a WMD, if you was better accustomed to butcher's meat, Miss, you would not entertain the idea of a lamb's. Firstly, because lambs has long been sheep, and secondly, because there is such things as killing days, and there is not as to roast fowls, miss, why you must be quite surfeited with roast fowls, letting alone your buying, when you market for yourself, the agedest of poultry with the scalliest of legs, quite as if you was accustomed to picking 'em out for cheapness. Try a little and went lawn, miss use yourself to ooze keeping a bit come now, think of something else. To this encouragement, offered with the indulgent toleration of a wise and liberal expend, Miss Twinkleton would rejoin, reddening, or, my dear, you might propose to the person of the house a duck. Well, miss, the Billikeen would exclaim, still no word being spoken by Rosa, you do surprise me when you speak of ducks. Not to mention that they're getting out of season and very dear, it really strikes to my heart to see you have a duck, for the breast, which is the only delicate cuts in a duck, always goes in a direction which I cannot imagine where, and your own plate comes down so miserably skin and bony. Try again, miss, think more of yourself, and less of others. A dish of sweetbreads now, or a bit of mutton. Something at which you can get your equal chance. Occasionally the game would wax very brisk indeed, and would be kept up with a smartness rendering such an encounter as this quite tame. But the Billikeen almost invariably made by far the higher score, and would come with side hits of the most unexpected and extraordinary description, when she seemed without a chance. All this did not improve the gritty state of things in London, or the air that London had acquired in Rosa's eyes of waiting for something that never came. Tired of working, and conversing with Miss Twinkleton, she suggested euching and reading, to which Miss Twinkleton readily assented, as an admirable reader, oft-old powers. But Rosa made the discover that Miss Twinkleton didn't read fairly. She cut the love scenes, passages in praise of female celibacy, and was guilty of other glaring pious frauds. As an instance in point, take the glowing passage, "Ever dearest and best adored," said Edward, clasping the dear head to his breast and drawing the silken hair through his caressing fingers, from which he suffered it to fall like golden rain. "Ever dearest and best adored, let us fly from the unsympathetic world and the sterile coldness of the stony-hearted, to the rich warm paradise of trust and love." Miss Twinkleton's fraudulent version tamely ran thus: "Ever engaged to me with the consent of parents on both sides, and the approbation of the silver-haired rector of the district," said Edward, respectfully raising to his lips the taper fingers so skim embroidery, tambour, crochet, and other truly feminine arts. "Let me call on thy papa ere tomorrow's dawn has sunk into the west, and propose a suburban establishment, lowly it may be, but within our means, where he will be always welcome as an evening guest, and where every arrangement shall vest economy, and constant interchange of scholastic acquirements with the attributes of the ministering angel to domestic bliss." As the days crept on and nothing happened, the neighbours began to say that the pretty girl at Billikeen's, who looked so wistfully and so much out of the gritty windows of the drawing-room, seemed to be losing her spirits. The pretty girl might have lost them but for the accident of lighting on some books of voyages and sea adventure as a compensation against their romance. Miss Twinkleton, reading aloud, made the most of all the latitudes and longitudes, winds, currents, offsets, and other statistics. She felt to be none the less improving because they expressed nothing whatever to her, while Ros, for listening intently, made the most of what was nearest to her heart. So they both did better than before. Chapter XXIII. The day went again. Although Mr. Crisparkle and John Jasper met daily under the cathedral roof, nothing at any time passed between them having reference to Edwin Drood. After the time, more than half a year gone by, when Jasper mutely showed the minor canon the conclusion and the resolution entered in his diary. It is not likely that they ever met, though so often, without the thoughts of each revening to the subject. It is not likely that they ever met, though so often, without a sensation on the part of each that the other was a perplexing secret to him. Jasper as the denouncer and pursuer of Neville Landless, and Mr. Crisparkle as his consistent advocate and protector, must at least have stood sufficiently in to have speculated with keen interest on the steadiness and next direction of the other's designs. But neither ever broached the theme. False pretense not being in the minor canon's nature, he doubtless displayed openly that he would at any time have revived the subject and even desired to discuss it. The determined reticence of Jasper, however, was not to be so approached. Impassive, moody, solitary, resolute, so concentrated on one idea, and on its attendant fixed purpose, that he would share it with no fellow creature, he lived apart from human life. Constantly exercising an alt urge brought him into mechanical harmony with others, and which could not have been pursued unless he and they had been in the nicest mechanical relations and unison. It is curious to consider that the spirit of the man was in moral accordance or interchange with nothing around him. This indeed he had confided to his lost nephew, before the occasion for his present inflexibility arose. That he must know of Rosa's abrupt departure, and that he must divine its cause, was not to be doubted. Did he suppose that he had terrified her mto silence? Or did he suppose that she had imparted to anyone, to Mr. Crisparkle himself, for instance, the particulars of his last interview with her? Mr. Crisparkle could not determine this in his mind. He could not but admit, however, as a just man, that it was not, of itself, a crime to fall in love with Rosa, any more than it was a crime to offer to set love above revenge. The dreadful suspicion of Jasper, which Rosa was so shocked to have received into her imaginatum, appeared to have no harbour in Mr. C. Sparkles. If it ever haunted Helena's thoughts or Neville's, neither gave it one spoken word of utterance. Mr. Grugicus took no pains to conceal his implacable dislike of Jasper, yet he never referred it, however distantly, to such a source. But he was a reticent as well as an eccentric man, and he made no mention of a certain evening when he warmed his hands at the gatehouse fire, and looked steadily down upon a certain heap of Tom and miry clothes upon the floor. Drowsy Cloister Hanel, whenever it awoke to a passing reconsideration of a story above 6 months old and dismissed by the bench of magistrates, was pretty equally divided in opinion whether John Jasper's beloved nephew had been killed by his treacherously passionate rival, or in an open struggle, or had, for his own purposes, spirited himself away. It then lifted up its head, to notice that the bereaved Jasper was still ever devoted to discovery and revenge, and then dozed off again. This was the condition of matters, all round, at the #Riad to which the present history has now. The cathedral doors have closed for the night, and the choir master, on a short leave of absence for 2 or 3 services, sets his face towards London. He travels thither by the means by which Rosa travelled, and arrives, as Rosa arrived, on a hot, dusty evening. His travelling baggage is easily carried his hand, and he repairs with it on foot, to a hybrid hotel in a little square behind Aldersgate Street near the General Post Office. It is hotel, boarding house, or lodging house, at its visitor's option. It announces itself, in the New Railway Advertisers, as a novel enterprise, timidly beginning to sprmg up. It bashfully, almost apologetically, gives the traveller to understand that it does not expect him, on the good old Constitutional Hotel PM, to order a pint of sweet black for his drinking, and throw it away. Butens muates that he may have his boots blacked instead of his, and maybe also have bed, breakfast, attendance, and a porter up all night for a sultane fixed charge. From these and similar premises, many true Britons in the lowest spirits deduce that the times are levelling times, except in the article of high roads, of which there will shortly be not one in England. He eats without appetite, and goes forth again. Eastward and still eastward through the stale streets he takes his way, until he reaches his destination, a miserable court, specially miserable among many such. He ascends a broken staircase, opens a door, looks into a dark stifling, and says, "Alone here?" "Are you alone, dearie? Worse luck for me, and better for you," replies a croaking voice. Come in, wh and very ob," I can't see you till I light a match, yet I seem to know the sound if you're speaking. I'm acquainted with you, ain't I? Light your match, and do I dot. So I will, Dean, so I will, but my hand that shakes, as I can't lay it on a match all in a moment. And I cough so, that, put my matches where I may, I never find 'em there. They jump and start, as I cough and cough, like live things. Are you off a voyage, dearie? Not seafaring? Well, there's land customers, and there's water customers. I'm a mother to both. Different from Jack Chinaman t other side the court. He am t a father to neither. It ain't him and he ain't got the true secret of mixing, though he charges as much as me that has, and more if he can get it. Here's a match, and now where's the candle? If my cough takes me, I shall cough out TL.20 matches afore I gets a light. But she finds the candle, and lights it, before the cough comes on. It seizes her in the moment of success, and she sits down rocking herself to and fro, and gasping at intervals, "Oh, my lungs is awful bad. My lungs is wore away to cabbage nets," until the fit is over. During its continuance she has had no of sight, or any odor not absorbed in the stimgla, but as it leaves her, she bems to strain her eyes, and as she is able to articulate, she cries, staring, "Why, it's you! Are you so surprised to see me? I thought I never should have seen you again, dearie. Heaven! I thought you was dead, and gone to. I didn't suppose you could have kept away, alive, so long, from the poor old soul with real receipt for mixing it, and you are in mourning too. Why didn't you come and have a or two of comfort? Did they leave you money, perhaps, and so you didn't want comfort? Ivyho was they as died, dearie? A relative died of what, lovey? Probably, death. We are short tonight," cries the woman, with a propitiator laugh. "Short and snappish we are. But we're of sorts for want of a smoke. We've got the all-overs, haven't us, dearie? But this is the place to cure 'em in, this is the place where the all-overs is smoked off. You may make ready, then," replies the visitor, "as soon as you like." He divests himself of his shoes, loosens his cravat, and lies across the foot of the squalid bed, with his head resting on his left hand. "Now you begin to look like yourself," says the woman approvingly. "Now I bem to know my old customer indeed. Been trymg to mix for yourself this long time, poppet. I have been taking it now and then in my own way. Never take it your own way. It ain't for trade, and it ain't good for you. Where's my ink bottle, and where's my thimble, and where's my little spoon? He's going to take it in a artful form now, my dearie dear." Entering on her process, and beginning to bubble and blow at the faint spark enclosed in the hollow of her hands, she #acts from time to time, in a tone of snooming satisfaction, without leaving off. When he speaks, he does so without at her, and as if his thoughts were already roaming away by anticipation. "T've got a pretty many smokes ready for you, first and last, haven't I, Chucky? A good many. Ivy hen you first come, you was quite new to it, warn't ye yet? Yes, I was easily disposed of them, but you got on in die world, and was able by and by to take your pipe with the best warrant aught, and the worst it's just ready for you. What a sweet singer you was hen you first come. Used to drop your head, and sing yourself off like a bird. It's ready for you now, dearie _ he takes it from her with great care, and puts the mouthpiece to his lips. Ready to refill the pipe. After inhaling a few whiffs in silence, he doubtingly accosts her with "She seats herself beside is it as potent as it used to be? Ivy hat do you speak of, dearie? Ivy hat should I speak of, but what I have in my mouth? It's just the sanal _ always the identical same. It doesn't taste so. And it's slower. You've got more used to it, you see. That may be the cause, certainly. Look here." He stops, becomes dreamy, and seems to forget that he has invited her attention. She bends over him, and speaks in his ear. "Attending to you. Says you just now, look here. Says I now, I'm attending to ya. We was talking just of your being used to it. I know all that. I was only thinking look here, something you were going to do." "Yes, dearie, something I was going to do. But had not quite determined to do." "Yes, dearie. Might or might not do, you understand. You had something in your mind, yes." With the palm of a needle she stirs the contents of the bowl. "Should you do it in your fancy, when you were lying here doing this?" She nods her head. "Over and over again, just like me. I did it over and over again. I have done it hundreds of thousands of times in this. It's to be hoped it was pleasant to do, dearie. It was pleasant to do." He says this with a savage air, and a spring or start at her. Quite unmoved she retouches and replenishes the contents of the bowl with her little spatula. Seeing her intent upon the occupation, he sinks into his former attitude. "It was a journey, a difficult and dangerous journey. That was the subject in my mind. A hazardous and perilous journey, over abysses where a slip would be destined. Look dov.n, look dovm. You see what lies at the bottom there." He has darted forward to say it, and to point at the ground, as though at some imaginary object far beneath. The woman looks at him, as his spasmodic face approaches close to hers, and not at his pointing. She seems to know what the influence of her perfect quietude would be. If so, she has not miscalculated it, for he subsides agam. "Well, I have told you I did it here hundreds of thousands of times. Do I say? I did it millions and billions of times. I did it so often, and through such vast expanses of time, that when it was really done, it seemed not worth the doing. It was done so soon. That's the journey you have been away upon," she quietly remarks. He glares at her as he smokes, and his eyes filmy, answers, "That's the journey." Silence ensues. His eyes are sometimes closed and sometimes open. The woman sits beside him, very attentive to the pipe, which is all the while at his lips. "Tea warrant," she observes, when he has been fixedly at her for some consecutive moments, with the singular appearance his eyes of seeming to see her a long way off, instead of so near him. "Tea warrant you made the journey a many ways, hen you made it so often." "No, always in one way, always in the same way." "In the way in which it was really made at last?" "And always took the same pleasure in harping on it." For the time he appears unequal to any other reply than this lazy monosyllabic assent, probably to assure herself that it is not the assent of a mere automaton. She reverses the form of her next. "Did you never get tired of it, dear, and knew I to call up something else for a change?" He stumbles into a sitting posture, and retorts upon her, "Ivy do you mean? Ivy did I want? What did I come for?" She gently lays him back, and before returning him the instrument he has played, revives the fire in it with her own breath, then says to him, coaxingly, "Sure, sure, sure. Yes, yes, yes. Now I go along with you. You was quick for me. I see now. You come o' purpose to take the journey. Why, I might have known it, through its standing by you so." He answers first with a laugh, and then with a passionate setting of his teeth, "Yes, I came on purpose. When I could not bear my life, I came to get the relief, and I got it. It was one. It was one." This repetition with extraordinary vehemence, and the snarl of a wolf. She observes him very cautiously, as though mentally feeling her way to her next remark. "There was a fellow traveller, dearie it is H4 has ha." He breaks into a ringing laugh, or rather yl. "To think," he cries, "how often fellow traveller, and yet not know it. Went the journey, and never saw the road. To think how many times the woman kneels upon the floor, with her arms crossed on the coverlet of the bed, close by him, and her chin upon them. In this crouching attitude she watches him. The pipe is falling from his mouth. She puts it back, and laying her hand upon his chest, moves him slightly from side to slowta underscore that he speaks, as if she had spoken. Yes. I always made the jummy first, before the changes of colors and the great landscapes and glittering processions began. They couldn't begin till it was off my mind. I had no room till then for anything else. Once more he lapses into silence. Once more she lays her hand upon his chest and moves him slightly to and fro, as a cat might stimulate a half-slain mouse. Once more he speaks, as if she had spoken. What? I told you so. First time. Hark! Ivy hen, it comes to be real at last, it is so short that it seems unreal for the yes, dearie. I'm listen me underscore time and place are both at hand. He is on his feet, speaking in a whisper, and as if in dark. Time, place, and fellow traveler, she suggests, adopting his tone, and holding him softly by the how could the time be at hand unless the fellow traveler was? Hush! The journey's made, it's over. So soon? That's what I said to you. So soon, Walt, a little. This is a vision. I shall sleep it off, it has been too short and easy. I must have a better vision than this is the poorest of all. No struggle, no consciousness of peril, no entreaty, and yet I never saw that before. With a start. Saw what, dearie? Look at it. Look what a mean, miserable thing it is. That must be real. It's over. He has accompanied this incoherence with some wild unmeaning gestures, but they trail off into the progressive inaction of stupor, and he lies a log upon the bed. The woman, however, is still inquisitive. With a repetition of her cat-like action she slightly stirs his again, and listens, stirs again, and listens, whispers to it, and listens. Finding it past all rousing for time, she slowly gets upon her feet, with an air of and flicks the face with the back of her hand in tumbling from it, but she goes no further away from it than the chair upon hearth. She sits in it, with an elbow on one of its arms, and her chin upon her hand, intent upon him. I heard ye say once, she croaks under her breath, I heard ye say once, when I was lying where you lying, and you were making your speculations upon me, unintelligible. I heard you say so, of two more than me. But don't ye be too sure always, don't be ye sure, beauty. Onwin King, cat-like, and intent, she presently adds, not so potent as it once was? Ah! Perhaps not at first. You may be more right. Oler underscore practice makes perfect. I may have learned the secret how to make ye talk, dearie underscore he talks no more, whether or no. Twitching in an ugly way from time to time, both as to his face and limbs, he lies heel.y and silent. The wretched candle bums down, the woman takes its expiring end between her fingers, lights another at it, crams the guttering fying morsel deep into the candlestick, and rams it home with the new candle, as if she were loading some ill-savoured and unseemly weapon of witchcraft. New candle in its bums down, and still he lies misenslowable underscore. At length what remains of the last candle is bluv.n out, and daylight looks into the room. It has not looked very long, when he sits up, chilled and shaking, slowly recovers consciousness of where he is, and makes himself ready to depart. The woman receives what he pays her with a great bless ye, Dee, and seems, tired out, to begin making herself ready for sleep as he leaves the room. But seeming may be false or true. It is false in this case, for, the moment the stairs have ceased to creak under his tread, she glides after him, muttering emphatically, "T not miss yet twice." There is no egress from the court but by its entrance. Below a weird peep from the she watches for his looking back. He does not look back before disappearing. With a wavering step underscore she follows him, peeps from the cown, sees him still filtering on without looking back, and holds him in view. He repairs to the back of Aldersgate Street, where a door immediately opens to his knock underscore. She crouches another doorway, watching that one, and easily comprehending that he puts up temporarily at that house. Her patience is unexhausted by hours. For sustenance she can, and does, buy bread within 100 yards, and milk as it is carried past her. He comes forth again at having changed his dress, but carrying nothing in his hand, and having nothing camed for him. He is not going back into the country, therefore, just yet. She follows him a little way, hesitates, instantaneously tums confidently, and goes straight into the house he has quitted. Is the gentleman from Cloisterham indoors? Just gone out, unlucky. When does the gentleman return to Cloisterham? At 6 this evening. Bless yet and thank you, may the Lord prosper a business where a civil question even from a poor soul, is so civilly answered. Not miss yet twice, repeats the poor soul in the street, and not so civilly. I lost ye last, where that omnibus you got into nigh your jummy's end plied betwixt the station and the place. I wasn't so much as certain that you even went right on to the place. Now I know ye did. My gentleman from Cloisterham, I'll be there before yet, and bide your come I've swore my oath that I'll not miss yet twice. Accordingly, that sannel evening the poor soul stands in Cloisterham High Street looking at the many quaint gables of the nun's house, and getting through the time as she best can until 9 o'clock, at which hour she has reason to suppose that the arriving omnibus passengers may have some interest for her. The friendly darkness, at that hour, renders it easy for her to ascertain whether this be so or not, and it is so, for the passenger not to be missed twice arrives among the now let me see what becomes if I go on. An observation addressed to the air, and yet it might be addressed to the passenger, so compliantly does he go on along the high street until he comes to an arched gateway, at which he unexpectedly vanishes. The poor soul quickens her pace, is swift, and close upon him entering under the gateway, but only sees a postern staircase on one side of it, and on the other side an ancient vaulted room, in which a large-headed, grey-haired gentleman is utimed, under the odd circumstances of sitting open to the thoroughfare and eyeing all who pass, as if he were toll-taker of the gateway, though the way is free. Hello! He cries in a low voice, seeing her brought to a standstill, who are you for? There was a gentleman passed in here this minute, sir. There was. What do you want with him? Ivy here do he live, Diener? Live? Up that staircase? Bless yet. Whistle what's his name, dearie? Sumam Jasselver, Christian name John. John Jasper. Has he a calm, gentleman? Calling? Yes. In the spire. Ivy hats that. Sings in the choir. Mr. Dachior rises from his papers, and comes to his doorstep. He asks, jocosely. The woman nods. Do you know what a cathedral is? She looks puzzled, casting about in her mind to find a definition, when it occurs to her that it is easier to point out the substantial object itself, massive against the dark blue sky and the early stars. That's the answer. Go in there at 7 tomorrow morning, and you may see Mr. John Jas#R, and hear him too. Thank yet. Thank yet. The burst of triumph in which she thanks him does not escape the notice of the single buffer of an easy temper living idly on his means. He glances at her, clasps his hands behind him, as the wont of such buffers is, and lounges along echoing precincts at her side. Or, he suggests, with a backward hitch of his head, you can go up at once to M.L. Jasper's rooms. The woman eyes him with a cunning smile, and shakes her head. Oh! You don't want to speak to him? She repeats her dumb reply, and forms with her lips a soundless no. You can admire him at a distance 3 times a day, whenever you like. For that, thought W. It's a long way to come. The woman looks up quickly. If Mr. Datchery thinks she is to be so induced to declare where she comes from, he is of a much easier temper than she is. But she acquits him of such an artful thought, as he lounges along, like the chartered boor of the city, with his uncovered grey hair blowing about, and his purposeless hands rattling the loose money in the of his trousers. The chink of the money has an attraction for her greedy ears. "Wouldn't you help me to pay for my traveller's lodging, dear gentleman, and to pay my way along? I am a poor soul, I am indeed, and troubled with a grievous cough. You know the traveller's lodge, I perceive, and are making directly for it," is Mr. Datcher's bland comment, still rattling his loose money. "Been here often, my good woman. Once in all my life I. They have arrived at the entrance to the Monk's Vineyard _ an appropriate remembrance, presenting an exemplary model for imitation, is revived in the woman's mind by the sight of the place. She stops at the gate, and says energetically, "By this token, though you mayn't believe it, that a young gentleman gave me 3 and 6 #NCE as I was coughing my breath away on this very grass. I asked him for 3 and 6pence, and he gave it me. Wasn't it a little cool to name your sum?" hints M.L. Datchery, still rattling. "Isn't it customary to leave the amount open? MLGHTNT it have had the appearance, to the young gentleman, only the appearance, that he was rather dictated to. Look ye here, dear," she replies, in a confidential and persuasive tone, "I wanted the money to lay it on a medicine as does me and as I deal in. I told the young gentleman so, and he gave it me, and I laid it out honest to the last brass farden. I want to lay the same sum in the sannel way now, and if you'll give it me, I'll lay it out honest to the last brass farden again, upon my soul. Ivy hat's the medicine. I'll be honest with you beforehand, as well as _ its opium." Mr. Datchior, with a sudden change of countenance, gives her a sudden look. "It's opium, Dean. Neither more nor less. And it's like a human creature so far, that you always hear what can be said against it, but seldom what can be said in its praise." Mr. Datchery begins very slowly to count out the sum demanded of him. "Hands," she continues to hold forth on the great example set him greedily watching his. "It was last Christmas Eve, just alter dark, the once that I was here afore, when the young gentleman gave me the 3 and 6. Mr. Datchery stops his counting, finds he has counted wrong, shakes his money together, and begins again. "And the young gentleman's name," she adds, "was Edwin." Mr. Datchior drops some money, stoops to pick it up, and reddens with the exertion as he asks, "How do you know the young gentleman's name?" "One asked him for it, and he told it me. I only asked him the ton questions, what was his christen name, and whether he'd a sweetheart. And he answered, Edwin, and he hadn't." Mr. Datchery pauses with the selected coins in his hand, rather as if he were falling into a brown study of their view, and couldn't bear to part with them. The woman looks at him distrustfully, and with her anger broomed for the event of his THMKMG better oft gift, but he bestows it on her as if he were abstracting his MMD from the sacrifice, and with many servile thanks she goes. Her John Jasper's lanelp is kindled, and his lighthouse is shining when Mr. Datchetty returns alone towards it. As mariners on a dangerous voyage, approaching an iron-bound coast, may look along the beams of the warning light to the haven lying beyond it that may never be reached, so Mr. Datchery's wistful gaze is directed to this beacon, and beyond. His object in now revisiting his lodging is merely to put on the hat which seems so superfluous an article in his wardrobe. It is 10:30 by the cathedral clock when he walks out into the precincts again. He lingers and looks about him, as though, the enchanted hour when Mr. Durdles may be stoned home have struck, he had some expectation of seeing the imp who is appointed to the mission of stoning him. In effect, that power of evil is abroad. Having nothing living to stone at the moment, he is discovered by M.L. Datchery in the unholy alms of stoning the dead, through the railings of the churchyard. The imp finds this a relishing and piquing pursuit, firstly, because their resting place is announced to be sacred, and secondly, because the tall headstones are sufficiently like themselves, on their beat in the dark, to justify the delicious fancy that they are huff when hit. Mr. Datchior hauls with him, "Hullo, winks. He acknowledges the hail with, Ha 1104 Dick, established on a familiar footing. Their acquaintance seemingly having been but, I say he remonstrates, don't yer go making my name public. I never means to plead to no name, mind yer. When they says to me in the lock-up, going to put me down in the book, what's your name? I says to them, find out likewise when they says, what's your religion? I says, find out which, it may be observed in passing, it would be immensely difficult for the state, however statistical, to do. Asides which adds the boy, there ain't no family of Winkses _ one think there must be. Yer lie, there nt _ the travellers give me the name on account of my getting no settled sleep and knocked up all night, whereby I gets one eye roused open afore I've shut the other. That's what WMKS means. Deputies the NLE hest nanel to MDLCT me by, but yer wouldn't catch me pleadin' to that, neither. Deputy be it always, then. We two are good friends, Deputy. Jolly good. I forgave you the debt you owed me when we first became acquainted, and many of my sixpences have come your way since, Deputy. Ah! And what's more, yer ain't no friend o' Jarsper S. What did he go histing me off my legs? I've had indeed. But never mind him now, a shilling of mine is gone your way tonight, Deputy. You have just taken in a lodger I have been speaking to, an infirm woman with a cog W puffer, assents Deputy, with a shrewd leer off recognition and smoking an imaginary pipe, with his head very much on one side and his eyes very much out of their places, Hopum Puffer. Ivy Hat is her name. Royal Highness the Princess Puffer. She has some other name than that. Where does she live? Up in London. Among the Jacks. The sailors. I said so, Jacks, and Chainer Mem and Hawthorne Knifer _ I should like to know, through you, exactly where she lives. All right. Give us old. A shilling passes, and, in that spirit of confidence which should pervade all business transactions between principles of honour, this piece of business is considered done. But here's a lark, cries Deputy. Av here did yer think Royal Highness is goin' to tomorrow moming? Blessed if she am goin' to the Kinfrieder L. He greatly prolongs the word in his ecstasy, and smites his leg, and doubles himself up in a fit of shrill laughter. How do you know that, Deputy? 'Cause she told me so just now. She said she must be hup in hood o' purpose. She ses, Deputy, I must have a early wash, and make myself as swell as I can, for I'm goin' to take a tum at the Kinfrieder L. He separates the syllables with his former zest, and, not finding his sense of the ludicrous sufficiently relieved by stamping about on the pavement, breaks mto a slow and stately dance, perhaps supposed to be performed by the Deem. Mr. Datchetty receives the communication with a well-satisfied though pondering mce, and breaks up the conference. Returning to his quaint and sitting long over the supper of bread and cheese and salad and ale which NFRS_Tobe has left prepared for him, he still sits when his supper is finished. At length he rises, throws open the door of a Comer cupboard, and refers to a few uncouth chalked strokes on its inner side. I like, says Mr. Dachior, the old Tavem way of keeping scores. Illegible except to the scorer. The scorer not committed, the score debited with what is against him. Ha! A very small score this, a very poor score. He sighs over the contemplation of its poverty, takes a bit of chalk from one of the cupboard shelves, and pauses with it in his hand, uncertain what addition to make to the account. I think a moderate stroke, he concludes, is all INL justified in scoring up, so, suits the action to the word, closes the cupboard, and goes to bed. A brilliant moming shines on the old city. Its antiquities and ruins are surpassingly with a lusty ivy gleaming in the sun, and the rich trees waving in the balmy air. Changes of glorious light from moving boughs, songs of birds, scents from gardens, woods, and fields, or, rather, from the one great garden of the whole cultivated island in its yielding time, penetrate MTO the cathedral, subdue its earthy odor, and preach the resurrection and the life. The cold stone tombs of centuries ago grow warm, and flecks of brightness dart into the stemmest marble comers of the building, fluttering their ilka wings. Comes Mr. Tope with his large keys, and yawningly unlocks and sets open. Come Mrs. Tope and attendant sweeping sprites. Come, in due time, organist and bellows boy, peeping down from the red curtains in the lot, fearlessly flapping dust from books up at that remote elevation, and whisking it from stops and pedals. Come sundry rooks, from various quarters of the sky, back to the great tower, who may be presumed to enjoy vibration, and to know that bell and organ are going to give it them. Come a very small and straggling congregation indeed, chiefly from Minor Canon Comer and the precincts. Come Mr. Crisparkle, fresh and bright, and his ministering brethren, not quite so fresh and bright. Come the choir hurry, always in a hurry, and stumbling into their nightgowns at the last moment, like children shirking bed, and comes John Jasper leading their line. Last of all comes Mr. Dachior into a stall, one of a choice empty collection very much at his service, and glancing about him for Her Royal Highness the Princess. The service is pretty well advanced before Mr. Datchery can discern Her Royal Highness. But by that time he has made her cut, in the shade. She is behind a pillar, carefully withdrawn from the choir master's view, but regards him with the closest attention. All unconscious of her presence, he chants and sings. She grins when he is most musically fervid, and, yes, Mr. Datchery sees her do it. Shakes her fist at him behind the pillar's friendly shelter. Mr. Datchety looks to convince himself yes, again. As ugly and withered as one of the fantastic carvings on the under brackets of the stall seats, as malignant as the evil one, as hard as the big brass eagle holding the sacred bouquets upon his wings, and, according to the sculptor's representation of his ferocious attributes, not at all converted by them. She hugs herself in her lean arms, and then shakes both fists at the leader of the choir. And at that moment outside the grated door of the choir, having eluded the vigilance of Mr. Tope by shifty resources in which he is an adept, Deputy peeps, sharp-eyed, through the bars, and stares astounded from the threatener to the threatened. The service comes to an end, and die servitors disperse to breakfast. Mr. Datchery accosts his last new acquaintance outside, when the choir, as much in a hurry to get their bedgowns off, as they were but now to get them on, have scummed away. Well, stress. You have seen him. TVE's seen him, dearie, I've seen him. And you know him. Know him. Better for Dion all the reverend parsons put together know him. Tope's care has spread a very neat, clean breakfast ready for her lodger. Before sitting down to it, he opens his corner cupboard door, takes his bit of chalk from its shelf, adds one thick line to the score, extending from the top of the cupboard door to the bottom, and then falls to with an appetite _ the end.